Chapter 1530. Deacon Han's words woke Emo Cain up, and he decided to spend money to settle his grudge with the sect of all times. All right. Jun Changshao agreed. This guy's biggest flaw was that he was greedy for money. When he came, he clearly wanted to teach the high-blade, profound sect a lesson. But when he heard that they were going to pay, he immediately compromised. Sigh. It was better to be lenient where possible. Heat Tue. The system couldn't watch anymore. How about this? Jun Changshao said, I'm not an unreasonable person. The Flying Sword Profound Sect paid 1 billion profound stones, so the High Blade Profound Sect should pay this amount. He didn't ask for too much. After all, in this line of work, there were rules. The corner of Emo Cain's mouth twitched. Jun Patriarch, this billion is a bit too much. My sect can't take it out. It's fine. Jun Changshao pointed at the plaque with the words, High Blade Profound Sect, and said, I'll smash this, and you can waive the 900 million. Some readers might add in this chapter, smash it with all your might. However, Emo Cain wouldn't agree. Because the plaque and the dignity of the same sect were smashed, it was the same as being ruthlessly stepped on in the face. Here, I'll give. Half an hour later, Emo Cain walked out with a few spatial rings. There were many profound stones inside, but he didn't have 1 billion. He could only use crystal cores, ores, and other items to make up for it. Jun Changshao took it and said, The grudge between our sects is settled. Finished speaking, he led everyone onto the warship and left. However, just as he flew out of the High Blade Profound Sect's mountain, he said loudly, Today the Flying Sword Profound Sect and the High Blade Profound Sect each gave me 1 billion profound stones. From now on, we are allies. Anyone who dares to make things difficult for them is going against the sect of all times. His voice rippled in the sky and could be heard clearly from thousands of miles away. Damn, the system said in shock, a new trick. The conflict between Jun Changshao and the two profound sects wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Since they were willing to compensate, he definitely had to give them some benefits. As for why he wanted to protect them, it was also inspired by the Medal of Honor. What the Jiahao can do, the sect of all times can do. What the Jiahao can't do, the sect of all times can still do. Emo Cain lay powerlessly in front of the hall. 1 billion profound stones in exchange for a few words that didn't even scratch an itch. It was a huge loss. He circled his thoughts and would test them in the future. Jie. The ancient warship flew out of the High Blade Profound Sect and stopped near Deacon Han. Jun Changshao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, smiled faintly and said, My apologies. You have made a wasted trip again. In my opinion, there is actually no need for your Jiahao to give out any medals, because you don't have any ability to protect them. Perhaps it was due to his hatred for Jiatang, but this fellow did not show any mercy when he spoke. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into Attendant Han's heart. Brat, there's still a long way to go. Don't be too arrogant. Deacon Han clenched his fists and said, There is no end to the path of martial arts. No one knows where the end is. Jun Changshao said, Everything will gradually disappear in the long river of history and become an inconspicuous speck of dust. Hearing this, all the martial practitioners admired this brat's courage. He actually dared to mock the Jiahao that would be destroyed one day. How could Deacon Han not understand? He sneered and said, This Han does not wish to see Jun Patriarch become a speck of dust in the long river of history. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said at least before you. You. I'm joking. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, The sect still has some internal affairs to take care of, so I will take my leave first. Swoosh! The ancient warship turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Looking at the afterimages that filled the sky, Deacon Han clenched his fists in anger and said, Brat, you better not let anything fall into the hands of my Jiahao. Otherwise, Even Jinren Tonggu won't be able to save you. Ding! Successfully visited the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect, 2 Mystic Sects. Obtained 1,000 Sect reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 1,000. On the way back to the Sect, Jun Changxiao heard the notification and said in surprise, "Why did I get reputation points?" It's very simple. The system said the sects need to communicate and interact with each other, so the host's reputation points will naturally increase when you visit them. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, I have to communicate more with the other sects in the future. The system was speechless. What it meant was to bully or extort to make the other party fearful, and thus increase the sect's reputation and prestige. If they did not communicate often, they would definitely become a target of scorn. In the extreme cave, whoosh! Jinren Tonggu suddenly pushed all the chess pieces on the chessboard out. Perfected Qi, who was considering his next move, stood up and roared, "Aren't you being too brazen with your shamelessness?" Just as he was about to win, he pushed the chessboard out. Who could stand this? Old friend. Jinren Tonggu said with a serious expression, I'm feeling uneasy. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Masato Kitano, who was still angry, quickly became serious and said, Could it be the demon ancestor? What's going to happen? I don't know, Jinren Tonggu said. I'm getting more and more uneasy. Could it be that your disciple got into some big trouble again? Masato Kitano said, No. Jinren Tonggu said with certainty, last time when that kid was surrounded by various sects, the ominous omen was not as strong as this time. Masato Kitano fell into deep thought. Jun Changxiao stole the eggs of various sects, which caused quite a crisis. The uneasiness this time was even greater than last time, so the problem must be more serious. It must have something to do with the demon ancestor. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew, and dark clouds gathered. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano looked up and said in unison, The world is about to change. In a secluded cultivation place, a graceful figure sat cross-legged on a stone platform, her hair cascading down. Because her back was facing the camera, they couldn't see her face clearly. They could only confirm that it was a woman. Master, an old voice came from outside. At this time, the camera slowly moved to the front. She was a woman in her early 20s. Her beauty could be described as devastatingly beautiful, but it would be a bit of an understatement. Lu Qianqian was also very beautiful, but compared to her, she was a little less interesting. It was mainly in terms of temperament. Hua Rose's appearance and temperament were not inferior to this woman, but the beauty of the two was different, each with their own artistic conception. What is it? Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, which made her look even more beautiful. The voice was familiar. Yes, it was Empress Ling Yao. Because she was in seclusion, the clouds that gathered on her face didn't exist, and her true appearance was finally revealed. TSK, Yi Xingqin's ex-girlfriend. She was really stunning. Master, the hunchbacked old man said, the weather outside is changing. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Oh, Empress Ling Yao nodded and waved her right hand gently. A formation enchantment appeared on the wall and projected a screen of light. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if half of the upper world was shrouded in it. P.S. 5. I'm on steroids. I'll definitely be weak tomorrow. Chapter 1531. Dark clouds covered half of the upper realm, and the atmosphere gradually became somber. Why did the weather suddenly change? In the sect of all times, the disciples who were busy or cultivating looked up at the dark clouds in confusion. Boom! Thunder and lightning shot out, briefly illuminating everything. Jun Changxiao walked out of the main hall and said, There's thunder, it's raining. Pack up your clothes. His words reminded the disciples that there were still clothes and blankets in the yard, so they hurried back to pack up. The atmosphere in the sect was completely different from the somber atmosphere. "Brother." Gu Xiaoxi walked over and frowned. "The situation isn't good." "It's just rain. What's so bad about it?" It was common for the weather to be abnormal in the world of martial arts. Jun Changshao would not find it strange if snow, hail, or even magnetite were to fall on a sunny day, let alone rain. Gu Xiaoxi said, "I can't say." His situation was similar to Jinren Tonggu's. He felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. "Don't think too much." Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wait until the first revolution pill is refined. You must properly help me test the medicine." Gu Xiaoxi asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Brother," Jun Changshao said seriously, "you have to believe in Hall Master Wei and Hall Master Miao's abilities." Gu Xiaoxi broke down in his heart. "The uneasiness in my heart is not because of the weather, but because of the pill? Medicine Hall." Elder Wei shook his head and said, "Many of the herbs recorded in the pill recipe existed 100,000 years ago. They're extinct now. Can you find a substitute?" Jun Changshao asked. There were countless herbs in the world. Perhaps there were some with similar attributes or distant relatives. "This," Elder Wei said, "it depends on Hall Master Miao." It was not a big problem for him to plant poisonous herbs, but in terms of professionalism, he was definitely not as good as Miao Saifeng, who dealt with poisons. Smack! In the poison refinery hall, thick ancient books were placed on the table. Miao Saifeng crossed her arms and said, "I've found dozens of herbs that can be used as replacements." Professional. Jun Changshao gave him a thumbs up. However, Miao Saifeng said seriously, "The toxicity of these herbs is too strong. If you combine them into a pill, you will definitely die on the spot." When she said this, Gu Xiaoxi, who had just returned to his residence, couldn't help but shiver. He thought to himself, that feeling of uneasiness is getting stronger. "You'll die if you take it when you're in a higher realm?" "Yes." Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "Even if it can't be used to increase the cultivation level of the disciples, it can be used as poison." When facing an enemy, Goxing didn't care about his methods. Of course, if the pills formed at the first rotation speed were to turn into poison, the powerhouses would definitely not be foolish enough to eat them. Thus, they still hoped that they could use them to increase their cultivation level. This was a technical problem that would take time to study. For example, to make Diablo be controlled by the soul, it would also require absolute technique to improve. Ah! In the array hall, the Taishan old man grabbed his hair and roared, "My head is about to explode!" Sigh. Zhan Dejuan shook his head helplessly. As a technical staff in the collaborative research, if it weren't for the hair growth agent, his hair would have fallen out from overusing his brain. Grand Elder. Shangguan Xiniao said, "Since the patriarch said that the soul-tempering sacred celestial art can make the soul out of the body, why don't we wait for someone to succeed before improving it?" "That's right." The Taishan old man slapped his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" He was now completely relying on his intuition. If someone could achieve the soul out of the body and cooperate with the research, they would definitely be able to find the key point. Jun Changshao had already distributed the soul-tempering, sacred celestial art. The disciples were all working hard to cultivate it, but this kind of soul-strengthening martial art was more profound. It would also take time to comprehend it. In the room, Hiwudi sat cross-legged on the bed and successfully cultivated the soul-tempering, sacred celestial art. He had been cultivating this martial art for a few days. Every time he comprehended something, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. It wasn't that he hadn't cultivated a soul-type mental cultivation technique before, but it couldn't be compared to the soul-tempering sacred celestial art. Therefore, he firmly believed that it must be related to the 7 profound sage. Yi Xingchen was also cultivating This mental cultivation technique strengthened the soul. Therefore, he wasn't the only one benefiting. Anyo's soul, which was hidden in the deepest part, also benefited. Of course, Jun Changshao would also cultivate the soul-tempering, sacred celestial art after he was done with the sex affairs. After all, his current realm was more focused on the soul. Otherwise, even if he fought with his physical body, he might be affected by the true spirit force. Hua hua. It started to rain outside. The rain wasn't heavy, but it would last for a few days. More and more dark clouds floated over from afar. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Most of the disciples chose to cultivate indoors or busy themselves. Therefore, the sect of all times seemed especially peaceful. Swish! In the dark environment, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were filled with endless anger and killing intent. A low and gloomy voice sounded. Since that girl is a disciple of the sect of all times, this great one will make this sect cease to exist. Who was this? The demon ancestor who had just revived. His demonic body had been stolen by a girl. Even if he was in seclusion to recuperate, he still couldn't swallow this anger. Therefore, he had to snatch it back. He had already signed an eternal contract. How could he snatch it back? It was very simple. As long as that girl died, the physique would enter an ownerless state. As the previous owner, he could easily inherit it. Listen to my orders. The demon ancestor said coldly, spread the news. Yes, the 4 black-robed elders received the order and left the secret room. The top 10 immortal sects should be very wary of this ancestor's connate, sacred, demonic body. If they know that a girl obtained it, they will definitely think of ways to kill her. Kakik. In the outside world, dark clouds still shrouded half of the upper domain. Old friend, Genrin Tongu, who was standing in the cave abode, said with a serious expression, "The feeling of unease is getting stronger." Masato Kitano broke down. What kind of disaster is going to happen? You've been on tenterhooks for so many days. Pucci! Pucci! At that moment, a crane flew over. It shook off the rainwater on its body and transmitted the information to its master. This is bad. Masato Kitano's expression changed drastically. Something big has happened. Jinrin Tongu's heart skipped a beat. What happened? A disciple in your disciple's sect has obtained the connate, sacred, demonic body. The entire upper domain is talking about it now. Ah! Jinrin Tongu's eyes widened. Then he clutched his chest and said, "The strong unease these days is because of that guy." 100,000 years ago, the demon ancestor relied on the connate, sacred, demonic body to fight the top 10 immortal sections. Now that this physique has reappeared, they will definitely not tolerate its existence. I'm afraid. Hey, where are you going? Nonsense. Of course, I'm going to the sect of all times. Whoosh! Jinrin Tongu had already flown out of the cave abode. Masato Kitano hurriedly followed him. At the same time, he did not forget to contact his friends. After all, once the top 10 immortal sects received the news, they would definitely send their troops to Fengqi Immortal Mountain. The situation would definitely be much more serious than before. Chapter 1532. 100,000 years ago, the demon ancestor and the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects fought in the West Sea for a few days and nights. The entire process could be described as earth-shattering and earth-shattering. This was definitely the most classic battle since ancient times. It was even labeled as the most powerful battle by historians. Of course, the demon ancestor was able to fight 1 against 10 because of his connate, sacred demon body. There were countless physiques in the upper world, but there were no detailed records of this physique. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. After the demon ancestor fell, the connate, sacred demon body disappeared from the world. It had not been inherited by anyone until today. There were rumors that if anyone could inherit this physique, they could reach the demon ancestor's height. They could even step into the 3rd step and achieve the supreme divine, secret state. Rumors were just rumors. Martial artists usually did not take them to heart. Moreover, it had been so long that they had long forgotten about it. Although it was mentioned occasionally, it was just a topic of conversation. But who would have thought that in just one day, the news of a disciple of the sect of all times inheriting the connate sacred demon body spread throughout the upper world? Martial artists from all walks of life began to discuss it. I heard that it's the most complete one. The appearance of such a physique might mean a disaster. In 100,000 years, martial artists from the upper world had already regarded the demonic tribe as the absolute villain. Anything related to them would be seen as a jinx. The Jia Hall will probably take action. The sect of all times is probably going to be in trouble. Not necessarily. As long as they hand over the disciple with the connate sacred demon body, the Jia Hall should not make things difficult for them. After all, they have Jinren Tonggu's support. They really can't take in disciples randomly. Otherwise, it will easily bring disaster to the sect. In the inn's dining hall, martial artists from all walks of life were discussing. Whoosh! A middle-aged man sitting in the corner stood up and put on a white windbreaker. He carried the stone coffin beside him and walked out, muttering, "Holidays are always short." Ryu Sinan, everyone exclaimed. At first, they were puzzled as to why this person brought a coffin in. It was not until they saw his signature outfit that they realized that he was one of the 3 demon exterminators of the Jehal. Step! Ryu Sinan walked out of the inn, scratched his messy hair, and asked, "Where is the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain?" After the news of the innate Saint Devil body spread, he did not receive any notice from the Jehal. However, as a demon exterminator, he had to rush over as soon as possible, because disciples with this body type were extremely dangerous. Schwa. He casually grabbed a passerby and asked, "Brother, where is the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain?" "Say, southeast. Thanks." Ryu Sinan carried the sarcophagus and left. The martial artist who was leading the way broke down and said, "Brother, you're going in the wrong direction." The entire upper realm was talking about the innate Saint Devil body. Naturally, the Drizzle Hall's intelligence agency was the first to receive the news and sent it to the sect. "It's over, it's over." Gu Xiaoxi paced back and forth in the hall, his face full of worry. If news of Yao Menjing inheriting the demon body were to spread in the upper realm, it would inevitably bring about a great crisis. No wonder he had been feeling ill at ease all this time. "Stop spinning." Jun Changshao said, "My head is spinning." "Brother." Gu Xiaoxi stopped and broke down. "The news has spread throughout the upper realm. The 10 great immortal sects will definitely know. When the time comes, they will definitely send experts to kill us. Why aren't you worried at all? If I'm worried if it can solve the problem, the 2 of us can wander down there together." Jun Changshao said. No. Gu Xiaoxi said, "Brother, let's hurry up and run." If it was just attracting the Realm Hall's people, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. However, the 10 great immortal sects were not to be trifled with. If they really came, it would definitely be over. Run. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Brother, you've been in the sect for so long. Don't you know the first principle of the sect of all times?" Gu Xiaoxi hurriedly took out a small notebook and flipped through the first principle recorded in it. "My brother, our sect has a lot of first principles. Which one are you talking about?" "Qingyang." Jun Changshao said, "Tell your uncle what the first principle is." Li Qingyang said loudly, "Be a man of iron and unyielding character, and do things of iron and unyielding character." Gu Xiaoxi immediately understood. His brother was not planning to run. He was planning to face the coming storm. "Okay, then let's fight them." Although their tone sounded bold, their bodies were honestly drooping. After all, when they thought about the 10 great immortal sects, they felt that they had no chance of winning. "Everyone in the sect, listen up. Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall and said loudly, "Enter the first level of alert." Yes, the voices of the disciples were filled with unyielding power. Instantly, the dark clouds that had gathered above the sect for many days were shaken away. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the War Night Peak, a large number of disciples quickly rushed out of their residences and entered the cockpit of the Diablo. They were successfully activated and ready to fight at any time. Buzz! Outside the sect, the various formations that were usually hidden in the dark gradually appeared. These were all set up by the formation hall. After the Taishan Elder added in, they had extremely high defense and destructive power. They could be called the second line of defense. The various peaks and halls all entered battle mode. Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples, whether they were in seclusion or training in the secret realm, all walked out and gathered at the main peak. The sect of all times was like a sleeping lion under the dark clouds. Now, after Jun Changshao's order, not only did it wake up, but it also stood up with its head held high. Once the eastern lion woke up, the entire world would tremble. Patriarch! Shui Rengui said, "Diablo has been fully activated." Patriarch! Zhan Dejuan said, "All the formations of the ancient celestial mountain have been activated." Jun Changshao sat outside the main hall with the great sage robe draped over his body. He looked at the disciples who were waiting solemnly on the training field. He originally wanted to give a speech, but he felt that it was a bit cliché, so he clenched his fist and shouted, "Ali! Ali! Ali!" Although the disciples didn't know what this sentence meant, since it came from the patriarch, there must be some meaning, so they followed suit. "Patriarch!" Yao Menjing walked over with her head lowered and said, "Did I implicate the sect?" She already knew that the news of her connate holy demon body had spread in the upper realm. The sect would definitely be targeted by the major sects, so she blamed herself. "Girl." Rows of flowers appeared behind Yao Menjing and put a hand on her shoulder. She smiled and said, "Some things are destined to happen. Don't shoulder all the problems on your own." TSK, Jun Changshao turned his head. He originally wanted to enlighten Yao Menjing, but this woman beat him to it. "Masteress, no matter what happens, everyone will be with you." Rows of flowers looked at Jun Changshao and said, "Am I right, husband?" Jun Changshao turned his face to one side, but he still made a sound from his nostrils. His arrogance was even more serious than Yi Xingchen's. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, the various formations of the second line of defense suddenly stopped operating. Then, the sect-protecting formation of the first line of defense also dissipated. Boom! A black shadow fell to the ground, and a monstrous anger roared out. "Master," Jun Changshao said happily. Gu Zhaoxi and the black and white Rakshasa heaved a sigh of relief. With this top powerhouse, they should be much safer. Swish! At this moment, Jinren Tonggu rushed over and roared uncontrollably, "What sins did I commit in my past life to have a disciple like you?" Masato Kitano, who rushed over, hurriedly hugged him and pulled him back. He said in a mediating tone, "Calm down, calm down." "Master," Jun Changshao wiped the spittle off his face and broke down. "I didn't cause any trouble. P.S. I had some things to do today, so I ended the last chapter yesterday to pave the way." Chapter 1533. Although Jun Changshao had gone to settle scores with two Xian sects and had some unhappiness with the Realm Hall, he did not provoke any trouble this time. In fact, he had accidentally saved the world. If Yao Menjing had not obtained the innate holy demonic body, she would have been able to enter the demonic region at will. Putting aside the fact that Jun Changshao was not a villain, the demonic tribe was already hostile to the entire world. If he had control of the million-strong army, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. "No, I saved the world. What right do you have to target me?" Jun Changshao suddenly realized this. The unspeakable bitterness in his heart suddenly intensified. There was no choice. No one knew that he had saved the world. Even if he told the entire world what had happened, he would probably be seen as crazy. Sigh. Jinren Tonggu had been angry. He calmed down and let out a long sigh. He had been forced to accept him as a disciple for the promise of 10 years. In the end, he had caused so much trouble time and time again. It was too difficult for him to be his master. Master. Jun Changshao suddenly became serious and said, "This is my disciple's matter. I will deal with it myself. I won't implicate you and Senior Qi." Damn it. It was just the 10 major celestial sects. If they really came to the sect of all times to cause trouble, he would fight them to the end. Whoever was afraid was a coward. Jun Changshao dared to think this way because of the 4 generations of unstoppable blade, the great sage set, and the million-strong demonic army. Although they might not be able to defeat the 10 major celestial sects, they would have to pay a price if they wanted to deal with the sect of all times. Humph. Jinren Tonggu glared at him and said, "If I had stayed out of this, I would not have come all the way here." The main reason was that Go Sheng had caused another big trouble, which made him unable to control his emotions. In fact, he had come today to support him. If he dared to go head-on with the various races, why not go head-on with the 10 major celestial sects? Daoist Tong Gu could be considered to have done his best. Swish, swish, outside the timeless immortal mountain. Streams of light flew over rapidly, landing on the sect's main peak where the defense system had temporarily lost its effect. The newcomers were Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano's group of friends. There were the 7 sages of ethereal, leisure, and many unfamiliar faces. This time, there were more rogue cultivators than last time. It could be seen that the 10 major immortal sects were more dangerous than the other clans. "Tonggu Er," a chubby old man said, "the problem is very serious. The appearance of the innate saint devil body may threaten the entire upper world. Are you sure you want to protect it, even if it means going against the 10 great immortal sects?" asked an elegant middle-aged man. There was nothing wrong with a master protecting his disciple. However, the 10 great immortal sects experts slaughtering their way over could be considered to have a good reason. After all, the demonic body belonged to the demonic ancestor back then. No one knew if the inheritor would walk on his path in the future and bring disaster to the entire higher realms. If we protect him today, won't we be helping the tyrant if anything happens in the future? Their considerations were not without reason. After all, no one could be sure if the possessor of the demonic body could walk on the right path in the future. If he did something unpardonable, what he did today would make him a sinner of the upper world. Masato Kitano was silent. He had always considered the problem from his old friend's point of view. That was why he made the call to ask for help. But he ignored the risks that existed in the possessor of the demonic body. At this time, if ordinary people were to choose, they would also stand on the side of the 10 major immortal sects, because no one could guarantee that the possessor of the demonic body was a good person. "Dear seniors," Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "The innate saint devil body has been inherited by my disciple. I can swear to the heavens that I will never do anything outrageous or inhumane." "Kid," the chubby old man said, "no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. If you want help, then stay. If you find it troublesome, then leave." Jinren Tonggu said impatiently, "We'll talk about the future in the future. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Jun Changshao was immediately moved. To be honest, he was not sure whether Yao Menjing would become an unpardonable witch in the future. However, his master's unconditional support was the greatest trust he had in him. How many years has it been? His bad temper hasn't changed at all, the chubby old man roared. The others shook their heads. Although Jinren Tonggu's words were unpleasant, they did not turn around and leave. After all, they had known each other for so many years. Did they not appreciate this weakness? "Everyone," Masato Kitano said, "the demonic body in the demon ancestor's body will be a threat to the upper realm. But in this girl's body, it might save the world. That's why I'm willing to believe in June Patriarch. Since he was a good friend, he had to support him. Sai, the elegant, middle-aged man, shook his head and said, I knew it. These two old guys play chess every day. Sooner or later, their brains will go bad together. Forget it, the chubby old man said. We'll go crazy with them. The rogue cultivators who came to help turned around and protected Jun Changshao and the other young people like an iron wall. Their eyes flashed with a crazy luster. The 10 great immortal sects would definitely not let go of the demonic body. Since they chose to stay, they were already prepared to fight head-on. To be honest, it was a little exciting. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said seriously, Today my sect is in trouble. I'll never forget the fact that all of you came to help. I'll repay you in the future. Pa! Li Tiantian stood in the distance and crazily pressed the camera button. There were too many people who came. It was a little difficult to remember all of them, so the best way was to take their photos. This was really unforgettable. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain, causing the rogue cultivators who came to help to look serious. The people from the 10 great immortal sects were here. Whoosh, whoosh. Sure enough, the moment the pressure came, streams of light dragged the light and hung in the air outside the mountain gate, revealing many old men with deep eyes and sage-like demeanor. Gu Xiaoxi's expression was a little interesting. There were only 10 people, but the aura emitted by each of them was not inferior to Senior Tong Gu. Their strength was definitely at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Wasn't it just the Khanate holy demon body? Was there a need for such a big lineup? F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. Although he was prepared for battle, the 10 great immortal sects had directly sent 10 peak truth-seeking realm cultivators. If it weren't for his master in front of him, he would probably be panicking now. Under absolute power, the aura suppression was very strong. Zhenrin Tonggu, the powerhouse from the Lingtian immortal sect, said indifferently, Your disciple's sect has an inheritor of the Khanate holy demon body. For the sake of the world's safety, you should hurry up and ask him to hand it over. The people who came were all experienced. Seeing so many people standing in front of the sect of All Time's main hall, it was obvious that they were going to protect them. So they went straight to the point. What if you don't hand it over? Zhenrin Tonggu said. An immortal sect powerhouse sneered. If you don't hand it over, you'll end up like the demonic territory 100,000 years ago. As one of the top 10 immortal level sects in the upper realm, his words were even more arrogant and domineering than Jun Changxiao's VIP account. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the powerhouses of the 10 great immortal sects flew over one after another. To be able to arrive the fastest, their cultivation levels were either at the truth-seeking realm or at the peak of the core transformation realm. Whoosh! 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 Every time an immortal sect powerhouse arrived, the powerful aura gathered in the Aeon Immortal Mountain would increase by a bit. The murderous aura and true spirit suppression also became more and more obvious. Yao Menjing, who was standing behind the patriarch, felt a stabbing pain in her heart. This scene was extremely familiar. Wasn't it the nightmare she had back then? Chapter 1534. When she was in the lower realm, Yao Menjing had a dream. Please refer back to chapter 476, so she won't take the opportunity to kill the memories here. Of course, although this dream was similar to the scene that appeared now, there were actually differences. For example, in the dream, she was in Ironbone, and now she was in the Sect of All Times. For example, in the dream, she was in the Falling Star Continent, and now she was in the Upper Realm. The reason why Yao Menjing felt familiar was because she had caused the sect to be in danger. I'm sorry, she lowered her head, and tears flowed out uncontrollably, especially when she recalled the dream where her fellow sect members fell into a pool of blood to protect her. The stabbing pain in her heart was even more intense. Girl, Rows of Flowers walked over and said telepathically, "Don't let your imagination run wild." Jun Changshao put all his attention on the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects that appeared one after another, and she had been paying attention to Yao Menjing. Although she did not know that she had a nightmare, she still cared about her in time. If Goshan was compared to the head of a family, then she was a competent mother of a family. She could even handle some things better than the former. To put it bluntly, the male was in charge of external affairs, and the female was in charge of internal affairs. The division of labor was clear. "Mistress," Yao Menjing choked and said, "I don't want to implicate the sect. I don't want anyone to be hurt." She had already taken the dream seriously, and was afraid that the scene in the dream would appear again. "Some things won't happen just because you don't want to." Rows of Flowers said, "Since it has happened, you have to face it bravely. The patriarch and your fellow sect members are all by your side." Yao Menjing glanced at Jun Changshao, who was not afraid, and then looked at her senior brothers and sisters who were not afraid. So she raised her hand to wipe the tears on her face, and her eyes gradually became firm. In this crisis, the one who was deeply affected was Yi Xingchen. In his previous life, he fought alone without companions or friends, only a girlfriend, and in the end he was stabbed. Jun Changshao, a powerhouse from the Celestial Sect, said coldly, "As long as you hand over the witch behind you, we will let your sect of all times go on account of Jinren Tonggu. All of you, listen up." Jun Changshao's eyes were cold and sharp, and he said, "As long as you enter the sect of all times, no matter if you are evil or unpardonable, you will be safe and sound." Although these words were a bit extreme, it represented Goshing's firm attitude. Hand over the disciples? Dream on. The powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects the heavens and the heavens, celestial heavens, and protected a cultivator who would be a threat to the celestial 9 celestial heavens, Taoist Tonggu. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect said coldly, "Is this your idea or your disciples? Jinren Lin or not?" "Jinren, you as the 10 great immortal sects did not put the eternal sect in their eyes, nor did they put Jun Changshao in their eyes. However, Taoist Tonggu was, after all, a top expert who had been famous for a long time, so if they wanted to negotiate, they had to find him. In short, without Masato Kitano and the other powerful sectless cultivators, they would have attacked long ago. As one of the 10 major sects that created the sect of all times, there was no room for negotiation." Jinren Tonggu knew how domineering they were, so he said calmly, "My disciples is my..." The disciple was just. The master was also just. They would not enter the same sect if they were not a family. The powerhouse from the heavens high celestial sect was not surprised by this answer. He then looked at Masato Kitano and the other sectless cultivators and said, "Jinren Tonggu's is your?" "That's right. They're friends who came to help," said in unison. They did not leave when they were asked to. Therefore, they had to protect Yao Menjing and the sect of all times today. To be honest, they were both excited and nervous. After all, no one dared to go against the 10 major celestial sects after the demonic tribe was destroyed. If a war broke out, it would definitely leave a mark in history. The demonic ancestor had the ambition to dominate the upper realm. If our ancestors did not work together to kill him, the upper realm would have been destroyed. Now, you want to protect a witch. This is intolerable. The powerhouse from the heavens high celestial sect scolded angrily. "Damn it," Jun Changshao shouted. "My disciple has never hurt the innocent when she's cultivating in the sect. She has never done anything evil. What makes you think she's a witch? Don't King talk about the future. Who the CK knows what will happen in the future." Go Xing could not control his emotions and cursed continuously. He was really angry. Just because a person with a special constitution was an evil person, the successor would be labeled the same? Who gave you the right to define good and evil based on your feelings? There will always be a bunch of pedantic bastards in this world. Because of their persecutory delusions, martial artists who should be walking towards the light can only choose to walk towards the darkness. I, Jun Changshao, don't know what happened 100,000 years ago. But even if the demonic ancestor is an evil person, there must be a reason for it. Maybe it's because you bunch of sanctimonious people have gone too far and forced him to arm himself and resist. If the demonic ancestor who is recuperating heard Jun Changshao's words, he would definitely step forward and shake his hand. Brother, you know me. Jinren, Tonggu sneered. Rumor has it that martial artists with the innate saint demonic body can peek into the divine mystery stage. Some people are worried about their status in the future, so they don't allow it to exist. Bulsh *T. The powerhouse from the heavens high, celestial Sect shouted angrily. We're doing this for the world. It was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. However, the problem was Yao Menjing's demonic body. She did not do anything evil, nor did she hurt the innocent. It was reasonable for Jun Changshao to choose to resist. Cut the crap. Another powerhouse from another celestial sect said coldly, anyone who protects the demonic girl today will be seen as a traitor. The 10 major celestial sects have the right to kill them. Huff, 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 huff. The hundreds of powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects gathered outside the mountain gate unleashed their cultivation at the same time. The murderous aura suddenly became unprecedentedly strong. Jinren Tonggu's long robe fluttered without wind. His eyes were sharp as he said, since the birth of the upper realm, hundreds of flowers have bloomed. What right do the 10 major celestial sects have to establish a realm hall and look down on the world as rulers? Many people had wanted to say this for a long time, but they did not have the courage. Now that they had fallen out with the 10 major celestial sects, how could they not say it out loud? Jinren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and other itinerant cultivators disregarded the safety of the world and protected the inheritor of the innate saint demonic body. Today, the 10 major celestial sects will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Everyone listen up. Eliminate the sect of all times. Yes. Huff, 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 huff. The powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects who had unleashed their cultivation immediately gathered the power of their true spirits and formed dazzling palm prints that pressed down on the sect of all times. The power gathered by the truth-seeking realm and the peak of the revolving core realm was very powerful. The pressure formed caused the air to distort. Jun Changshao's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the sect protection array was in a state of paralysis because of his master's arrival. Even if it was activated normally, it would be impossible to resist this power. He had underestimated the 10 major celestial sects. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the ethereal 7 sages stood in different positions with mysterious steps and instantly formed a solid defense array in the air. Boom, 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 boom. All kinds of power from the 10 major celestial sects bombarded the array like cannonballs, but it did not shake. Swish! Swish! Jinren Tonggu and the others flew out and locked onto the top powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects. You itinerant cultivators can't fight against us. The powerhouse from the Lingtian celestial sect sneered. What if you count me in? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the Aeon celestial mountain. Perfected Qing Wei flew over with a disdainful look on her face. Why is she here? Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were surprised. Hee hee hee. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from another direction. Tonggu! Your disciple and my disciple have not fought in 10 years. I can't let him die here. Whoosh! Gu Hong Jinren gradually appeared in the air with a sinister smile on his face. The powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects frowned. These 2 itinerant cultivators were also going to stand up for the sect of all times? Swish! Swish! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling came from behind. The powerhouses of the various clans, led by the Thunder Rhombus race and the Ice Phoenix race, flew over rapidly. The scene was spectacular. The powerhouse from the Lingtian celestial sect laughed. Back then, all the clans had participated in the destruction of the demonic race. Now that the Khanate sacred demon body was inherited by someone else, they must be here to help. Chapter 1535. In terms of top-tier combat strength, Jinren Tongu and Masato Kitano were no match for the 10 major celestial sects. After all, they were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, the appearance of perfected Qingwei and Guhong Jinren, and judging from their attitudes, it was obvious that they were on the side of the sect of all times. This instantly narrowed the gap between the two. If they were to fight, the scene would definitely be exciting. The powerhouses of the celestial sects had a headache when they saw the itinerant cultivators coming to help. They were not afraid of them. This time, they were not here to fight, but to eliminate the witch and nip the danger in the bud. Forget it. Any itinerant cultivators who participated in this matter and protected the sect of all times must be treated as enemies. Just as the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects were about to fight, the powerhouses of the Thunder Rhombus race, Ice Phoenix race, Divine Strider race, and other races flew over from afar, making them overjoyed. You have helpers? We don't have helpers. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the powerhouses of the various races rushed over from afar, and then stood in front of the sect of all times, forming a human barricade. Gah! The smiles on the faces of the martial artists of the 10 major celestial sects froze. You, the powerhouse of the Ling Tian celestial sect, said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" The sect of all times is in trouble, and the Thunder Rhombus race is here to help. The sect of all times is in trouble, and the Ice Phoenix race is here to help. The powerhouses of the various races stood at the mountain gate and shouted one by one. Judging from their aura, it was obvious that they were not joking. To be honest, this scene was very exciting. Everyone could imagine what it would be like to see powerhouses from different races supporting the sect of all times and Jun Chang Shao. Unfortunately, there were no onlookers at such a big scene. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to take advantage of the situation based on their expressions and attitudes. It was fine. Perfected Qingwei and Guhong Jinren were here. When the two of them saw that the various races did not stand on the side of the 10 major celestial sects, but in front of the sect of all times' mountain gate, they were stunned. To be able to get the various races to help, this kid was quite capable. Everyone. Jun Chang Shao cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help. I, Jun, will remember this kindness in my heart." The various races almost couldn't help but curse out loud. "Kid, don't think too much. We're not here to help you. We're here to help our clansmen. After all, if anything happens to your clan, it'll definitely be a huge blow to your clan." Patriarch. Outside the timeless immortal mountain, a shout rang out. "We are here!" Li Fei was sitting on a giant crab as the latter flew over from the side. Accompanying him were the experts from the giant crab tribe. 7 fields also rushed over, riding on a super large crayfish. Seeing the return of the 2 disciples, one riding a crab and the other riding a crayfish, Jun Chang Shao almost couldn't hold back his laughter, even though the scene was extremely solemn. Puhaha! Su Xiaomao clutched his stomach and laughed. Li Qingyang had undergone strict training and remained calm throughout. As for Yi Xingqian, he couldn't laugh at all. This was because his life contract beast was in the form of a husky. He had no right to laugh at others. Jun Chang Shao bought 10 beast eggs from the Spirit Beast Hall and distributed them to Li Fei, 7 Fields, Long Xiang, and the others. Then they were taken away by their clansmen one after another. Only a year had passed. Now that the sect was in trouble, they all brought their contracted beasts and experts from their clansmen to help. Of course, the process was a little discordant. For example, Li Fei, after knowing what happened to his junior sister, he He immediately placed a sword on his neck and shouted, "Are you going or not?" "Go, go, go." Thus, the giant crab tribe sent people over. 7 fields, long Ziang, and the other's method was gentler, but there's only one theme. The sect was in trouble, so they had to return. More and more clansmen rushed over and blocked the entrance of the sect of all times without any explanation. This made the experts of the 10 great immortal sects look even worse. That's right, the various clansmen were indeed here to help. But they were not here to help the 10 great immortal sects. They were here to help the sect of all times. In terms of the number of top experts, the immortal sects were on par with Jinren Tonggu and the other rogue cultivators. However, their core strength was in the lead. After all, they had more than 100 truth-seeking realm and peak revolving core realm experts. As the various clansmen rushed over and stood on Jun Changxiao's side, the gap between the two sides was instantly closed. Jun Changxiao even had the upper hand because there were dozens of clansmen here. Any 2 or 3 of them could form a huge scale. The situation just now was that the rogue cultivators and the sect of all times were fighting against the 10 great immortal sects. The current situation was that the rogue cultivators, the sect of all times, and the various clansmen had formed a 3-way alliance to fight against the 10 great immortal sects. Audience, come quickly. This was a super show that could not be missed. Sorry, even if many cultivators were on the way, they did not dare to get close to the ancient immortal mountain. After all, there were so many experts, and any one of them was at the peak of the revolving core realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that the scene that was happening at the sect of all times was rarely seen in 100,000 years. Come on. Jun Changxiao roared, "Fight!" With the protection of his master and the various clansmen, Go Shing was not afraid at all. He even had a crazy thought in his mind. Why not take the opportunity to unite the rogue cultivators and clansmen to overthrow the Realm Hall and the 10 great immortal sects? "Kid," the Ling Tian celestial sect expert said coldly, "do you think that they can protect your sect of all times?" Swish, swish. In an instant, the various immortal sect cultivators raised their hands and pulled out something that looked like a signal gun. Several streams of light instantly shot into the sky. If you have people to help, how can the 10 great immortal sects not have people to help? Not good. Jinren Tonggu frowned and said, "This is a call from the immortal sects. When the various sects see this, they will definitely send experts to help." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. The help of his master and his clansmen had made him forget that the 10 great immortal sects were in charge of the entire upper realm. They had absolute authority over the true immortal sects and true immortal sects. This was only one of the reasons. In fact, the immortal sect experts that came to the sect of all times this time were only a small portion. There were more forces that had yet to be mobilized. When the immortal sects summoned the shining heavens, they would definitely send out their elites. When that time came, the scale would only be greater. If all the sects and forces gathered at the Aeon Immortal Mountain, the scene would definitely be comparable to the war against the Demon Clan 100,000 years ago. This kind of situation where the entire upper realm was mobilized usually happened at the end of the story. Now that the sect of all times, who had only been in the upper realm for a few years, was experiencing this in advance, it was equivalent to entering the ending mode right at the beginning. Wait a minute. It had not even reached the mystery stage yet. The pace was too fast. Of course, for such a big event, Jun Changxiao and his disciples were just bystanders. The ones holding the fort were Jinren Tonggu, the rogue cultivators, and the various clansmen. Without them, the scene would have ended with the sect of all times being destroyed and the main character dying. Ryu Sinan, who was heading towards the Aeon Immortal Mountain, turned around and looked at the numerous immortal sects summoning lights. He immediately put down the stone coffin and sat on a rock. Looks like the immortal sects have already joined in. I won't join in the fun, then. It was impossible for him to go because the sect of all times was in the southeast. He was heading towards the northwest. If the upper realm was round, he should be able to reach it after walking around. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of light flew across the sky, heading in the direction of the immortal sect's summoning lights. In another direction, the various major sects received the summons and sent their experts over. From afar, there were afterimages and lights everywhere. Sect of all times, Jinrin Tongu, the rogue cultivators, and the various clansmen did not make a move. They did not have the confidence to gain an advantage in front of the 10 major immortal sects, so the situation was in a stalemate. Master, Jun Changshao said telepathically, let's fight. Today's situation could not be resolved without a winner. It was better to act early than late. Everyone, Jinrin Tongu looked at the 10 major immortal sects experts and said, this is all because of the demonic body. Why don't we sit down calmly and discuss a way to avoid conflict? He wanted to fight too, but if he did, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of the entire upper realm sections. His future would not be easy. There's no need to discuss. The Lingtian immortal sects expert said firmly, this girl must die today. The demonic ancestor has been resurrected. Masato Kitano said calmly, if we kill each other, he'll be the one to reap the benefits. That's right, Jinrin Tongu said. Your immortal sects and the various clansmen once destroyed the demonic clan. The demonic ancestor must hold a grudge against you. The most important thing now is to find him. The 10 major immortal sects experts fell silent. Indeed, it was still unknown whether or not that girl was in danger. The demon ancestor was definitely the #1 threat. For the sake of the eternal sect, he had to fight with all kinds of loose cultivators and big clans. In the end, if there were any losses, wouldn't they give him a chance to develop? Seeing their hesitation, Jinrin Tongu continued, actually, Master! Jun Changshao interrupted him and said in shock, look at the sky! Jinrin Tongu looked up instinctively, and his eyes widened. The black clouds that were gradually dispersing suddenly gathered together and spun continuously, forming a huge vortex that seemed to cover half of the upper realm. At the same time, the uneasiness that arose earlier became unprecedentedly strong. Gu Xiaoxi also had the same feeling, so he broke down mentally. Could it be that the ominous sign at the beginning was not because of the immortal sect siege? What is this? The 10 major immortal sects experts were also stunned. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, something gradually appeared in the vortex until its entire body was revealed. It was a giant steel battleship that was dozens of times larger than the ancient warship. F***CK. Jun Changshao said in shock, a spaceship? An alien invasion? Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, more steel battleships flew out of the vortex, and there were as many as 10 of them. They were like mountains, hovering in the upper realm sky, like kings descending. P.S. A reader said that if I don't finish writing the plot of the immortal sex attack today, they won't give me a vote. I think I'm done, so I'll give you a vote. Chapter 1536. 10 gigantic warships hovered in the sky. Coupled with the dark clouds, the atmosphere was rather strange. What's this? All the martial artists in the upper realm were dumbfounded. They had seen warships before, but they had never seen one of this size and size. Jun Changshao frowned. As a modern person who had transmigrated from the Cerulean planet, he was familiar with this scene because it felt like the sudden arrival of an alien civilization in a sci-fi movie. Why did he not consider that this was a helper called by the 10 major immortal sects? Of course, there were flying warships in the upper realm, such as his master's ancient warship. However, they were more traditional in terms of workmanship and specifications. They only had special powers because of the complex formation system. On the other hand, the warships that appeared out of nowhere were made of a material similar to steel. This definitely represented an extremely high level of technology. Could it be, Jun Changshao said to himself, there are other civilizations besides the upper realm? The system said, "This place is just a higher level and stronger than the falling star continent. It still exists in the universe system, so it's not unique." Jun Changshao said, "Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Is there a need to? You definitely didn't know at first." The system was too lazy to argue with him. The 10 warships hovered in the sky of the upper realm. Genrin, Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were stunned. Hiwudi was the only one who was calm. At this moment, although he was observing the foreign warships, he guessed, people from other realms? Unlike the system's hindsight, this fellow had a good understanding of things outside the upper realm. It even knew that the universe system divided the planes into continents and realms. For example, the Falling Star continent and the Tianyuan continent belonged to the lower universe, while those in the upper universe were called realms. For example, the upper realm they were in now was actually a plane in the upper universe. Now that a huge vortex had gathered in the sky and the sudden appearance of the unknown warships, it meant that people from another realm were here. That's not right. Hiwudi said to himself, how did they find this place? The distance between realms was extremely far, and there were restrictions from the heavenly axiom. Unless it was under special circumstances, they were not allowed to cross paths. After spending so much time, I only found this godforsaken place. What a disappointment. A cold voice came from the largest warship in the sky. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, describing the upper realm as a place where even birds don't shit. This person's tone was not small at all. However, it also made him realize that the other party had come with ill intentions. Sure enough, the cold voice sounded again. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Since you're here, you should take some supplies with you. Cough. He cleared his throat and said, all living beings here, listen up. You have 3 days to hand over all your resources. Otherwise, there's no need for you to exist. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects and the rogue cultivators, such as Jinrin, Tongu, all frowned. Were they robbed by bandits? And from his tone, he seemed to be very arrogant. Of course. The cold voice was heard again. You may not agree with me, or you may have deep doubts. In order to let you see your own insignificance, I will first give you a generous gift. Crack, crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom cabins of the 10 battleships slowly opened. Swish, swish. In an instant, streams of light flew out from within. There were so many of them that they looked like locusts passing through. Jun Changshao released his spiritual thoughts, and his eyes widened. Those streams of light turned out to be things that looked like fighter jets. Flying battleships were already very high-tech, and now there were so many fighter jets. Did these bandits come from a world that took the path of technology? Most importantly, there was no pilot in the fighter jets. Was there no one controlling them? This was a high martial fantasy world. There were battleships and drones. Were they planning to change it to a sci-fi category? Swish, swish. Streams of light immediately fell from the fighter jets that flew over and came into contact with the ground at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions could be heard. A wide area of the forest was instantly filled with holes. F*CK, Jun Changshao broke down. They're even carrying missiles. Thousands of unmanned fighter jets flattened a forest that spanned thousands of miles in the shortest time possible. This kind of destructive power was quite strong. Damn it! The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were instantly enraged. How dare they destroy their home? This was intolerable. Go. Swish, swish, swish. 10 peak stage truth-seeking realm powerhouses turned into streams of light and flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They approached the group of unmanned fighter jets at the fastest speed possible. Their majestic true spirit power turned into palm prints that covered the sky and pressed down mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Dozens of fighter jets exploded in midair. They were very fast, but they could only be abused in front of high-level martial artists. Therefore, in a world that focused on martial arts, strength was true strength. The so-called technology was nothing more than an auxiliary method and could not replace living beings who could comprehend the world. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, the light of explosions continued without end. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects, who were originally going to fight Jinren Tongu and the other itinerant cultivators, suddenly turned into fighter jets. The change in style was a little too fast. How dare you resist? A cold voice came from the huge battleship. Then we can only destroy this world directly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect had already rushed up. They suddenly opened their hands, and extremely powerful true spirit power quickly gathered. They shouted, "Go to hell first!" Swoosh! A shock wave similar to the Kamehameha instantly erupted from their hands, and the power it contained directly tore through space. Too strong. Jun Changshao frowned. If such a powerful energy wave hit the sect, it would definitely be annihilated instantly. Boom! In an instant, the majestic true spirit power pierced through heaven and earth and fiercely blasted at the bottom of the huge battleship where the sound came from. Visible ripples instantly rippled from mid-air and spread far, far away. At the same time, the martial artists in the upper world were shocked. They were not shocked that a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator could erupt with an energy wave that seemed to split heaven and earth, but that in the face of such a terrifying force, the huge battleship stood in place unscathed and did not even retreat. How is this possible? The powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect were dumbfounded. If they attacked with this move, not to mention the sect of all times, even the Phoenix Perch immortal mountain would be razed to the ground. The target of the attack did not move at all. What kind of terrifying defense did it have? Tisk, tisk. A cold voice came. "You're not weak, but you're still far from being able to hurt my shuttle." Swish, swish. At this moment, the other 9 powerhouses flew over and said in unison, "Let's attack together." Okay, everyone unleashed their cultivation and gathered energy between their hands. One force could not shake the huge halberd. Could 10 forces not do the trick? They did not know if it would work, but the other party would definitely not give them a chance to launch a second attack. Hum, hum. At this moment, the bottom cabins of the 10 battleships opened, and a huge cylinder poked out from each of them. The front was shining with a dazzling light. Due to the material and workmanship, it was full of high-tech aura. It's over. Jun Changshao thought to himself, they're in trouble. Chapter 1537. Oh no! When the strange cylinders that gathered energy appeared in the bottom cabins of the 10 warships, the powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect immediately realized that something was wrong. Retreat, retreat, retreat! Swish! Everyone hurriedly dispersed, but before they could retreat, 10 beams of light shot out from the cannon-like devices. They were so fast that they did not have any time to react. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the entire upper realm, and the space in the area where the warships were floating suddenly became distorted. Oh my God! What kind of power is this? All the martial artists widened their eyes, and a strong shock rose in their hearts. Jun Changshao was not surprised, because the moment the cannon-like device appeared, he realized that it was definitely a high-tech weapon with extremely strong offensive power. Plop! Plop! The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects fell to the ground one after another and stood up with difficulty. They could not help but vomit blood. From their pale faces, it was obvious that they were seriously injured. A peak truth-seeking realm powerhouse was injured by a single blow. The power of the beam was truly terrifying. A surprised voice came from the main warship. It can actually withstand the attack of a third-class, transcendent destruction wave. It seems that the overall martial arts strength of this realm is not weak. This trip should not be in vain. We can obtain unexpected resources. Genrin, Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other itinerant cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. Even the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were easily defeated. This warship that suddenly appeared was extremely dangerous. It might cause the upper realm to fall into eternal damnation. Forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, I'll find it myself. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense number of drones flew out of the 10 warships again. Then they quickly flew close to the ground, emitting infrared light as if they were exploring the terrain. Stop them! The powerhouses of the Lingtian Immortal Sect shouted angrily. Go! Go! The powerhouses of the immortal sects gathered in the Aeon Immortal Mountain rushed over together, all locking onto the drones that seemed to be searching for something. They were right to stop them, because they were searching for mineral veins in the upper realm. If they really formed a carpet search, all the resources buried underground would be discovered by some kind of high-tech and become the property of outsiders. Boom! Boom! In an instant, hundreds of martial artists from the 10 major immortal sects engaged in a fierce battle with the drones that flew around like flies. All kinds of lights flashed in the sky and at low altitudes, showing spectacular special effects. Disciple, Jinrin Tongu said in a low voice, set up the formation and protect yourselves. Shwa. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Along with him were Masato Kitano, the 7 sages of the ethereal sect, and other loose cultivators, as well as experts from various clans. The sudden arrival of the outsiders was a threat to the entire upper realm. Therefore, as a member of the upper realm, it was naturally their duty to defend their homeland. Brother, Gu Xiaoxi said, what should we do? Just watch, Jun Changshao said. Buzz. The great Sect protection formation took effect. Buzz. The second defensive system of the myriad ancient immortal mountain took effect. After all the formations were activated normally, Jun Changshao really stood in front of the main hall and watched the show. It was not that he did not want to help, but with his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in this kind of collision between a high martial civilization and a technological civilization. The only thing he could do was to ensure that the sect was not affected. Ding! Epic level mission activated. Jun Changshao was stunned when he heard the sudden notification. Given the current situation, it was normal to give a side mission, but it was a little illogical to give an epic mission. After all, the prerequisite to trigger it was to reach the peak of a certain realm. He had not done anything and had not crushed the experience talisman, so why was it here? Shwa! He opened the panel and clicked on the introduction. Upper Realm Epic Mission, 5 mission details. The 3rd Fleet of the Astral Soul World has invaded the Upper Realm. The host and the sect must share honor and disgrace, advance and retreat together, and defend their homeland. Mission condition: shoot down 010000 drones. Shoot down 02 shuttles. Mission reward. After reading the mission introduction, Jun Changshao hugged his head and broke down. This is forcing me to go to the battlefield. It was not a problem to bite the bullet and go, but he could only act as an assistant on the flank. However, the mission condition was to shoot down 10,000 drones and 2 shuttles, looking up at the huge warships that were like mountains. Gosheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. I can't even break through the peak of the truth-seeking realm. How can I shoot them down? The systems said, since the epic mission has such a requirement, there must be a chance to complete it. It's just a little more difficult. Don't be discouraged, host. It's not a little more difficult. Jun Changshao roared. It's more difficult than ascending to the sky. Brother, Gu Xiaoxi said, don't you think these warships are a bit like the Starry Sky Fortress? They are a little similar. The 10 huge warships had something in common with the former Starry Sky Fortress, which was that their appearance was like an iron wall, as if they were indestructible. Wait, Jun Changshao had a flash of inspiration and said, "We can blow them up." In the next second, a dejected expression appeared on his face. If he wanted to blow up such a huge warship, ordinary explosives would definitely not work, unless it was the soul bomb. However, this thing was gone after blowing up the Starry Sky Fortress. It's very simple. Refresh the store. If we can really refresh it at this time, won't the readers think that it's too deliberate? Why do you care so much? Heaven's arrangements are the most important. That's right. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the store and prayed in his heart. Buddha Gautama, Jade Emperor, Bodhisattva Guanyin, please grant me strength. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, hundreds of drones flew over from the sky. Missiles shot out one after another, directly bombarding the second defense system of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Under this kind of high-tech power, the layers of defense set up by the Taishan Elder were instantly broken. Swoosh, swoosh. The 100 drones did not stop there. They circled around the Aeon Immortal Mountain and finally locked onto the Sect of all times, which was only left with the Sect protection formation. This is troublesome. Zhenren Tonggu, who was in another part of the sky, had a slight change in expression. Then his eyes widened because thousands of huge humanoid steel monsters suddenly flew out from the Sect protection formation. They hovered above the Sect and raised their palms. A vortex appeared in the middle of their palms. What is this? Masato Kitano was shocked. A voice came from the main battleship. There are mechas in this world. Crack! Crack! Thousands of Diablo mechas were ready. Zhong Yi, who was piloting the first mecha, pushed the lever and shouted, "Attack!" Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, under the activation of the array and the mystic stone, beams of light shot out from the mecha's palms and instantly intertwined to form a dazzling scene. Boom! 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 Although the 100 drones dodged left and right, they were unable to withstand the thousands of attacks and were quickly shot down one by one. Some exploded on the spot, while others fell into the wilderness with billowing black smoke. Of course, there were also some that escaped and took the opportunity to fire missiles. Huff! Huff! Gu Xiaoxi flew out from the Sect protection formation and unleashed his true spirit energy. It instantly materialized into a giant palm and grabbed the missile with his bare hands. Then he threw it back and directly detonated a drone that was drifting in the distance. Boom! On the highest peak of the Sect of all times, Xiao Ziji, who had transformed into a mecha, propped up a stand behind him. He raised thousands of Gatling guns in his left hand and a heavy machine gun with bullets in his right hand. He directly activated da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da, boom, 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 ding. We shot down 161,0000 drones. Ding. We've shot down 481,0000 unmanned drones. Ding. Under the suppression of thousands of Diablo mechas and the rain of bullets, the 100 drones that attacked the Sect of all times were all destroyed. The number of epic level missions also jumped from 0 to 100. Outside the Sect, the battle of technology was as beautiful as a painting. Inside the Sect, Jun Changshao was still on his way to the shop. Chapter 1538. The drones were small, fast, and fragile. As long as one could accurately capture them, even a low-level reincarnation core realm cultivator could easily destroy them. But the problem was, there were too many of them. At this moment, more were flying out of the 10 battleships like locusts. Although the 10 major immortal sects and itinerant cultivators were killing them all over the place, the overall situation was not as fast as the drones coming out. Fortunately, the various sects and reinforcements had been mobilized in advance, so they could quickly join the battle and stop the drones from spreading. What was worse was that some of them were deliberately sending themselves to their deaths, while the others were actively searching for resources. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of drones bombarded the miasma-shrouded mountain range, blasting out a tunnel that led to the underground. Then they shot some kind of light inside. Swish, swish, swish. This place was too ordinary. There were no heaven and earth attributes, but there was a swish stone mine hidden here. If it were in the past, the cultivators would have rushed over when they saw the swish stones. Now, what they needed to do was to stop these strange flying things as soon as possible. They could not let them take away their martial resources. Thud! Near the swish stone mine, Ryu Sinon walked over. He first put down the stone coffin, stretched out his fingers, and grabbed at the void. He shouted, "Inescapable net!" Buzz! Buzz! The surrounding space quickly twisted and folded like a quilt. The cultivators who came to stop them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. They thought to themselves, "Luckily, there's a demon exterminator who can control space. Otherwise, swish, swish." At this moment, hundreds of drones shot out a special light from their tails. They passed through the folded space and returned to the main battleship with a full load. Ryu Sinon frowned. They can actually break through space. The mine has been dug out. They're a bunch of F*King bandits. All the martial artists rushed to the mine. When they saw that the interior was empty, they were immediately enraged. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a series of explosions came from the sky. Everyone looked over in shock and saw groups of more powerful cultivators rushing over. There were as many as 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Some of them were from the Truth and Tao sects, but most of them were from the 10 great immortal sects. To be able to have absolute authority in the upper realm, the foundation and strength of the 10 ancient sects were still very strong. Go Sheng's previous idea of uniting the rogue cultivators and the various races to overthrow the heavenly monarch was simply wishful thinking. Elder Hu, the powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect, shouted, "Attack the battleships above!" The biggest problem now was that there was an endless stream of UAVs flying out from inside. Only by destroying them could they get rid of the source of the problem. Go! Swoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, thousands of powerhouses from the 10 major immortal sects flew into the sky. All kinds of energy converged, and the most exciting scene since the beginning of the battle erupted. Readers who do not have good mobile devices are advised to turn on the lowest settings to avoid crashing. Futile struggle. A contemptuous voice came from the main battleship. Crack! Crack! The attack systems of the 10 warships were all activated. All kinds of cannons and gun muzzles extended out and aimed at the thousands of experts who were attacking them, launching the fiercest firepower. Pung pung pung. Swish. Swish. All kinds of streamer missiles and streamer bullets rained down like a storm. Boom. Boom. Energy light flickered in the sky, and the dark environment was dyed white. The thousands of powerhouses who rushed up could not withstand the firepower at all. They could only form a defensive barrier in front of them and retreat step by step. In the collision between a high martial civilization and a technological civilization, as far as the current situation was concerned, just 10 giant battleships were enough to suppress them until they could not get close. The only fortunate thing was that the beam weapon that severely injured the peak of the truth-seeking realm was not used. It would either consume a lot of energy or require time to prepare a second time. The scene of the entire upper realm fighting against the foreign invaders was too costly, so the camera quickly turned to the Sect of all times. Although the 100 UAVs were destroyed, because the mechas had heavy firepower, it immediately attracted the attention of the invaders. They immediately deployed a few teams to launch another attack. The upper echelons and core disciples of the sect flew out one after another. The UAVs were very fast. Without the strength of Gu Xiaoxi, who could catch missiles with his bare hands, how could they fight? At this moment, one of the martial arts techniques finally came in handy. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang, Yi Xingqian, and the others guarded the sky above the sect. They kept waving their fingers, and streams of colorful light burst out. That was right. 7 profound sunglow break. The UAVs were very fast. Mid-range martial arts techniques, like the heaven-crossing palm print, could not hit them at all. Moreover, they were very cunning and would not foolishly fly over. Therefore, the long-range martial arts created by the 7 profound sage came in handy. Seeing that their senior brother had used it, the outer sect disciples followed suit. In an instant, the sect, under the protection of the Great Sect Protection Formation, was densely packed with colorful light beams. They intertwined into an inescapable net and blasted toward the few UAVs that were rushing over. Admittedly, the outer sect disciples were not strong and could not maximize the 7 profound sunglow break. However, there were 100,000 of them. They stood on the mountain peak in the martial arts arena and other areas. When they released their attacks together, the scale of the attack was very explosive. Other than its weakness, the special effects were not inferior to the outside world. Boom! Boom! The UAVs could not avoid the rain of bullets. Moreover, they were being taken care of from all directions. They could only explode on the spot or fall into the forest. Ding! 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 As the disciples attacked together, the notifications rang in Jun Changxiao's ears. The number gradually increased from 100 to 200, then 300. I've sinned. Here. Catch it. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw something to Xiao Ziji. The latter caught it and found that it was something like a rocket launcher. He said with a burning gaze, "A new weapon?" "That's right. A new weapon." Jun Changxiao bought it while refreshing the shop. It was called the enhanced version of the godly modified RPG rocket launcher. Its special effect was precise, split shot. "Patriarch," Xiao Ziji said, "is it using crystal cores as the energy source?" "No." Jun Changxiao continued to refresh the shop and replied, "Use real stones." "Understood." Xiao Ziji hurriedly took out dozens of real stones and connected them to the internal energy source. He instantly integrated them into the machine like how he would reload other guns. In the end, he used up 100 of them to form a shell. F*CK. This must be very powerful. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji put the rocket launcher on his shoulder and shouted, "Patriarch, who are you shooting at?" "Shoot whoever comes." "Okay." Xiao Ziji hurriedly calibrated the aiming instrument and locked onto the several batches of fighter jets that flew out from the main warship. He said coldly, "I'll send you to heaven." Pa! The trigger was pulled. Whoosh! The shell condensed from real stones suddenly erupted with a light curtain. It quickly drew a beautiful arc and blasted towards hundreds of unmanned fighter jets. Xiao Ziji was stunned. When he came into contact with this kind of weapon back then, he was sent flying by the recoil more than once. Now that he was using a new type, he actually did not feel any tremors. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an explosion spread over the Aeon Immortal Mountain. A huge, flaming mushroom cloud suddenly appeared, and the several batches of fighter jets that flew over were all annihilated. Too strong. Xiao Ziji was overjoyed. Boom! At the same time, an even more deafening explosion came from the sky. A giant warship at the outermost edge was cut in half and exploded on the spot. The rippling energy waves instantly spread across half of the upper realm. Damn it! Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart. Under the efforts of various powerhouses, an impenetrable warship was destroyed. However, it was not done by Gosheng, so the number of missions was always 0. Soul Bomb, my brother, hurry up and come out. If they are all killed, I will use the Soul Bomb to complete the mission. Chapter 1539. The destruction of the outermost warship greatly encouraged the upper realm martial artists. They realized that although this thing had strong defense and firepower, it was not indestructible. Go! The powerhouses of the 10 immortal sects shouted. Under their lead, the major sects and itinerant cultivators took advantage of the situation and locked onto the second warship, gathering their energy to suppress it. These martial artists and forces might be enemies or they might have grudges, but when their home was invaded, They truly united against the enemy. Boom! Boom! All kinds of energy exploded in midair, and all kinds of light beams and drones shuttled around. In such a chaotic battle, there were bound to be sacrifices. Therefore, corpses and machine parts could be seen falling from the sky. Damn it! In the main warship, the young man sitting at the head of the table was furious. As the commander of the third fleet of the astral soul realm, he had never been defeated in hundreds of battles in the vast universe. Now, one of his warships was destroyed here. Captain, a subordinate sitting in front of a light screen similar to a formation, said, "The analysis is out. This place is from the upper realm and has reached quasi-second class." Quasi-second class? The young man realized. No wonder it's so strong. "Captain," the subordinate in front of the light screen said, "according to the astral spiritual nexus, there are powerhouses with combat strength over 10,000 in this world." What? After hearing the report, the young man's expression changed instantly. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" Yes, the subordinate immediately notified the other 8 warships to retreat. Judging from the tone and atmosphere, it seemed to be very urgent. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao was so anxious that his boat was about to catch fire. He thought that it would be difficult for the upper realm to deal with these invaders, and that he would have to rely on himself to save the world. However, a warship was destroyed so quickly. No, he had to hurry. If they took care of it in advance, how could he complete the epic mission? Because of the fixed number of times given by the VIP, Jun Changshao kept refreshing. He even took a cursory look and immediately replaced the soul bomb. He had missed out on many recipes and equipment. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "the warships are moving." Jun Changshao raised his head in a hurry, only to see that the 9 warships were suppressing the experts who were coming at them with firepower while they turned around to face the enormous swirl. The drones that were scattered in the sky were returning one after another, as if they were preparing to slip away. *CK. Are they trying to run away? The system said, based on the current situation, although these battleships will cause serious damage to the upper realm, the price to pay is that they will inevitably be wiped out. Therefore, retreating is a very wise choice. Damn it! Jun Changshao cursed loudly. The number of drones shot down was far less than 10,000, especially since none of the targets had been met. If they were allowed to escape, he would not be able to complete the epic mission. Wouldn't he be stuck in the realm forever? Because the battleship had the intention of retreating, the drones that were originally planning to attack the sect of all times all retreated. Hoo-hoo! Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others breathed rapidly as a faint smile appeared on their faces. The battle with the drones did not last long, but he was able to unleash the 7 profound sunglow break without restraint. The entire process was carefree and unrestrained. That was a good fight. Su Xiaoma grinned. It's never been this crazy. Fighting the drones this time was also a valuable growth experience for the disciples of the sect. At the same time, they were more aware of the power of the 7 profound sunglow break. At this time, the martial artists of the upper realm realized that the battleship was retreating, so they were all filled with joy. However, only Gu Xiaoxi's frown deepened. The appearance of the huge whirlpool and the battleship made the uneasiness in his heart particularly strong. Now that the enemy was planning to retreat, it should have subsided, but instead it became more intense. Could it be? Gu Xiaoxi was shocked. These foreign invaders still have reinforcements. Is the upper realm going to face an even greater crisis? Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, the 9 battleships that had turned around shot out billowing energy from their tails and headed toward the whirlpool. The 10 great immortal sects, Jinren Tonggu, and the other rogue cultivators did not chase after them. This was because when the enemy retreated, their firepower was still at full strength and was even more ferocious than before. The upper realm. A young man's gloomy voice came from the main battleship. "I'll be back." After destroying one of his battleships, he would definitely not let it go. All the powerhouses frowned. This kind of strange battleship that suddenly appeared had extremely strong power without sending out any martial artists. If it came back and brought more people, it would really be a huge crisis. Idiot! At this moment, vulgar words came from the sect of all times. Everyone released their thoughts and looked over in shock. They saw Jun Changshao standing on the highest mountain, holding an object and saying, "You come and go as you please. Have you asked for my permission?" Jinren Tonggu's expression became interesting. These invaders were defeated by the joint forces of the 10 great immortal sects and the others, and this disciple just jumped out and shouted, "It's a little shameless. Kid!" A voice came from the main battleship. "These mechs of yours are a little interesting. The next time I come, I'll study them carefully." "I'm sorry." Jun Changshao picked up the newly bought rocket launcher and said, "There won't be a next time for you and your fleet." Pa! He pressed the button. Boom! In an instant, a cannonball with a stream of light behind it burst out, but it did not attack the battleship. Instead, it flew to an area higher than the battleship and then fell vertically. In the process, it instantly disintegrated and turned into small cannonballs. The camera suddenly stopped. The words "Precise Division Lock Shot" filled the entire screen. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. The cannonballs instantly exploded on the main battleship like rain. For a moment, explosions and fireballs rose frequently, but it did not do anything. The new and improved RPG rocket launcher could be used to blow up drones, but it would definitely be like a mosquito bite when used to blow up a steel battleship that even a peak truth-seeking state could not shake. "Kid," the young man sneered and said, "your weapon is not bad. Wait for me." "Captain," one of his subordinates said, "someone is rushing up." On a similar barrier, Gu Zhaoxi turned into a stream of light and was approaching the main battleship alone. There was a determined look on his face. "TSK," the young man said disdainfully, "you're courting death." If it was a group of upper realm powerhouses coming from behind, he might be afraid, but it was only one person, and according to the data analysis of the light screen, his combat power was less than 1,000. He could be classified as a fly. "Destroy him," the young man ordered. "Quickly evacuate this place." "Yes." "Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka." All the weapons of the main battleship and several auxiliary battleships were aimed at Gu Zhaoxi, who was flying up. The latter burst out his true spirit power and turned it into a big hand. He roared, "Since ancient times, who has not died? Leave a loyal heart to me." "Brother." Standing on the mountain peak, Jun Changshao put down the rocket launcher, saluted, and said, "Take care!" Swish, swish. Drizzle Peak, where Cavalry Peak, Medical Peak, Formation Peak, and other halls of the sect of all times, 100,000 disciples all raised their heads and saluted Gu Zhaoxi with the highest standard of military salute. "Masters Junior, have a safe journey." His deep voice shook the sky. Vaguely, it was as if Gu Zhaoxi turned around and looked at the sect of all times with a bright smile on his face. "Dongfeng Express, the mission will be accomplished." Boom! Accompanied by an inspiring roar, the entire upper realm was instantly shrouded in a scorching white light. The violent energy whistled and swept across, shaking the space into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ding! Shot down 12 shuttle battleships. Ding! Shot down 32 shuttle battleships. Ding! Shot down 92 shuttle battleships. Ding! We shot down 359,111,0000 drones. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Chapter 1540. What was a big explosion? Today, Jinren Tonggu and the other itinerant cultivators and the major immortal sects had all witnessed it with their own eyes. To be exact, they had witnessed it in a very embarrassing manner. because the moment the mushroom cloud that covered half of the sky rose, they were all sent flying by the violent energy without exception. Thump, 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 thump. One by one, the peak truth-seeking realm cultivators staggered to the ground, their eyes filled with shock. The core of the explosion was high up in the sky, closest to the vortex. Even they were affected. If they were closer, wouldn't they die on the spot? Thinking of this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. The terrifying explosion and the subsequent chain of explosions lasted for a long time. The surrounding space could be seen shattering like a spider web. Everyone knew that this was only the area affected by the energy. The explosion range must be even more terrifying. The earth-shattering explosion was unforgettable. Sect of all times. The aftermath of the explosion was not over, and Jun Changshao did not put down his saluting hand. That's right. Just as the 9 warships were about to escape, he finally refreshed the soul bomb. According to the introduction, it came from the main mission of the Sect Ascension. It was expensive in terms of price. 1 million contribution points and 1,000 reputation points. The enemy was about to escape, so Jun Changshao bought it without any hesitation. At this time, as long as he could get rid of the warships and complete the epic mission, it didn't matter even if he went bankrupt. But there was a problem. How should he throw the bomb after buying it? Jun Changshao had seen the power of the soul bomb when blowing up the Starry Sky Fortress. Since he used this kind of nuclear weapon, he had to make it explode at a close distance. Otherwise, it would easily affect the sect. Brother. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxi frowned and said, I feel uneasy. Got it. Brother had the spirit of reincarnation. Every time he died, he would become stronger. There should be no problem for him to take the bomb and detonate it. Brother. Jun Changshao said seriously, there's a very great and important thing for you to do. Great? Important? Gu Xiaoxi was stunned and said, what is it? Swish. Jun Changshao put the soul bomb in his hand and pointed at the warship that had been activated. I'll cover you. You're responsible for throwing this thing over. That simple. It's that simple. All right. Gu Xiaoxi set up the soul bomb and was about to fly to the warship. Brother. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's voice came from behind him. The thing you're holding has blown up a cosmic fortress before. Jie. Gu Xiaoxi stopped in his tracks, the expression on his face becoming interesting. After the second round of torture, he had regained all his memories of the lower universe. Therefore, he knew what his brother meant. Once he went there, it would be difficult for him to come back. Brother. Gu Xiaoxi did not turn around. Can I not go? You don't have to go. Even if he had the spirit of samsara and could be resurrected after death, Jun Changshao wouldn't force him. This was because the 10 great immortal sects didn't have the right to determine good and evil, and he also didn't have the right to deprive others of their lives, especially his own life-and-death brother. Phew! Gu Xiaoxi took a deep breath and said, that girl Menjing has the innate sacred demon body. The 10 great immortal sects will eventually make things difficult for her. If the sacrifice of one person in exchange for the peace of her and the sect, I, Gu Xiaoxi, will not shirk my responsibility. Swish. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He took the rocket launcher and mounted it on the mountain peak. Brother will escort you. Martial uncle. All the disciples looked at the back view of that righteous man, and tears welled up in their eyes. Pa. Gu Xiaoxi lowered his head, lit a cigar, and took a puff. I've been very happy these days because I got to know you lovely martial nephews. Boom. The God-modified rocket launcher's special effect shell was fired. Gu Xiaoxi didn't have time to take a second puff. He threw the cigar on the ground and flew up without hesitation. Although the process was fast, the camera was moving very slowly. It was so slow that the mask on his face gradually fell off, revealing his original appearance. The life was Gu Xiaoxi. The death was Gu Xiaoxi. Whoosh! The great ray of light flew out of the sect of all times and rushed toward the 9 battleships with determination. It's him. A warden from the Realm Hall frowned. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect asked, "Who?" "The traitor," the warden said with difficulty. "Gu Xiaoxi." "What?" The powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects were stunned. Even the rogue cultivators like Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were dumbfounded. The little guy who wore the Sect of All Times uniform was the traitor who had been going against the Realm Hall all this while. Since they didn't recognize him at first, why did he suddenly reveal his original appearance and rush toward the 9 battleships alone? Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to die and reincarnate to become stronger? Fortunately, Gu Xiaoxi didn't know what the powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects were thinking. Otherwise, he would have left and yelled, "I'm not doing this anymore. Whoever wants to do it can do it." Boom! When the soul bomb exploded completely and a huge mushroom cloud covered half of the upper realm, the powerhouses who had been suspicious finally understood that the traitor and the invader had perished together. "Hero!" Jinren Tonggu said in admiration. "Great hero! Sacrificing oneself for the greater good." Masato Kitano said, "I'll always remember the selfless and fearless spirit." These 2 brothers were deliberately exaggerating their emotions so that the other martial artists would remember that Gu Xiaoxi was the one who had perished together with the enemy. He was from the Sect of All Times. As expected, many rogue cultivators and martial artists looked at him with respect. They knew that the traitor Gu Xiaoxi had the spirit of reincarnation and could be resurrected after death. However, he should be respected for sacrificing himself at this critical moment. Inform Clan Master Shen. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect said seriously, "Remove Gu Xiaoxi's identity as a traitor." "This," the deacon said hesitantly, "this person has a vile nature. He might continue to commit crimes after being resurrected." "We'll talk about the future in the future. Right now, he's a hero." "Understood." The energy and light from the explosions gradually dissipated. A huge crater appeared in the sky. The 9 invading battleships were also confirmed to have been completely annihilated from the notifications. Gu Xiaoxi, on the main peak's martial arts field, an unfinished cigar was still burning. Jun Changshao landed and picked up. Then he sat cross-legged on the stone slab and took a deep puff. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in agony. Even if the notification of completing the epic mission sounded in his ears, even if the completion rate was 600%, even if the rewards were generous, even if his realm had broken through from the 7th transformation to the peak, Doryman would definitely use this chance to slander Goshang, but he chose to remain silent and not defend himself. Because being able to complete the mission and break through consecutively was indeed built on Gu Xiaoxi's sacrifice. Selfish. I'm too selfish. The crater in the sky was destined to take time to repair, but the pain in Jun Changshao's heart could not be erased, unless Gu Xiaoxi was reborn and came to the Sect of All Times again. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma's eyes were red as he choked with sobs. Let's hold a glorious funeral for Martial Uncle. He was already wearing mourning clothes. All the disciples of the Sect of All Times were wearing mourning clothes. The system could not help but roar. When the F***CK, did you wear this? P.S. I wrote this very seriously, and it finally fits the serious label. Everyone don't laugh. Burn incense for Gu Xiaoxi. Chapter 1541. Gu Xiaoxi was dead again. Unlike the past, his death this time was not only for the Sect of All Times, but also for Jun Changshao, allowing him to reach the peak from rank 7. That was right. He had advanced 3 levels in a row. Although Yao Menjing's breakthrough was fierce, it was still due to the fusion of physiques, so there was at least some scientific basis. On the other hand, this guy was completely crazy. Sigh. Forget it. After all, he did not feel good about Gu Xiaoxi's death. Li Qingyang and the others began to move. First, They considered where to set up the morning hall. Senior brother. Lu Wancher choked. Let's choose the Spirit Beast Hall. I think that's fine. No problem. Thus, the Purple King sat in the stone pavilion far away, panting with rage. He watched as they removed the word beast from the Spirit Beast Hall. A perfectly good hall turned into a morning hall in an instant. As Gu Zhaoxi's death was too tragic, not even a corpse was left behind. Thus, the disciples could only place the former's clothes in the coffin. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano landed, and cupped their fists at the morning hall with solemn expressions. Little friend Gu, rest in peace. Various itinerant cultivators and martial artists also flew over, silently offering their condolences with admiration. The powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects also came. At this moment, the conflict between them and the sect of all times was temporarily put aside with Gu Zhaoxi's death. It was unknown whether the successor of the physique would become a scourge in the future, but the fact was that the sect of all times had eliminated the invaders and made a great contribution to the upper realm. Heroes, they should be respected and paid their respects. Everyone, outside the hall, the dazed Jun Changshao raised his head and said, "Don't you plan to offer some silk?" Everyone's mouth twitched. Go. The powerhouse of the Ling Tian celestial sect said, "We must offer silk." After he finished speaking, he directly took out 10,000 true stones to show his respect for Gu Zhaoxi. Since the elders of the immortal sects had already given gifts, the martial artists of the other sects could only follow suit. Thus, after some calculations, they had obtained 5 million profound stones and 200,000 true stones. Everyone. Jun Changshao said, "Our sect's elder died for the sake of the common people of the world. Soon, a grand funeral will be held. I hope that more people will come to attend." The system was speechless. They're trying to squeeze every last bit of value out of Gu Zhaoxi after his death. Rest assured, Jun Patriarch, the powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect, said, "I've already sent a message to the Jie Hall. On the day of his burial, all the major sects will come to pay their respects." Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and thought, "Brother, I'll hold a grand funeral for you so that everyone will remember you. You can reincarnate in peace." Wow. In a remote mountain village, the sound of a baby crying broke the silence. "It's born. I'm a father. I'm a father." A middle-aged man with patches on his body was excitedly pacing back and forth in front of the central room. He lost control of his emotions and tripped over himself. At this time, the midwife walked out of the room with a baby in her arms. She smiled and said, "It's a son." "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man stood up and laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. "My Gu family has a descendant. My Gu family has a descendant. Wow. Wow." The baby in the swaddling clothes cried loudly and roared in his heart. "The way I reincarnated was wrong. I reincarnated into a poor family." A newborn baby that had just been born actually had an extremely clear and independent mind. This was really, that's right. He was Gu Zhaoxi who had just died. The power of the soul bomb did not need to be described. Even if one had a reincarnation spirit, they would die very steadily. There was no chance of survival, so they reincarnated again. Unlike Yi Xingqin's soul possession, Gu Zhaoxi had to reincarnate every time he died. If he was lucky, he would reincarnate into a rich family. If he was unlucky, he would reincarnate into an ordinary family. It was very unfortunate. This reincarnation was a little bad. He was reincarnated into a poor family. Forget it, forget it, Gu Zhaoxi said to himself. It doesn't matter if the environment is good or bad. After more than 10 years, I will be a good man again. Wait, how did he die in his previous life? Why can't I remember? Gu Zhaoxi remembered his name and many things, but he forgot the most important memory. It was very normal. This was the after effect of reincarnation. If he was treated as long as he met Jun Changshao again and was beaten up by Arya in Tianyuan prison pagoda. He would definitely recover his memory immediately. His legs would not hurt, his waist would not ache, and he would be able to ascend to the heavens in one breath. Husband Gu. In the bedroom, the weak woman said, "Have you thought of a name?" Yes. The middle-aged man with the surname Gu smiled and said, "Let's call him Gu Go Wa." Wa. Gu Xiaoxi cried. Although it was an instinctive reaction caused by hunger, the name Go Wa sounded like it could compete with Go Sheng. Wait, who was Go Sheng? Wa Wa. Gu Xiaoxi couldn't remember, so he could only cry harder. At night, the morning hall was brightly lit. Swish! Jun Changshao sat down with 2 jars of wine, gently opened the mud seal, looked at the coffin placed in front of him, and said, "Brother, if you haven't crossed the bridge of helplessness and drunk Grandma Ming's soup, I will drink with you." Gulp, gulp. The drunken dream was originally very delicious, but it was particularly spicy and bitter in his mouth. Drinking depended on his mood. If he was in a good mood, 1,000 cups were not enough to drink with a bosom friend. If he was in a bad mood, he drank it like horse urine. Because of him, Gu Xiaoxi died. Jun Changxiao's mood could be imagined. So after just a sip, he felt drunk, and the heartache became stronger. "Brother, I'm too selfish." Jun Changxiao continued to drink as he spoke. The wine flowed along his cheeks, and no one knew if it was mixed with tears. "Don't drink anymore." Rows of flowers came in from outside, pressed down on the wine jar that he was about to raise, and said, "You'll get drunk if you drink any more." "I hope you're drunk." Jun Changxiao pushed her hand away and said, "I hope that when I wake up, nothing happened." Rows of flowers said, "You're running away." "Brother died twice, all because of me." Jun Changxiao pointed to his chest and said, "Do you know how much my heart hurts?" Rows of flowers took the wine jar and said, "Gu Xiaoxi has the spirit of reincarnation. Every time he dies, he will become stronger. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Give me the wine." "No." "You." Jun Changxiao stood up, his eyes flashing with anger. The next second, the alcohol went to his head, and he suddenly collapsed in rows of flowers' arms like mud. This angle was very tricky. If she didn't know Go Sheng's character, she would have suspected that it was intentional. Rows of flowers helped him wipe the wine stains on his cheeks and murmured, "What should happen will happen. Even if you let your brother do it again, he will choose to sacrifice himself to help you." In the small mountain village, on the 3rd day of Gu Xiaoxi's birth, he was held in his mother's arms. "Wife." Father carried a slightly rusty axe on his back and said with a smile, "I'll go to the mountain to hunt some prey for you to nourish your body." Gu Xiaoxi secretly said, "My father won't die in the hands of wild beasts, will he?" He lost his father when he was young, lost his mother when he was young, and even lost both his parents. He had been reborn many times and had experienced many things. Who? Suddenly, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and warships emerged. Because he happened to look at the sky, Gu Xiaoxi immediately saw it and said in his heart, "Why are these strange warships so familiar?" "Creatures of this world, listen to me." A loud voice came from the main warship. "I'll give you 3 days to give all your resources." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, several streams of light suddenly flashed in the sky. When everything calmed down, several warships that stood proudly in the sky like mountains suddenly showed cracks, and then were directly cut in half. Gu Xiaoxi's small eyes widened, because within his sight his father was holding a wood-splitting axe, standing in the air, and said coldly, "Don't wake my son up." "Hello, everyone. My name is Gu Xiaoxi." Although he had been reborn many times, this was the only time he panicked the most, because his father, who seemed to dote on him and was honest and poor, was actually an awesome powerhouse. Reincarnation is a skill, and this time I was right. Chapter 1542. Gu Goa, who was just born, would never forget the scene of his father holding a chopping axe and instantly chopping down several huge warships. Then, what he could not forget was his mother flying up with him in her arms and kicking his father away, reprimanding him. "Can't you be gentler? Look, our son was woken up by you." All right, my mother is not an ordinary person either. Wife. Father Gu landed on the ground and said nervously, "Don't use martial arts during confinement. It will be troublesome if you fall ill." "I'm sick, you treat me." Mother Gu rolled her eyes and then floated down, gently patting her son in her arms, a kind smile appearing on her face. This kind of confinement illness is the most troublesome. Although I have miraculous medical skills, I may not be able to treat it. Father Gu said with a bitter face, "What? My father even knows about medicine?" In the following days, Gu Xiaoxi learned from the couple's conversation that his father's name was Gu Tianqing, martial arts and art were unfathomable. People gave him the nickname Gu Erju. Mother was even more amazing. People gave her the nickname Fairy Failing. As for how strong she was, Gu Xiaoxi did not know. He only knew that his father was obedient to her. Because the two of them were tired of the matters of the Jianghu, they lived in seclusion in this remote mountain village and worked hard to carry on the family line. Ordinary people had no problems with reproduction, but the higher the realm and age of martial artists, the more difficult it was, because they could easily live for thousands of years, a child in 2 or 3 years. The consequences were unimaginable. So, the law of heaven made its move. It was not impossible to pursue the ultimate martial arts, but you had to lose a part of it, and this part was carrying on the family line. In short, the higher the realm, the more risk there was of not having any descendants. Why were the Taixian old man and Jinren Tonggu still single? Because they were in love and married. If it was not to carry on the family line, what was the point? Fortunately, Father Gu was good at medicine. After unremitting efforts, he finally had a son in his old age, continuing the family line. The couple hoped for the arrival of their son. They must be holding him in their hands, afraid that he would be cut off, so they doted on him to the extreme. "Son." One day, Father Gu held a bowl of hot milk and said, "This is the milk of the Ju Long Jiao." Father searched for half a day before finally finding it. "You must drink it all." Gulp, gulp. Although Gua Gu was just born a few days ago, he was very sensible. He gulped down the bowl in big gulps. Because he could not speak, he would probably say, "Refill another bowl." That night, he had a high fever and his body temperature was in the 40s. Mrs. Gu immediately panicked. She picked up a stick and gave Mr. Gu a good beating. She roared, "Did you give your son poison during the day?" "Wife, don't be anxious." Mr. Gu knelt on the ground and said, seriously, "The 9-dragon flood dragon's milk has the effect of cleansing the marrow and bones. It's currently improving Gua's physique." Kikik. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxi laughed. Indeed, the young meridians and flesh in his body were gradually sublimating under the high fever. It felt as if he had been reborn, and he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Our son smiled. Mr. and Mrs. Gu came over, their faces full of happiness. In the days to come, Gua Gu's father was often abused by his mother's family. The reason was to amuse their son. A few more days passed. Mr. Gu brought back many medicinal herbs from the mountain. "Husband, why did you prepare so many medicinal herbs?" "I'm making a medicinal bath for our son. Starting from infancy, he'll strengthen his body." Therefore, Gu Xiaoxi, who was just 6 or 7 days old, began to strengthen his body after cleansing the marrow and bones. The speed of his martial arts progress was the fastest among all reincarnations. He would even drool happily every time he slept. With such a father, there was no need to worry about not being strong in the future. However, in later contact, he realized a problem. He didn't seem to have reincarnated in the upper realm this time, but in another world. That's not right. Every time he was reincarnated, he would accurately arrive in the upper realm. Why did he change the location this time? Gu Xiaoxi didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he was reincarnated into a good family, and his parents loved him very much. His future was definitely bright. However, he kept thinking late at night. Who was Gosheng? Why did he suddenly think of this name? Sect of all times. On the 7th day after Gu Zhaoxi left, a grand funeral was held. The powerhouses represented by the 10 great celestial sects stood in front of the mausoleum with their heads lowered. The tombstone was engraved with the words "Tomb of Elder Gu Zhaoxi of the Sect of all times," and a photo taken by Li Tiantian hung on it. This time, many martial artists came to pay their condolences. The Sect of all times earned tens of millions of magnetite. After the funeral ended, the various forces left. Jun Changshao sat in front of the tombstone and poured a bowl full of wine. He muttered to himself, "Brother, you died for the sake of the world this time. It's a meritorious deed. You'll definitely be reincarnated into a good family in your next life." Why did he say that? Because when he was drinking with Gu Zhaoxi, they talked about how he had never met a good family every time he reincarnated. As a brother of life and death, Jun Changshao naturally hoped that his brother would meet good parents this time. Creak! The next day, Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked out energetically. Then he took a deep breath of fresh air. Gu Zhaoxi's death made him feel guilty for a long time. But since he was alive, he could not always be immersed in sorrow. He had to look at the future. On the training field, dynamic music rang out. Jun Changshao held the microphone and shook his head from time to time. Sometimes he leaned toward the camera, squatted down, and gestured with his hands. He gave an impromptu speech. Under his lead, the disciples did their morning exercises while foaming at the mouth. There was no longer any sadness on their faces. The system complained the difference between not passing the first 7 days and passing the first 7 days is like heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After the morning exercises, Jun Changxiao's unrestrained laughter came from the main hall. After walking out of his sorrow, he looked at the energy in his body and felt that he was at the peak of the revolving core realm. He could no longer control his emotions. The increase in realm was secondary. The best thing was that because the completion rate of Epic Mission 5 was 600%, he was rewarded with 10 million contribution points. Awesome. Too awesome. The mission reward was also very generous. All in all, because of the 600% completion rate, the benefits he received were definitely the best among all the epic missions. Wait a minute. Why is there 2,000 reputation points? Jun Changshao opened the system interface and found that his reputation points, which should have been 0, were now at 2,000 points. The system said, Gu Zhaoxi blew up the invading warship and was remembered by the world. Therefore, the sect of all times received the corresponding reputation points. I see. Jun Changxiao's expression instantly became serious. He thought to himself, "Brother, your death was glorious and worthy." How should he spend the 10 million contribution points? Very simple. Upgrade the disciple store. Jun Changxiao had this thought for a long time. Unfortunately, the 3 points had been emptied and he had to use them again and again. It was hard to gather enough contribution points. Schwa. He opened the system interface and was about to upgrade the disciple store. Patriarch. Outside, Xiao Ziji shouted. A junior brother found an intact warship in the mountains. Chapter 1543. The disciples of the sect of all times recovered from the grief of their master's death and began to clean up the battlefield. After all, most of the wreckage of the fighter jets landed in the mountains. If they were not cleaned up together, it would easily cause environmental pollution. The order was given by Jun Changxiao. In fact, the other purpose of cleaning up the wreckage was to see if the Honorable Taishian could study it and find a way to make it. He was sure that there was no such thing as pure technology in the world of martial arts. The existence of warships and drones might be due to the fact that they had more advanced knowledge of formations. As expected, the intact drone that Ren Shan found was carried to the Hall of Formations. The Taishian and Zhandejuan carefully analyzed it and confirmed that there was a special formation inside, similar to the driving mechanism of Diablo. Honorable Master, Jun Changshao asked, "Can you crack it?" The Taishian remained silent for a while, then said, "I'm afraid it'll take some time." The drone crashed due to a collision. Although there was a complete formation system inside, it was completely different from the concept he came into contact with. "It's fine." Jun Changshao said, "Take it slow. This kind of technical work could not be done in one go." "Of course." Jun Changshao added, "It would be best if we could find out the principle behind why it's uncontrollable." The drone was very fast, but Gosheng was not interested. After all, it was not comparable to Diablo in terms of combat power. The only valuable thing was the drone. To put it bluntly, even if he mastered the core technology of manufacturing, Jun Changshao would not consider mass production. If he had the ability to do so, he might as well build a group of mechs that could fight and fly. Therefore, there was no need to worry. Gosheng would not be biased toward the upper realm and evolve from a world of martial arts to a world of technology. "We even have mechs," the system roared. "Are we not biased enough?" The Sect of all times was cleaning up the battlefield, and so were the martial artists from the upper realm. The warships had only invaded for a short period of time, and not many veins had been dug away. However, the damage to the ground and the environment was great. In particular, under the joint efforts of various experts, although they successfully destroyed a battleship, the price they paid was the sacrifice of dozens of truth-seeking realm cultivators and hundreds of core transformation realm cultivators. Putting aside the fact that Jun Changshao had blown up 9 battleships at the last moment, the world of martial arts and the world of science and technology were clearly at a disadvantage. This was all thanks to the summons issued by the 10 great celestial sects. All the major sects had been dispatched in advance. If they had come unexpectedly and the upper realm was not prepared, they would have definitely paid a greater price and suffered greater losses. Who should he thank? Many people immediately thought of thanking Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi. In fact, the first one to thank was the demon ancestor. If he hadn't deliberately spread the news, the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't have sent out their top forces, and the major races wouldn't have left their homes. Therefore, initially he had intended to cause trouble for the Sect of all times, but in the end he ended up doing the upper realm a huge favor. For a bad person to reach the fiend ancestor's level, he could be considered a good person. Of course, at this moment after he learned about the invasion, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He had spread the news about the Constitution to kill that girl and make the Sect of all times history. In the end, the tables had turned. One of the sect's elders had sacrificed himself for justice and made the Sect the savior of the world. "My lord," the black-robed old man said helplessly, "the 10 great immortal sects and various other sects have all attended the funeral of the Sect of all times elder. It seems that they're shaking hands and making peace." Uft. Hearing this, the demon ancestor vomited blood. He didn't bring any fatal trouble to that fellow. Instead, he made friends with the 10 great immortal sects. This was really unacceptable. Don't worry. This time, Jun Changshao stood with the immortal sects in the face of the invaders. However, after this incident, he would definitely not forget their unyielding attitude of wanting to kill his disciple. Resentment. He would remember it. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao sat in the study and started thinking. The appearance of Sherwu's mission not only gave him a generous reward, but it also revealed a lot of valuable information. For example, the 10 battleships that suddenly appeared came from the Star Spirit realm, numbered as the 3rd fleet. This definitely meant that there were also the 1st and 2nd fleets. They should be similar to the Interstellar Seafarer King, an organization that lives by robbing other planes all year round. The system said. Jun Changshao said, "Perhaps this so-called Star Spirit realm is actually a plane that lives by robbing others." Or perhaps they have such a high level of technology that they can travel across the universe and do whatever they want. If that's the case, the system asked, will they make a comeback? Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, that's what I'm most worried about, since the Third Fleet could come. If the Star Spirit Realm knew about it, they would definitely send another battleship for revenge. Jun Changshao cursed and thought to himself, I'm not the ruler of the upper realm. What am I worrying about? He relied on soul bombs to blow up the 9 battleships. He definitely didn't think that if the enemy made a comeback, he would still be able to save the world. Not to mention, this was something that the top combatants of the 10 great immortal sects and other sects were most concerned about. As a rebirth realm cultivator, he didn't have the ability to do anything. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu came in with a bowl of fried rice, eating as he spoke. I've just received notice from the 10 great immortal sects. In half a month, they will be holding a meeting in Holy City to discuss the recent invasion of the battleships. Jun Changshao wasn't surprised. If even someone of his level was considering whether or not the invaders would make a comeback, then the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't have the right to control the upper realm. At that time, Jinren Tonggu said, Master will take you there. All right. Jun Changshao didn't refuse. After all, if he went to this kind of top combatant meeting as a lowly patriarch, he might have a chance to show off and make the author hit the word count. Let's meet at the Extreme Cultivation Cave dwelling in 10 days. Master will be leaving first. As soon as Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano left the sect of all times, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others also came to say goodbye. The sect was in trouble, so they came. Now that the danger was over, it was time for them to return to their respective territories and continue cultivating. Go, Jun Changshao urged. Bring more fried rice before you leave. Lu Wancher said. Patriarch, before Senior Tonggu and Senior Qi left, they packed 1,000 plates of fried rice. I'm afraid it's too late to prepare now. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. It's bad enough that my master and his good friend are staying in the sect of all times for a few days to freeload, but they even packed so much fried rice before leaving. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others left under the patriarchs and their fellow sect members' send-off. Patriarch. Jun Changshao was about to return to his residence when Zhan Dijuan's excited voice rang in his ears. It's cracked! The drone has been cracked! Swoosh! The scene changed and they appeared outside the formation hall. At this moment, the tightly shut drone's cabin had been opened, and there was space for 2 or 3 people inside, surrounded by strange patterns and a radar-like device. Beep, beep, beep. A rhythmic sound was heard frequently. Kid. The Taishan old man pointed at the cockpit and said irritably, This thing keeps beeping. It's really giving me a headache. Jun Changshao walked over and carefully observed, then suddenly frowned. This should be some kind of communication device for convenient communication. Bang! He raised the Desert Eagle and smashed the walkie-talkie. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. After a short burst of sparks, the beeping sound stopped. Master. Jun Changshao looked around and said, Carefully study the internal formation structure of this drone. Maybe you can master the drone technology. The Taishan old man almost cursed out loud. You suddenly destroyed the device. What if you destroyed the internal structure? How the hell am I supposed to study it? As a technical geek, after seeing the complete drone, he immediately fell in love, even to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep to study it, which was why he was able to open the cabin door in such a short time. Chapter 1544. The old man from Taishan had already become obsessed with the study of the unmanned aircraft. After that, he put all his focus on it and even stopped eating. The main reason was that the internal structure of the formation was too special. It was completely different from what he had learned before. It made him feel as if he was immersed in a sea of knowledge. If he could completely understand it, he would definitely benefit a lot. Of course, studying alone would definitely be slow, Therefore, Zhen Dejuan and Shang Guanxingyao were also in charge of assisting. 3 stooges were better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Finally, when Jun Changshao was about to set off for the extreme cave abode, the old man from Taixien successfully mastered the entire driver program. Buzz! In an instant, the fighter jet lit up. Kid! The old man from Taixien said proudly, "How is it?" Jun Changshao walked in and saw all kinds of complicated instruments in operation. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Master is really amazing. You cracked it in such a short time." "What a pity." The old man from Taixien shook his head and said, "I can only activate it, but I can't control it." He had only mastered the method of activating the fighter jet, but he couldn't control it and fight. As for the study of the formation, he needed time to crack it. Not bad. Jun Changshao stopped in the cockpit, and his expression suddenly became serious. After the fighter jet was activated, the radar-like screen gradually gathered a vast starry sky pattern, and there were obvious light spots that seemed to indicate the current location of the fighter jet. Could it be the universe, where the upper realm is located? To be precise, the system said, it's a map of the stars. Jun Changshao sat down and carefully observed the situation. He pointed at the light spot and said, "This is where the upper realm is located." Buzz! Because it touched the light screen, the image instantly shrank, showing a structure similar to a continent. "Damn!" Jun Changshao said in surprise. "There's a magnification function." He was just guessing just now, but now he was absolutely sure. Because according to the magnified image, the area where the light spot was indeed consistent with the environmental characteristics of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Swish! It was as if Jun Changshao was playing with a tablet. He placed 2 of his fingers on the screen and made a small gesture. The map immediately entered a long-range view until it was completely shrunk. The images were displayed one by one with many words, such as Songhai series and Qinyuan series. Understood. The system said the universe where the upper realm is located is very big, and it is divided into many galaxies. Jun Changshao could understand it. Furthermore, he deduced from the flickering of the fixed light spots. Judging from the current positioning, the upper realm belongs to the C system. That's right, the system replied. TSK, TSK. Jun Changshao said in surprise. Although there are no distance labels, from the degree of reduction, the distance between each star system is extremely far. Without advanced flight technology, you can forget about going to other galaxies for the rest of your life. The system said, "Buzz, buzz." At this moment, the upper left corner of the miniaturized space map flashed, and a voice sounded. "This is the Star Soul World Mothership Headquarters, 3rd Fleet. Please respond quickly if you hear this. Please respond quickly if you hear this." The Taixien old man and Zhen Dejuan were shocked. Jun Changshao was not only very calm but also frowned. The area where the light flashed must be the source of the signal. Based on the map, it was thousands of miles away. To be able to send a message over, the level of technology was quite amazing. Schwa! Tapping on the upper left corner, it quickly enlarged. Soon, a landform larger than the upper realm appeared, and the words Star Soul World were written on it. Jun Changshao said, "So this is the Star Soul World. It's very far from the upper realm." The system said, "How did they find it?" Jun Changshao continued to shrink the space map and explore other star systems. In the end, he found that many places were dark, so he was puzzled. This space map is incomplete. It's not loaded into the planes of other star systems. The host can try to see if there are other planes in the linear distance between the Star Soul World and the upper realm. The system said, "Okay." Jun Changshao shrank the map and then carefully searched. Some areas had and some did not. This made him gradually realize a problem, and that's right. The system said, "It's not that the space map is incomplete, but that many star systems have not been explored, so it can't provide detailed topographic data." Jun Changshao fell into silence. He remembered the voice from the main battleship mentioning the name shuttle. Could it be that the other party did not control all the star systems and was in a state of unknown star exploration, so it accidentally appeared in the upper realm? Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a strange noise came from the map again. Jun Changshao looked down and found that a few streaks of light had appeared out of nowhere in the Starsol world, slowly moving downwards like ants. Shit! They couldn't have sent someone to find us, right? Should be. What made Jun Changshao happy was that from the shrinking map, the speed of the streaks of light was too slow, so it would take a long time to reach the upper realm. The system said, at the current speed, it will take 3 years to reach the upper realm. So fast? Jun Changshao was stunned. Although he couldn't determine how far the two worlds were, they were separated by many star systems, so even the speed of light might not be able to reach it in 3 years. The system said, although I don't want to discourage the host, I still have to say this. In this world where martial arts and technology combine, don't use the science of your previous world to measure it, because it's really too weak to withstand a single blow. Jun Changshao couldn't deny this point. In his previous world, there were airplanes, rockets, and nuclear bombs. In some low-level martial arts worlds, they might be a little powerful, but in the Starfall continent, they were trash. The Starsol world was obviously on the same level as the upper realm, maybe even higher. With the combination of martial arts and technology, not to mention the speed of light, even faster than the speed of light seemed normal. That was not the point. The point was they might come again in 3 years. Just in time. The system said, maybe the host can take the opportunity to save the upper realm and gain great benefits from it. Bullsh *T. Jun Changshao roared, I don't have any soul bombs. Besides, even if there were, no one would be able to carry them and throw them 3 years later. Dealing with the 9 warships was due to the soul bombs, but the real success was due to Gu Xiaoxi's sacrifice. If they did it again and found the reborn body, he would only be 3 years old. What could a kid do? If Gu Xiaoxi, who was enjoying the crazy love of his parents in another world, remembered the memories of his previous life and heard Go Sheng's thoughts, he would definitely spit out the 9 spirits, sacred fruit in his mouth, and roared, Brother, are you treating me like a bomb man? Beep. At that moment, words appeared on the screen. The content was, the 4th Fleet has discovered a new world. Location and terrain are being recorded into the star map. Buzz. After a while, a corner of the Azure Sea system kept flashing. Jun Changshao habitually enlarged it, and soon a continent's terrain appeared, labeled as the Mountain and Sea Realm. He held his chin and said, as expected, there are other fleets in the Starsol world, frantically exploring the surrounding unknown galaxies. In the small mountain village, Gu Goa lay in his mother's arms, absorbing the 9 spirits' sacred fruit juice that strengthened his dantian. He thought to himself, the mountain and sea realm, the heaven and earth attributes here don't seem to be weaker than the upper realm. Son. At that moment, Gu Tianxing leaned over and flashed a jade token. He smiled and said, Father has arranged a marriage for you. When you grow up, take this jade token to Shanghai City, and you will be the son-in-law of the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm. Gu Xiaoxi frowned and began to cry. This old man is too good to me. He has even arranged my marriage. But can't he ask for my opinion? Gu Tianxing's mother frowned and said, Marriage is an important matter. How can it be child's play? Gu Tianxing grinned and said, Wife, although the daughter of the mountain and sea realm lord is not a month old, her talent is extraordinary, and her future is limitless. She is a perfect match for our Goa. Is she beautiful? Her father is the most handsome man in the mountain and sea realm, and her mother is the most beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm. Of course she is beautiful. Jie. Gu Xiaoxi stopped crying, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1545. From the drone's star map, Jun Changshao learned about the new universe system. He also learned that the upper realm belonged to the sea system and that there were many other worlds around it, such as the newly loaded mountain and sea realm. 3 years. I must save the upper realm. Jun Changshao's expression became serious, and he exuded a great aura. In the lower realm, he regarded himself as a citizen of the falling star continent. In the upper realm, he naturally regarded himself as a citizen of the upper realm. If there was a crisis here, he would definitely save it. What kind of spirit was this? This was a kind of selflessness, a kind of, I can't make it up anymore. All in all, as long as he could gain reputation points, Jun Changshao would really save the world. The system asked curiously, if there are no benefits, will the host step forward? This question made Jun Changshao fall into a short silence. A moment later, he replied, take a guess. With the host's selfish personality, he probably won't be a hero. Do you think I'm that bad? That's the truth. Jun Changshao was too lazy to argue with it. Some things couldn't be said with words. Besides, with his current strength, he didn't have the qualifications to be a hero. Without any benefits, saving the world was a great thing, and it was better to leave it to someone with the ability. As expected, the system said, so F** King selfish. Jun Changshao left the formation hall and prepared to depart the next day to meet his master, Jinren Tonggu, in the extreme cave abode. Taixian continued to study the internal formation of the drone, and he was obsessed with it. It was undeniable that after Go Shang ascended to the upper realm, he was badly tricked. However, after joining the Sect of all times and becoming the Grand Supreme Elder, he gained too many benefits. If I could do it all over again, I would still choose to take the blame for this kid. Phew! Outside the life and death realm, Yi Xingqian walked out, panting. When the warship attacked, he didn't get as much screen time as Xiao Ziji, who was in the mech form. This made him a little unhappy, so he worked even harder in his cultivation. Unlike Jun Changshao, who was concerned with the upper realm, Anyo only had one thought, and that was to personally kill Empress Lingyao in a few years. Of course, recently he had been thinking about whether he was too obsessed with the patriarch's help. Yi Xingqian, this isn't you. Crack! Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. The path of martial arts ultimately depends on myself. I can't rely on others. This was Knight Emperor. He was a proud and aloof man. Junior brother Yi, Li Qingyang walked over and said, before the patriarch left this morning, he upgraded the disciple mall. Do you want to take a look? Let's go. After saying that, he rushed to the mission pavilion as fast as he could. This was Anyo. He was a disciple of the Sect of all times who was constantly interpreting the law of true fragrance. Jun Changshao ate the food cooked by Lu Wanshi early in the morning and set off. Before he left, he spent 10 million contribution points to upgrade the disciple store. Although his heart was in pain, as long as he could increase the overall strength of the Sect, it did not matter even if he spent all his savings. The newly upgraded disciple store was still placed in the mission pavilion as the items inside required points from completing missions to purchase. At this moment, the mission pavilion was already packed with people. Damn! There's so many good items. Looking at the various items listed in the store, Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. In the past, the items sold in the store were nothing more than qi-gathering elixirs, cold-edge sword, and other low-level items. Now, after the upgrade, the items sold were very high level. For example, elixirs that could increase one's cultivation speed and dragon vein sword that could increase one's combat strength. Of course, after the level of the items was greatly upgraded, the prices also increased by several times. Su Xiaoma chose a pair of shoes that could increase one's foot strength and athlete's foot. The price was 1,000 contribution points. He broke down on the spot and said, "This is too expensive." After completing the Sect's missions, the disciples would also receive the corresponding contribution points. However, some of the easier missions only gave 10 contribution points. The most difficult missions only gave 100 contribution points. One pair of shoes was priced at 1,000 contribution points. It was equivalent to completing 10 high-star missions to buy it. Not only was the equipment expensive, but there were also many supplementary items. Su Xiaoma chose a few elixirs in succession. In the end, all of them were priced at 100 contribution points. This meant that to buy one elixir, one had to complete 10 low-level missions or one high-level mission. Of course, he had already reached the revolving core realm and had higher requirements for martial arts resources. The items he chose were very expensive. In fact, there were many items that were priced at 10 or 20 contribution points. They were very suitable for ordinary disciples. Furthermore, being expensive also had its effect. Su Xiaoma finally reluctantly bought the pair of athlete's foot shoes. After putting it on, he had a feeling of, I am going to heaven. Swish, swish. On the main peak, light and shadow intertwined as fast as lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After testing for a while, Su Xiaoma slid to a stop. He bent over with one hand on the ground and said with a burning gaze, "This equipment is too smooth." As a speed-type player, a suitable pair of running shoes was very important. Ding, ding. Yi Xingqian stood in front of the store. After careful selection, he bought a large number of elixirs and then left without looking back. He explained to himself in his heart, the path of martial arts not only depends on oneself, but also on the assistance of elixirs. The upgrade of the disciple store would undoubtedly increase the overall strength of the sect in the future. However, the condition was that in order to obtain various resources and equipment, one had to work harder to complete missions. Therefore, a craze of completing missions would be set off again. Only with effort would there be rewards. As for Junchang Shao, at this moment he was on the way to the extreme cave residence. Rows of Flowers was accompanying him. This time, you are going to the Holy City to participate in the conference held by the 10 major immortal sections. The occasion is relatively grand and formal. It is reasonable to bring your wife along. The system said, "Can you shut up?" Jun Changshao said impatiently, "All right." The system said, "I won't disturb your romantic time with the two of you." Ding. System assistance temporarily turned off. Jun Changshao was drunk. To have such an unreliable system, he must have done something illegal in his previous life. In the control room, Rosa Flowers looked at the star map that she had copied not long ago and said in surprise, "I didn't expect the Upper Realms universe system to be so big. Even if we use the ancient warship to go to the mountain and sea realm, it will probably take a few hundred years." Because the star map only explored one plane near the upper realm, it could only be used as a metaphor. "I have no interest in going to other worlds." Jun Changshao said lightly. The main mission was to develop the sect in the upper realm. Even if he already knew about the new universe system, even if he really had the ability to travel the universe, Goshing would not be so bored as to wander around. Rosa Flowers said, "Every plane has different martial arts resources. Husband, aren't you tempted?" "Why?" Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "Is your old habit acting up again? Are you planning to plunder other planes?" "It's just a casual remark," Rosa Flowers said with a smile. "With a husband who loves me so much, why would I go back to my old profession?" TSK. Jun Changshao turned and left. However, when they were about to reach the extreme cave residence, he sent a pile of gaudy clothes to Rose of Flowers' room and said with a calm expression, "Pay attention to your clothes on a solemn occasion. Don't embarrass the sect of all times." What is this? Formal attire. Chapter 1546. Extreme Cave Abode. When Jun Changshao arrived, Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were already wrestling with each other. The chess pieces on the stone platform were scattered all over the ground. Fine. One of them must be regretting his move. Go Sheng had cultivated in the extreme cave abode for 2 years, so he understood the two very well. As long as they played chess, they would definitely regret their move. They would quarrel at the beginning and eventually fight. Then they would continue to play chess the next day as if nothing had happened. Husband. Rose of Flowers whispered, "What are the two seniors doing?" She had chosen a long blue dress. Her black hair fell naturally, and her noble empress aura was instantly set off. Cultivating. Fine. This kind of cultivation where one's arm and hair were pulled together was indeed a bit unconventional. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano, who were in the middle of a fight, noticed Jun Changshao. They instantly sat down in front of the stone platform and put on a dignified appearance. But when they saw Rose of Flowers attire, their eyes widened. Go Sheng had personally designed the dress with too many modern elements. Thus, these two old fellows who had lived for a long time had never seen it before. Disciple, Jinren Tonggu said in a low voice, "Your wife's attire is too gaudy." Masato Kitano said, "How improper." Old antiques like them found it hard to accept new things. Thus, they were opposed to modern attire. Master, Jun Changshao didn't talk about the dress. Instead, he asked, "When are we leaving?" "Right now." "How are we going to get there?" "Of course, we're going on your ancient warship." "Master, there's not enough energy." "What do you mean? Do I still need energy to make my own warship?" "We can't fly without energy." "How much do you have?" 10,000 true stones each. In the end, after some discussion, Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano each took out 10,000 true stones and boarded the ancient warship. In their hearts, they were roaring, "This brat is too shameless." Whoosh! On the way to the holy city, Jinren Tonggu whispered, "Disciple, I heard that you've been married for a long time. Why don't you have a child yet?" This question was so sudden that Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. After some consideration, he said, "My mind is now focused on my career." Disciple, Jinren Tonggu said in a profound tone, "You're very young now, and you're not being punished by the heavenly Tao. You should think more about carrying on your ancestral line. Otherwise, you won't be able to have any children in the future." Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Shirzuan, you don't have to worry about this. You and your wife are both talented people. Your child will definitely be extraordinary. If you find it troublesome to take care of the child, it's fine. I'll take care of him after he's born. I guarantee that he'll be an indomitable figure." Jinren Tonggu said. Jun Changshao understood. This old man wanted to become a master grandpa. Let's not talk about whether they would have children or not. Even if they did have children in the future, they would definitely educate them themselves. How could they let others raise them? Fine. The system complained, if the host raises him, he'll definitely become the second most shameless person. Disciple, Jinren Tonggu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you're already married, you must have children. Only then can you be considered a complete big family." Jun Changshao was speechless. Jinren Tonggu leaned over and said telepathically, "Or are you sick?" Plop! Jun Changshao collapsed on the deck. "Don't be afraid if you're sick. You'll be fine as long as you treat it. Don't think about living a carefree life only to face the rest of your life alone," Jinren Tonggu said. From his words, it seemed that he regretted not cherishing his youth. "Shirzuan, I'm not sick, you're sick." Although the two of them were talking in private, Rose of Flowers occasionally overheard a sentence or two. Her cheeks gradually turned red. Holy City, just from the name alone, one could tell that it was very holy. There were many cities in the upper realm. The Holy City was definitely one of the top cities. Whoosh! An hour later, the ancient warship flew over and hovered above the city, emitting an extremely arrogant aura. Some might say that Go Shang would die if he didn't act pretentious. No, he had planned to land outside the city and enter obediently, but Jinren Tonggu said, "Disciple, just drive the ship in." "That's a little arrogant," Jun Changshao said. "Young man, Jinren Tongu said, "That's what you should be." Masato Kitano, who was standing at the side, stared with wide eyes. This was completely different from the old man who used to play chess and worry about his disciple causing trouble. No one dared to disobey Shizuen's orders. Thus, Jun Changshao drove the ancient warship over in a grandiose manner. There was a rule against flying in the holy city. Someone suddenly driving a warship in arrogantly naturally caused the martial artists in the city to be unhappy. But after confirming that it was an ancient warship, their attitude immediately turned into respect. The entire upper realm knew that the Sect of all times had sacrificed an elder to destroy 9 warships. Now that the patriarch was here, they naturally had to show respect. Moreover, there were 2 perfected persons standing on it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ancient warship slowly landed on the plaza in the center of the city. TCH. Jun Changshao had just jumped down when a cold snort came from afar. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw Gu Hong Jinren, who had once appeared in the Sect of all times, standing in the gazebo, his face full of disdain. Beside him stood a black-robed person. Because he was fully armed and had his head lowered, it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Jun Changshao instinctively released his spiritual sense to investigate, but was repelled by some force as soon as he got close. He thought to himself, quite mysterious, "Old Gu Hong," Jinren Tongu said, "is this your disciple?" "That's right." Gu Hong Jinren raised his head, his tone and brows revealing a strong sense of pride. "TSK, TSK," Jinren Tongu said. "You even gave him the body-protecting mirror. Looks like you value this disciple a lot." The body-protecting mirror was Gu Hong Jinren's signature, high-grade, true treasure. Not only did it have defensive properties, but it could also isolate one's realm aura, preventing others from prying into one's true strength. "Didn't you give the ancient warship to that kid as well?" Hearing this, Go Shang wanted to cry. After acknowledging this master, although he had nurtured him for 2 years, he had not given him any true treasures. Even the ancient warship was something he had found in the realm battlefield. "What's wrong?" Jinren Tongu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're waiting here for the 2 of us to exchange pointers." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Gu Hong Jinren said calmly. "Disciple," Jinren Tongu said, "let's fight." Jun Changshao said seriously, "Master, I'm here to participate in the meeting, not to fight. Besides, if we're going to fight, we'll have to wait until the appointed date." "Kid," Gu Hong Jinren said calmly, "this is just a sparring session. We'll decide the winner on the appointed date." Jun Changshao glanced at Jinren Tongu. Seeing that his expression was unusually serious, he could only shrug and say, "If that's the case, then let's fight." "Husband," Rose of Flowers said telepathically, "this person is a bit strange. Don't lay your guard down." "TSK." Jun Changshao walked out nonchalantly. Just as he steadied himself, the black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. Boom! In the spacious plaza, there was a sudden explosion, and the stone slabs began to crack. In the area where the shock waves were roaring, the black-robed man stood where Jun Changshao was. With him as the center, the ground caved in, forming a circular crater that was several meters wide. Where was Gosheng? He was lying a few dozen meters away. He raised his hand with difficulty and gave a thumbs up, saying weakly, You won, brother! Can't your acting be any more fake? P.S. Looking at the platform, I've written less than 180,000 words this month. I feel a bit shitty. I'll set a flag for myself. I must reach 200,000 in the last 2 days of the month. If I can't. Chapter 1547. There was a kind of acting called acting like what one was acting, and there was another kind of acting called eyesore. Today, Jun Changshao had successfully demonstrated what it meant to be unbearable to watch, because it was simply too fake. Jinren Tongu almost vomited blood. What did this kid mean? Was he trying to embarrass himself? Jun Changshao's intention was actually very simple. He did not want to fight because there were more important things to deal with, such as informing the 10 great immortal sects that there would be a strong enemy 3 years later. But since his master wanted him to fight with Gu Hong Jinren's disciple, then he would let him. It was just a spar anyway. It did not matter whether he won or lost. Go Sheng had really changed. If he had just been reborn into the lower realm, he would definitely be happy to fight if his strength allowed it. Of course, this black-robed man's strength was indeed not bad. It could be seen from the speed of his charge that he was looking forward to the battle of the promise of 10 years. Despicable guy. Gu Hong Jinren's face was gloomy. You deliberately threw in the towel. Are you looking down on my disciple? If he had defeated Jun Changshao fair and square, he would be very pleased. But this eyesore made him feel like he had been humiliated. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Jun Changshao said, I just don't want to delay the meeting that is about to start. Ding. Side quest triggered. He pulled open the data panel. The side quest was, spar with Gu Hong Jinren's disciple and win. However, Jun Changshao stood up and patted the dust off his body. His expression and tone were extremely serious. If you really want to spar, then I will accompany you to the end. At this time, no matter how big the world is, it is not as important as my mission. He, Tue. The system could not help but spit out. Before there was a mission, Jun Changshao did not care. Now that there was a mission, he had to treat it seriously. So when the two stood in the square again, the atmosphere became serious. All the warriors realized that there was going to be a fight, so they all gathered around to watch the show. Fighting was prohibited in the sacred city, but since it was the 2 disciples of the immortal, they could only turn a blind eye. Come. Jun Changshao hooked his finger. This time, the black-robed man didn't attack immediately, because his attack just now was fast and fierce, but it didn't hurt him at all. So his strength should be extraordinary. You're not coming? Let me do it. Shwa! Jun Changshao rushed over with his unpredictable movements. Gu Hong Jinren asked in astonishment, Ling Zhao's Ling Zhao's Ling Xiao after image art? How did this kid learn it? Boom! Boom! At this moment, the crisscrossing shadows of fists filled the square. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, because the moves that the opponent used were all from the 7 sages of Ethereal Hall. A satisfied smile appeared on Jinren Tonggu's face. He had taught this kid in the extreme cave abode for 2 years, and the only thing that made him feel gratified was that he had learned many of his good friend's martial skills, and he was able to comprehend them perfectly. Boom! Boom! The black-robed man wasn't weak either. He easily dispelled the fist imprints. The 2 of them fought at close range and from time to time at long range. The battle scene was very exciting. The onlookers were a little dumbfounded. The 2 of them weren't fighting a battle of life and death, but it was very pleasing to the eye. Artistic. Too artistic. Boom! Jun Changshao and the black-robed man punched each other, and he took a few steps back with a smile on his face. After coming to the upper realm, he had always been dedicated to the development of the sect. Even if there was a battle, it was nothing more than relying on cheating. Today's battle with this person was undoubtedly the most formal and formal. Friend, Jun Changshao rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm going to get serious. TSK, Gu Hong Jinren sneered. He could tell from the short exchange that his disciple was evenly matched with the opponent. Even if he got serious, what could he do? Could he go to heaven? Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao gathered the power of true spirit in his palm and used the sect's mainstream martial skill, the sky-crossing palm print. Spiritual energy whistled out and quickly gathered in midair to form a palm print with an explosive momentum. The palm print wasn't too big at first, but when it pressed toward the black-robed man, it suddenly expanded infinitely, like a small mountain falling from above. Gu Hong Jinren was dumbfounded. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were also stunned. The moment Jun Changshao used the sky-crossing palm print, The three top experts realized that he had reached the peak of the revolving core realm. Just a moment ago, he was only at the 6th or 7th revolving core realm. How did he suddenly reach the peak? The black-robed man with the protective mirror was difficult to see through whether it was his cultivation or appearance. As for Jun Changshao, who was using the hidden cultivation technique, as long as he didn't deliberately release his cultivation, no one could see through him. Competing in concealment? Sorry, I'm better at concealing myself. Whoosh, whoosh. The sky-crossing palm print formed by the power of true spirit pressed down with an extremely powerful momentum. Facing such a martial skill from the peak of the revolving core realm, the black-robed man could only stand there and receive it miserably because he couldn't dodge or move. However, just as the palm print was about to press down, it suddenly stopped in front of his head, and the shock wave directly sent him flying. Guhong Jinren's face was ashen. Just the momentum of the palm print was enough to send his disciple flying. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. The black-robed man retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing himself with difficulty. Then he cupped his hands and said in a hoarse voice, "You win, I lose." Ding. Side mission completed. Obtained 1,000,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points 194,000. It was completed just like that. This was simply a free point question. Jun Changshao removed the sky-crossing palm print and cupped his hands. Thank you for letting me win. Actually, if he had attacked just now, the black-robed man would definitely have been severely injured. However, he chose to go easy on him because Guhong Jinren had helped him in the sect of all times before. Jun Patriarch, the black-robed man said, on the appointed day, you and I will fight again. This guy's voice was still very hoarse, and it sounded like he was doing it on purpose. I don't think it's necessary. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, whether it's sparring or fighting, as long as my opponent loses to me, there's no possibility of a comeback. These words were arrogant. However, looking at Go Sheng's growth, this was indeed the case. In the beginning, there were many martial artists who were stronger than him. However, as long as they were surpassed, they were destined to be left in the dust. They could only stand at the foot of the mountain and look up at the imposing figure. For example, Qin Haoren of the Grand Qi Sect. When Jun Changshao was rising, he made things difficult for him. What about now? He had become the most insignificant existence among the masses. On the other hand, Go Sheng had soared and ascended to the upper realm. He began to compete with higher forces and continued to write his own legend. Me, Go Sheng, I allow you to be stronger than me. However, as long as I improve, it will be difficult for you to surpass me. Is that so? The black-robed man said with a faint smile, as if he did not approve of Jun Changshao's arrogance. However, he seemed to be certain that he could defeat him on the appointed day. Disciple, Guhong Jinren said coldly, the winner can only be proven with actions. There is no need to waste words with him. Let's go. Tui. Jinren Tonggu spat out a mouthful of phlegm without any manners. My King, disciple won the sparring match. If his disciple won, who knows how smug he would be. Watching Guhong Jinren and his disciple disappear from sight, Jun Changshao thought to himself, why did this guy hide himself so well? The system said, maybe he's an acquaintance. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, after being healed by you, he definitely wouldn't recognize him. He would not forget that this guy once said that the 10th person with the innate demonic body might be an acquaintance. In the end, he was just a passerby. Although he and the others had joined the sect of all times, they did not deserve to have a name. This time, I'm sure. The system said he must be an acquaintance. Otherwise, he would not deliberately hide his appearance and change his voice. Chapter 1548. When Jun Changshao defeated the black-robed man, not only was Jinren Tonggu happy, but he was also shocked by his cultivation base. On the way to the city magistrate's mansion, he asked, "Apprentice, did you gain a deeper understanding of the secret manual? Is that why you broke through from the sixth revolution to the peak?" Years ago, Go Sheng had made up a lie, saying that he was cultivating some sort of martial art, and that his cultivation base had been suppressed. Only by gaining enlightenment could he break through. There was no other way. How else could he explain it? Now that his master was asking him about it, Jun Changxiao's answer would definitely be, "That's right." At this point, he had no choice but to continue making things up. There was no way that Jun Changxiao would say that he had reached the peak because he had sacrificed his sworn brother. When he thought about Gu Xiaoxi, Go Sheng's heart ached. "My dear brother, have you been reborn? Have you been born into a good family?" Back in the mountain and sea realm, Gu Xiaoxi lay in a medicinal bath. His meridians were being nourished, and a look of bliss appeared on his face. "With such good parents, I'll have to work a few thousand years less." Why did he say that? Because he had drunk the milk of the 9 dragons' flood dragon, eaten the juice of the 9 spirits' sacred fruit, and now had all sorts of precious materials nourishing his body. Gu Xiaoxi, who was less than a month old, had undergone a massive transformation. If he started cultivating the Tao of martial arts, he would definitely soar. Furthermore, his father and mother were peak experts and had all sorts of profound martial arts. He didn't need to cultivate any of the previous ones. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could just learn something more advanced? The more Gu Xiaoxi thought about it, the happier he became. Good things didn't last long. A few days later, a guest came to visit, and he burst into tears. It was the realm lord and his wife who had come to visit the Gu clan couple. No, they weren't humans. They were beasts with human bodies and crocodile heads. In human terms, they were absolutely hideous. Were they the number 1 handsome man and number 1 beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm? "Dad, are you blind? Are you trying to screw me over?" The reason the realm lords of the mountain and sea realm had come to visit was, of course, to see their future son-in-law. They had taken a liking to him at first glance, and had begun to discuss when they would get married. In the end, they had settled on 16, which was the legal age for marriage in the realm. Hearing them talking about his wedding day, Gu Xiaoxi was so angry that he cried. If he had the ability to speak, he would have said loudly, "I object to this marriage." There are countless examples of humans and demons getting married, and he himself was not against it. However, if his parents looked like this, his daughter would definitely not be any better. If he really got married in the future, wouldn't he fall into hell? No. When he grew up, he would run away. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were worried sick about their son's marriage. Gu Xiaoxi, who was not even a month old, was already thinking of running away from the marriage. Holy City, City Lord's Mansion. When Jun Changxiao walked in with his master and Senior Qi, many experts with powerful auras gathered outside the courtyard. Senior Tonggu, Senior Qi, the various major forces and independent cultivators all cupped their fists, their eyes shining with admiration. When they saw Jun Changxiao, they hurriedly cupped their fists and smiled. Jun Patriarch. Without the previous invasion, Go Shang would have been nothing more than Jinren Tonggu's disciple in the eyes of the various cultivators. Now, however, they truly regarded him as an important figure. Jun Changxiao had been a patriarch for a long time. Since he had come to such an occasion, he naturally had to be smooth and slick. Thus, he greeted everyone with a smile on his face. He was now as humble as he had been arrogant earlier. The most eye-catching person was still the Rose of Flowers, who was accompanying Jun Changxiao. After all, the new clothes she was wearing were simply too eye-catching. There were many women in the city, Lord's Mansion, and all of them were quite good-looking. However, compared to the Rose of Flowers, they were completely crushed. The only one who could stand up to her was probably Empress Ling Yao. Jun Changxiao straightened his back. Wasn't the reason why he had prepared this dress for this woman? Although Go Shen could be very despicable at times, He still cared about his reputation when attending such a grand occasion. The Rose of Flowers wore a long blue dress, and it completely overshadowed all the other women present. This greatly satisfied his vanity. Everyone. At this moment, the city lord of the sacred city walked out and cupped his fists with a smile. The meeting will begin tomorrow morning. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow the servants. Thank you for your hospitality, city lording. Everyone cupped their fists and followed the servants to their accommodations. Jun Changshao also followed. However, his accommodations were different from his master's, so he was arranged to stay in the southern wing. Jun Patriarch, the soldier in charge of leading the way, led them to a courtyard with a good environment and said, respectfully, "This will be the room that you and your wife will be staying in for the time being. Please let me know if you need anything." Jun Changshao asked, "Just one bedroom?" This sentence stunned the soldier. He said weakly, "Jun Patriarch and your wife need 2 bedrooms. Jun Changshao also realized that his question was a little stupid, so he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing else. You can leave. Goodbye." After the soldier left, Rose of Flowers smiled and said, "Who's sleeping in the bedroom?" Although the 2 of them were already husband and wife, whether it was in the Soul Continent or in the Sect of all times, they had always lived in their own courtyards and had never interacted with each other. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect felt that it was very strange, but they did not dare to ask. Jinren Tonggu was puzzled because he heard about it. Why were the husband and wife still living in separate rooms? Thinking about it, he wondered if his disciple was sick. Here came the question. Who told him about this? Su Xiaoma expressed that he would not take the blame for this. Jun Changshao said lightly, "I still have to cultivate." "Okay." Rose of Flowers looked at the sky and walked into the bedroom. "Then I'll go to sleep." Creak! The door opened and closed. Jun Changshao stood in the courtyard and felt the cold wind blowing. He shook his head and said, "She's not polite at all." The courtyard and rooms arranged by the city lord could barely make do for a night, but Goxing still chose to sit in the stone pavilion and cultivate. He thought of the black-robed man he met earlier. He did not care why the other party hid his appearance and changed his voice. What he cared about was that when he was serious about the fight, this guy restrained himself. In the West Wing, Gu Hong Jinren stood in front of the window of the study and looked at the scenery outside. He said, "Are you confident that you can defeat that kid on the appointed day?" He was also one of the participants, so he was arranged to have his own room. "Before I see him, your disciple is not sure." The black-robed man in front of the door said, "After fighting with him today, I'm 90% sure." These words sounded very arrogant, but when they came out of his mouth, they sounded very calm, as if it was a matter of course. "Ha ha ha." Gu Hong Jinren laughed and said, "I like your confidence, so I didn't hesitate to sacrifice my life to bring you up from the mortal world. Master, please rest assured." The black-robed man raised his head slightly, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a canine tooth. He said, "On the appointed day, your disciple will definitely defeat him." Achoo! Sitting in the stone pavilion, Jun Changshao sneezed and rubbed his nose. He said, "The wind is a bit strong." Chapter 1549. The next day, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, powerhouses from various sects and clans entered one after another and sat according to the name cards placed on the table. Needless to say, the conference this time was quite professional. The tables and chairs inside could accommodate all the people present. TSK Tisk. Jun Changshao followed his master into the hall, and as he looked at all the powerful cultivators gathered here, he sighed inwardly. Those who are able to participate in this competition are all important figures in the upper realm. At this moment, Gu Hong Jinren walked in with his disciple. He glanced coldly at Jinren Tonggu, then arrogantly found a seat and sat down. Jun Changshao had nothing to do, so he took a closer look at the black-robed man. However, Due to the protection of the treasure, he could not see his appearance at all, let alone the level of his realm. One word, mysterious. The more mysterious he was, the more curious he would be. Therefore, Jun Changshao had been wondering what was so special about this guy. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu said telepathically, this disciple of Guhan's was brought up from the lower realm. I heard that he's the child of the dimension. Child of the dimension? Jun Changshao said in surprise, that's quite impressive. Although the lower realm could not be compared to the upper realm, since he had the identity of the child of the dimension, he was definitely considered a genius. Wait a minute. Strictly speaking, he was the ruler of the falling star continent. If he had children in the future, would they not be the child of the dimension? Sigh. Since he was not the son of the celestial emperor, he would work hard to let his descendants enjoy a prominent identity. The premise is, the system complained, the host has to be capable. How do you know I can't? Can you? Why can't I? Fine, you can. In such a solemn conference, Go Sheng almost quarreled with the system. Of course, while Jun Changshao was observing the black-robed man, the black-robed man was also observing him. However, because he hid it too well, he could not see the changes in his facial expression. About a moment later, the powerhouses represented by the 10 great immortal sects walked in. Among them, there were elders who had gone to the sect of all times before. There were also elders who he did not recognize. Their auras were strong, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary. This meeting in the holy city was initiated by the 10 great immortal sects. So when they appeared, the big shots of the various sects and forces all stood up to welcome them. Jun Changshao did not stand up. To tell the truth, he didn't have a good impression of the 10 major celestial sects. If it wasn't for the fact that it concerned the safety of the upper realm, he wouldn't have bothered to participate. Jinren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and Gu Hongjinren did not stand up either. The various sects and powers had to act according to the immortal sect's wishes. But these rogue cultivators didn't care at all. As if they understood the personalities of these people. Although the 10 great immortal sects were displeased, they didn't say anything. After taking their seats, they announced the official start of the meeting. Since it was a meeting, there must be a theme. The main topic of the discussion this time was where the 10 warships came from and whether they would still invade the upper realm. Everyone, Elder Zhang of the Lingtian immortal sect, moistened his throat and was about to speak, but he was stopped by Jun Changshao. The 10 warships came from the star spirit realm. This realm is extremely proficient in the Tao of array formations. They can travel from the distant universe to our upper realm. As soon as these words were said, everyone started to discuss. Star spirit realm? I don't think I've heard of it. TSK. The upper universe is so big, not to mention the star spirit realm, even the mountain and sea realm of the same system. You probably haven't heard of it. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhang said, how do you know? Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table. He said, among the fighter jets that flew out of the warships, one of them happened to land in the ancient Immortal Mountain. My array formation hull cracked it and obtained a lot of information. Are you sure? The powerhouses of the 10 great immortal sects expressed their doubts. You don't have to believe me. Jun Changshao put his hands on the table and leaned forward. He said with the most serious expression, but there's bad news that I need to tell you. In 3 years they will come again, and there will be more of them than before. The invasion of the star spirit realm was related to the entire upper realm, so he would not hide it. After all, when the day came, he would have to rely on the 10 great immortal sects and other forces to fight against them. If he had the strength, he would help. If not, he would just be a bystander. Elder Zhang looked at the powerhouses of the 9 great immortal sects with a worried look in his eyes. In fact, before the meeting was held, the 10 great immortal sects had sat together to discuss and even speculate whether the invaders would come again. Now, the patriarch of the sect of all times had given a specific time, not to mention whether it was reliable or not. They had to prepare for a rainy day to prevent disaster from happening and not be able to deal with it immediately. Of course, Jun Changshao said, "At present, the biggest threat to the upper realm is the newly resurrected demon ancestor. Even the invasion of the foreign warships is probably related to that guy." "What do you mean?" Elder Zing asked. The experts from the various factions also turned their gazes over. This meeting was supposed to focus on the 10 great immortal sects, but Jun Changshao beat them to it. He mentioned the star spirit realm and the impending danger in the next 3 years, instantly becoming the most dazzling presence in the meeting. The sudden invasion of the foreign forces coincided with the resurrection of the demon ancestor. If the two are not related, do you think it's possible? Everyone fell silent. Indeed, the demon ancestor had just been resurrected and the upper realm was invaded. It was too much of a coincidence. According to the documents I've checked. Jun Changshao said the demonic tribe was not part of the myriad tribe system in the beginning, but they suddenly appeared in the upper realm. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Jun Patriarch, you mean? Elder Zeng said with a serious expression, the demonic tribe came from the star spirit realm? The sudden invasion of the foreign warships was caused by the demon ancestor? It's possible, Jun Changshao said. Great. A bad-tempered powerhouse said angrily the demon ancestor and his demonic tribe are spies who sneaked into the upper realm. No wonder they were so ambitious 100,000 years ago. Although they were resurrected, their vitality must have been greatly damaged. The demonic region was sealed by the ancestors. They knew they couldn't beat us, so they could only ask for help? Jinren Tonggu said. Jun Changshao secretly praised his master. He was just leading the demon ancestor on. He quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. There was no prior rehearsal, but they could cooperate tacitly. During this time, Go Sheng had been thinking about a problem. How did the whole world know that Yao Menjing had a complete, innate, holy, demonic body? It could be said that it spread throughout the upper realm in just a day. Someone was obviously paying for a water army to lead the way and deliberately target the sect of all times. Who was it? The most suspicious person was definitely the demon ancestor. After the girl inherited the whole body, it meant that he had nothing left. It was normal for him to be angry and play some tricks. Although there was no absolute evidence, Jun Changshao was certain that the demon ancestor was behind it. He had to let him know that if he played tricks with him, he would play tricks with him. That's right. Elder Zeng slammed the table and said with a cold gaze, the most important thing now is to find the demon ancestor. This spy is the biggest threat to the upper realm. The demon ancestor, who was recuperating, would vomit blood if he knew that Jun Changshao was deliberately leading the way and he was instantly labeled as a spy. Everyone, Jun Changshao said again, the resurrection of the demon ancestor has always been secretly planned by the buried moon pavilion. According to the Sect of All Times Intelligence, this organization has a very important branch in the Sea King City. Yao Menjing was controlled by the heavenly vision earlier. This grudge would not be forgotten. If they wanted to play tricks, the buried moon pavilion would definitely be involved. If the 10 major celestial sects could get rid of them together, it would undoubtedly be the best. Kill with a borrowed knife. I, Jun Changshao, know how to play this game too. Chapter 1550. The meeting ended. To be exact, it was Jun Changshao who had forcefully shortened the time. The 10 great immortal sects immediately deployed a large number of people to Sea King City to thoroughly investigate the buried moon pavilion and the demon ancestors' hiding place. The buried moon pavilion had always existed and had always been under the responsibility of the Realm Hall. However, this time it involved a spy and the safety of the entire upper realm, so they had to be serious enough. Jun Changshao didn't participate because, since it was a borrowed knife, he definitely didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to quietly wait for the results. Disciple. The next day, Jinren Tonggu said. Aren't we leaving? Sacred City is one of the largest cities in the Upper Realm. Since we're here, we have to stroll around for a few days. Jun Changshao said. Jinren Tonggu wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Masato Kitano's gaze. He transmitted his voice. Your disciple and your disciple's wife finally came out. Naturally, we have to enjoy our two-person world. That made sense. Jinren Tonggu said. All right then, we'll go back to the extreme cave abode first. After watching the two leave, Jun Changshao said lightly, let's go. Where to? Rose of Flowers asked. Shopping. Accompanying a girl shopping was such a romantic thing, but when it came out of Jun Changshao's mouth, it was really full of steel. Of course, a woman like Rose of Flowers who had fought all over the world definitely didn't have the hobby of shopping. However, since her husband said so, she could only leave the city, Lord's mansion, with him. As a first-class city, there were many tourists in Sacred City. The streets were very lively, and the sound of peddling and discussing was endless. Sister Jiao. A young man walked to the jewelry shop and smiled. What style do you like? I'll buy it for you. The girl behind lowered her head and said with a red face, Brother Xian, you've already bought me several. Don't spend any more money. No. The man called Brother Xian said, my future wife must wear the best jewelry. This kind of public display of affection attracted the contempt of a group of single dogs. There might be many readers among them, and their eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. Boss, older brother Xian chose an exquisite ring and said, this. I'm very sorry. A voice came from behind. I've bought all the jewelry in the jewelry shop. You can go to the next shop. Buy all of them? So rich? Older brother Xian turned his head to look and saw a handsome young man standing behind him. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in strange clothes. So beautiful, Jiao Mei said in a low voice, feeling ashamed of her own inferiority. It was Jun Changshao and Rose of Flowers. One was handsome, and the other was beautiful. They immediately became the absolute focus of the street. Pa. Go Shen casually threw a spatial ring on the counter and said with an indifferent expression, there are 1,000,000 profound stones inside. Is it enough to buy all the jewelry? The boss took the ring in surprise and used his spiritual sense to check it. He quickly smiled and said, it's enough, it's enough. Friend, older brother Xian took a few steps back, cupped his fists, and said, generous, admirable. This was a polite remark. Translated into another way, it meant, brother, you really put in a lot of effort to pick up girls. I, your younger brother, admit defeat. After buying all the jewelry, Jun Changshao turned and left. On the way, Rose of Flowers asked in confusion, why did you buy me so much jewelry? Of course I'm wearing it. Jun Changshao said, are you going to use it as a medicinal plant? Rose of Flowers didn't say anything, but her heart was filled with sweetness. I bought all the jewelry in the jewelry shop and gave it to you. My husband loves me very much. Actually, she didn't have the habit of wearing jewelry. She even felt uncomfortable wearing earrings or necklaces, so she didn't usually wear any jewelry. Jun Changshao didn't notice at first. It wasn't until he arrived at the city lord's mansion and saw many women dressed luxuriously with jewelry all over their bodies that he realized that dresses alone weren't enough. They also needed jewelry to set off their temperament. Careless, negligent. Therefore, the first thing he did when he came shopping was to buy jewelry. He bought all the jewelry in the jewelry shop directly. This operation was a bit like a domineering CEO. He planted roses, moved the sea of flowers, and Go Xing did something similar to iron. If you think it's normal, then it's right. Because people change, and change requires a process. When you get used to it, it's the same as going through the process. Take Yi Xingqian, for example. From being arrogant when he first entered the sect to compromising and becoming a disciple, never taking the sect as an honor, to living and dying with his fellow sect members now, The change was not small. Some people might think at first, how could the dignified Knight Emperor put down his pride after committing to iron bone? By the time the plot reached this point, perhaps no one would think about it anymore. They might even think that Knight Emperor integrated into the sect as a matter of course, for various reasons and various experiences. Jun Changshao stayed in the holy city for 2 days and set off with rows of flowers to return to the sect. The 10 immortal sects were intensifying the investigation of Buried Moon Pavilion. The entire upper realm suddenly became serious after the meeting ended. After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changshao also began to prepare actively. After all, the star spirit world would invade 3 years later. If the immortal sects and other major forces could not resist, he would definitely need strength to protect the sect. Of course, Go Sheng was not particularly anxious because he had many trump cards that he had not revealed. For example, the Million Devil tribe soldiers in the forest. Speaking of soldiers, Jun Changshao was reminded of the first revolution pill. If this type of pill was refined successfully, all the disciples would reach the first revolution realm. Their battle strength would definitely soar. Hall Master Miao. Jun Changshao came to the poison refinery hall and asked, "How's the research going?" Miao Saifeng said, "We've refined many types of antidote pills, but we'll only know if they're effective after consuming them." There were too many poison ingredients in the first revolution pill. Even as a poison expert, she could not be sure if the antidote pills refined had the effect of detoxification. She had to test it personally to know. All right. Jun Changshao said, "I'll call Du Hongqin and the rest over to refine this pill for testing. Who's going to test the pill?" "My brother!" When Go Sheng blurted out the sentence, he immediately realized that Gu Xiaoxi had already left. The 7th day of the month was over. If there were any corpses left, they should have started to rot by now. Wait a minute. His brother had left, who was going to test the pill. When Gu Xiaoxi was around, he did not feel that it was important. After he left, he realized that without a reincarnation spirit, there were many things that could not be done. In the small mountain village, Gu Tianqing held an exquisite little box and shook it in front of his son. He grinned and said, "My son, father has prepared a quick growth pill for you. When you grow up, take it and you'll definitely be able to increase your realm quickly." Bang! Mother Gu kicked over and scolded. "This pill is extremely poisonous. If you dare to give it to my son, I'll fight you to the death." Wife. Gu Tianqing fell a few dozen meters away and said, "I've already neutralized the poison in this pill." After saying that, he fainted gloriously. Gu Xiaoxi sighed secretly, "Poor father." A few days later, Feng Gui Chen, Du Hongqin, and the others put down the business of the Eternal Pill Store and gathered at the Sect of all times. They successfully refined a batch of first revolution pills with the materials provided by the medical hall and poison refinery hall. Everyone, Jun Changshao said solemnly, "Who's going to test the pill?" Chapter 1551. The One Revolution Quick Success Pill was refined. However, the toxicity was too strong, so someone had to test it personally. There were many tests to be done, because Hall Master Miao had prepared more than 10 antidotes. "I'll do it." Outside the hall, Lu Chanchan, dressed in white, walked over. She had been training in the 9 Heavens mystery realm all this time, so she rarely appeared in front of her fellow disciples. Eldest senior sister. Li Qingyang said, "Let me do it." "I'll do it." Su Xiaoma took a step forward. The other disciples expressed their willingness to test the poison themselves. If it were any other sect, many disciples would be very hesitant after learning that the pill was refined from various poisons and had a high level of toxicity. Sorry, the Sect of all times was different. This was a sect that was both silly and happy. They did not care about life and death in such matters. "Anyo," Jun Changshao said, "what about you?" Yi Xingchen fell silent. As a core disciple, He should have expressed his stance earlier, but he did not say anything. After a while, Yi Xingqian said, "If this pill can poison someone to death, can I not test it?" "Reason," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and said with a cold gaze, "I haven't taken my revenge." Even though the one revolution quick success pill would not kill someone, it would have unpredictable negative effects due to the toxicity. Hence, he did not want to waste time on this. If there was no grudge between them, An Niu would have taken the pill without hesitation and shouted to his fellow disciples, "I'll test the pill. Don't snatch it from me." Jun Changshao stood up and picked up the pill. He smiled and said, "Of course I have to do this personally for such a dangerous matter." He was very pleased that the disciples were fighting to be the first to test the poison. Hence, the most dangerous thing was still for the parents to do. The children's mission was to grow up healthily. Patriarch Miao Saifeng frowned and said, "The toxicity is very strong. Don't be rash." "Yes," Elder Wei said. "You are the patriarch of the sect of all times. Nothing can happen to you." Rose of Flowers stood next to him. She did not stop her husband from testing the poison because she knew that he valued his disciples very much and would not let them test the poison. "I've made up my mind," Jun Changshao said. Everyone fell silent. After spending so much time with the patriarch, everyone knew what his temper was like. "Raw. Take it with warm water. The poison will be milder." "What about wine?" "That should work." "Qingyang, bring the wine." "Hua hua hua." A bowl of drunken dreaming was served. Jun Changshao raised his hand confidently and looked at the worried disciples. He said, "It's not like you're going to die for sure. Smile for me." Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma forced themselves to smile. Their expressions were uglier than crying. "Woo-woo!" Lu Wanshi immediately cried and said, "Patriarch, if anything happens to you, I will serve you many delicious Chinese delicacies in front of your grave every year on this day." Jun Changxiao's face was crumbling. This lass had already grown into a young lady, but her words were still so childish. The atmosphere in the hall was very sorrowful. The higher-ups and disciples were all silently praying in their hearts that the patriarch would be safe and sound after testing the poison with his body. Miao Saifeng carefully checked the refined antidote pills and arranged them neatly on the table. She said, "There are numbers on it. After the host consumes the elixir pills, you must take them in order." Jun Changshao nodded. On the other side, Sun Bukong and his medical team were already in position. They were trying to provide timely treatment if the patriarch had an accident. "Woo-woo!" Lu Wanshi wiped her tears and choked. Second senior brother, "Should we send someone to clean up the spirit beast hall in advance?" Jun Changshao almost fell. In order to prevent this lass from continuing her childish words, he quickly held the bowl with one hand and picked up the elixir pills with the other. "Patriarch!" All the disciples cried out in grief as though it was a life and death parting. At the same time, the song, "Two Springs Reflecting the Moon," echoed in the hall. Everyone was heartbroken and teary. "Dear disciples, farewell forever." Jun Changshao opened his mouth and slowly handed the elixir pills over. Just as it was about to enter his mouth, a voice came from outside the hall. "I am Zitsong Dao, transformed Kuan. My resistance to poison is stronger than the patriarch. Let me test the elixir." Ta, ta. Hall Master Z carried the stereo and played the transcendental background music. He walked over with a resolute expression. "Are you sure?" Sure. Here." The scene changed. Hall Master Z stood in front of the elixir testing table and had a wonderful expression. He saw that the disciples were on the verge of breaking down and couldn't help but take the initiative to test the elixir on behalf of the patriarch. In the end, that fellow didn't even decline and asked him to do it. No. Such a long emotional preparation. Was it prepared for me? "Patriarch," Hall Master Z said seriously, "you should do it." "Don't waste time. Jun Changshao sat down and said, "You said that you wanted to test the elixir. Everyone heard it." After saying that, he took out the arrow and played a sorrowful tune to boost Hall Master Z's courage. Wu, Lu Wanshi, Yao Menjing, and the others cried sadly. The current situation was that Hall Master Z wasn't dead yet, and they had already entered the morning hall to pay their respects. Z was so angry that his eyelids kept rolling up. However, since he had said it, he couldn't back down. Therefore, he remembered the sequence of the antidote given by Miao Saifeng and decisively threw the elixir into his mouth. Gulp. The sound of swallowing could be heard. Jun Changshao stopped playing the arrow and stared at the Purple King. Sun Bukong and his medical team subconsciously moved closer. All kinds of first aid equipment were ready. All pairs of eyes were on Z. He was worthy of being called the brightest and most dazzling member of the sect of all times. Ah! Suddenly, Monster King Z Craggy clutched his neck and screamed in pain. "Take the antidote quickly," Miao Saifeng said hurriedly. The Purple King's body swayed and reached for the antidote bottle nearby. However, he accidentally knocked it all over. Then he knelt on the ground in pain. The veins on his face were bulging and looked very scary. Swoosh! Jun Changshao rushed over and took out an antidote from bottle number 1 and stuffed it into his mouth. However, it didn't have any effect. He was still in great pain. "Change to another one," Miao Saifeng said hurriedly. Swoosh! Jun Changshao continued to bring out bottles number 2 and 3. Even after he had eaten all the antidotes, the purple craggy Monster King's face was still as ferocious as before. "It's over," Miao Saifeng said. "It's not working." "Then what should we do?" Jun Changshao said anxiously. "Sai." Miao Saifeng turned around and said in a heavy tone, "Prepare for the funeral." "Ah." Jun Changshao was stunned. "Hall Master Z." Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma cried out in grief. Their tears were definitely not forced out. "System," Jun Changshao roared in his heart. "What should we do?" "It's very simple." The system said, "Host, put your hand on his wrist and activate the emergency mode again." As a life-saving trump card at the cost of losing 3 points, not only could it help Jun Changshao resolve the crisis, it could also help others resolve the crisis, just like Yao Menjing, who was sitting on him in the land of demon affinity. "Then what are you waiting for?" Jun Changshao rushed over and put his hand on the Purple King's wrist. He shouted, "Activate it now." Ding! "Do you want to spend all your contribution points to resolve the current crisis?" "Yes." Ding! "Sect contribution points, 0. Ding! "Do you want to spend all your achievement points to resolve the current crisis?" Why are you talking so much nonsense when it's a matter of life and death? Just as he was about to shout yes, the Purple King suddenly stood up and laughed. "Su Xiaoma, how's my acting now?" Jun Changxiao's eyes widened instantly. He turned his head stiffly and saw that this guy's face was normal. There were no signs of poisoning at all. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked. Hence, he slowly shouted a few words. "Me. F***CK. Your grandpa." P.S. Part 5. Chapter 1552. When Su Xiaoma was working as a spy in Taishianxing Zone, he needed someone to put on a show. In the end, the Patriarch sent the Purple King. Su Xiaoma's acting was so awkward that he couldn't bear to look at it. There was no choice. In terms of acting, monsters were naturally lacking. However, Z was not convinced. Why couldn't the beasts do what humans could do? If they couldn't do it innately, they could only do it later. Therefore, Hall Master Z had been secretly thinking about acting for all these years. He was all talk and no action. He needed to use a real performance to prove himself. Today's pill test was undoubtedly an opportunity. Therefore, after making sure that he could withstand the poison, he began his performance. His facial expression when he was in pain, as well as the slightest movements of his limbs, were impeccable. Even the appearance of his sweat was gradually increasing. Su Xiaoma believed him. Jun Changshao believed him. The entire sect of all times upper echelons and disciples believed him. This also meant that even if one was born with no acting skills, as long as they were willing to work hard, they would eventually become a qualified actor. Hall Master Z. Su Xiaoma gave him a thumbs up and said, "I'm convinced." Back then, he almost broke down when he acted with this guy. Today, his performance was flawless. He had already become an actor. Phew! Li Qingyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Hall Master Z was acting. Needless to say, his acting was so real that they almost thought he was going to die. The disciples' mentality and expressions were no longer important. What was important was that Jun Changxiao's expression gradually turned from stiff to angry. One of his eyes was spewing out hot flames, while the other was shrouded in an evil light. I activated the crisis resolution mode and instantly lost nearly 2 million contribution points. You are F** King acting? Fine. I'll let you act to your heart's content. In an instant, Jun Changshao rushed over, grabbed Zi's arm, and threw him over his shoulder. His left fist drew the power of the fire soul, and his right fist drew the power of evil. He crazily bombarded the other party's face like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Under the violent explosion of energy, the hall trembled violently. Li Qingyang looked up and saw the beams shaking and dust falling off. He said in shock, "It's over." Boom! Unable to withstand the explosion of power, the main hall collapsed. Pooh! Pooh! The upper echelons and disciples walked out of the rubble with their faces covered in dirt. Then they looked forward and saw that the patriarch was still riding on Hall Master Z's body. While being bombarded by the torrential rain, the anger around him seemed to have turned into a demon. What the hell is going on? Who can tell us? Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy punches could be heard continuously from day to night and then to dawn. How long had Jun Changshao tortured Hall Master Z? How long had Li Qingyang been standing in front of the ruins? He wasn't feeling sorry for Z, but for the palace. After all, this was something that he had personally built. Patriarch Lu Wansher walked over and said, "Take a break and eat something." Boom! Jun Changshao gave him another fierce punch. Only then did he stand up with an aching waist and back. The camera did not give the Purple King a close-up because he had been beaten up for an entire day and night. The scene was unbearable to watch. In the cafeteria, Jun Changxiao's hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling. Once he thought of the 2 million contribution points being cleared, his expression was pained as he pressed his chest against the table. "Sigh," the system said helplessly. "I knew that the host would be very concerned, so I asked for the 3 points separately." After activating the crisis resolution mode in the land of demon affinity, it answered on behalf of Jun Changshao and cleared the 3 points directly. Just now, it asked for the contribution points first, then the achievement points, and then the reputation points. Its purpose was to make him feel regret. Luckily, it had asked for them separately and only cleared the contribution points. If the other 2 points were gone, there would probably be a barbecue on the main Peaks training ground right now, with cumin and chili all over the body of the Purple King. No need to be sad. The system consoled. It's only 2 million. Jun Changshao roared in his heart. 2 million is not considered money. The system said, this time the pill did not cause any harm to Hall Master Z. This means that Hall Master Meow's antidote pill is effective. Just treat it as spending 2 million to buy a heaven-defying pill recipe. Jun Changshao was startled, then said, "That's true." He was so worried about the contribution points that he forgot that Z's poison test was successful, which meant that the pill could be used on the disciples. The sect of all times' overall strength was only at the void-piercing realm. If they wanted to reach a higher level, for example, to reach the core transformation realm, not only would they need a large amount of martial arts resources, but they would also need a long time. as long as the poison of the core transformation pill did not endanger the disciples. It could be achieved in a very short time. 2 million contribution points in exchange for the Sect's collective breakthrough to the core transformation realm. The system said, "Isn't it a loss?" "Not a loss, not a loss." Jun Changshao immediately thought it through, and a smile appeared on his face. After the meal, Goxing walked out of the cafeteria and saw Li Qingyang still standing in front of the ruins. So he walked forward and picked up the plaque with the words, "Unyielding Spirit," and said, "The main hall was built in the lower realm. Now that it's in the upper realm, it's obviously a little outdated. Let's rebuild it." The main hall represented the dignity of the sect. If it was destroyed by others, it would definitely not be tolerated. However, if it was destroyed by one of their own, especially by a sect leader, yes, it would be treated as if nothing had happened. However, Go Sheng's words made sense. The main hall of the sect was built in the lower realm. Although its specifications were not inferior to many first-rate and second-rate sects, after coming to the upper realm, it was not enough compared to ordinary sections. It was necessary to replan and rebuild it. Jun Changxiao's abuse of Hall Master Z had caused the collapse, so they could skip the demolition step. Yes. When it was said that they had to rebuild it, Li Qingyang was instantly energized. Thus, he casually ate a few mouthfuls in the cafeteria, then called for Paige and his own construction team to tidy up the ruins and design on the spot. Since they were in the upper realm, the main hall had to be more imposing. After an hour of planning, a brand new main hall sketch was presented. The specifications were several times larger than before. This would naturally affect the martial arts arena and other buildings on the main peak. Thus, the reconstruction and renovation was considered a huge project. Jun Changshao was very assured to leave the construction to his second disciple. Thus, he immediately went to the medicine hall and said, "Elder Wei, refine as many of these poisonous herbs as you can. Since the first revolution pills would not cause any harm, the next step was to plant them and strive to achieve mass production. This would allow the disciples to collectively enter the core transformation realm." Hall Master Miao. Jun Changshao went to the poison hall again and said, "As for the antidote, we have to refine more. Elixirs required herbs, and so did the antidote. Thus, if they were to mass-produce the antidote, the money would naturally be spent very quickly. As long as it could increase the overall strength of the sect, Goxing did not care even if he had to spend all his wealth. Spirit Beast Peak. The Purple King was lying on the bed. Apart from a pair of lifeless eyes, his entire face was covered in mosaic. The main reason was that he had been abused too badly, so it would not cause intense discomfort if he saw it. Z felt very wronged. I had successfully tested the pills for the patriarch. Why was I abused in the end? Chapter 1553. Plop. Inside the training room, Li Tiantian half knelt on the ground with a grim expression. At this moment, the poison in his body was like a flood, making him feel as if he could die at any moment. Fortunately, there were many antidote pills beside him. After taking them as quickly as possible, the intense pain gradually weakened. 15 minutes later, Li Tiantian was lying flat on the ground, sweating profusely. The pain caused by the poison attacking his body made him feel as if he had experienced death many times. Thinking back, his spine was drenched in cold sweat. However, everything was worth it because he had successfully stepped into Transformation Core Realm. Feng Guichin and the others refined a total of 10 quick pills. After the Purple King tested that there was no problem, the rest would definitely be given to the disciples. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples had already broken through. So Jun Changshao gave 9 pills to Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others. As for the other disciples, if they refined more in the future, they would definitely be given more. Not bad. Sensing that Li Tiantian was lying on the ground like a dead dog, but his aura was already at Transformation Core Realm, a smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face. A human's physique could not be compared to a koan. After taking the pill, one would have to endure the corrosion of the poison. Although the process was a bit bitter, as long as one could enter Transformation Core realm, no one would care. Indeed, in a world where martial arts were respected, if one could increase their cultivation, no matter what kind of torture and pain they experienced, they would choose to endure it, even if it meant losing their lives. Next, Sima Zhongda and the others took the quick pills and successfully entered Transformation Core realm from Void-Piercing realm, increasing the overall strength of the sect of all times by a small margin. A few days later, Elder Wei divided a medicinal field for the poisonous herbs needed to refine the quick pills. The growth period was about 2 to 3 months. It's a bit slow, Jun Changshao said, but it's better than letting the disciples cultivate. Not only that, the system said, it can also save a lot of resources. Jun Changshao agreed with this point, ignoring the realm and forcefully advancing to Transformation Core realm. The amount of Xian stones and true stones saved in the process would definitely be countless. It's hard to imagine. Jun Changshao took out the pill recipe and said in surprise, a non-human race can actually create such a divine tool pill. Under normal circumstances, human beings were best at alchemy and forging. It was unbelievable that the demonic tribe was better than humans in these two areas. The system said, I don't think the demonic tribe was the one who researched the recipe. Oh, Jun Changshao asked curiously, what do you mean? From the huge size of the devil army, it can be seen that this is a combative tribe. Their research on Chiminduanjia and other aspects are definitely not that outstanding. The system said, not bad. Jun Changshao agreed. Every race had its own characteristics. For example, although the human race was not as strong as the other races in terms of physique and bloodline, their strength lay in their imagination and creativity. As for the demonic tribe, it could be seen from their tall and strong physique that they were born to fight. Asking them to sit down and research alchemy and medical skills was no different from asking rough men to do embroidery. The system said, since the demonic tribe did not exist in the upper realms race system in the beginning, it's very likely that they migrated from other planes or galaxies. As for the pill recipe and forging techniques, they could also be foreign products. That makes sense. It was rare for the two of them to have the same opinion, and there was no argument. Here comes the problem again. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, how did they migrate here? Could it be that they relied on the space-time worm? No, the system denied. The upper realms universe system is too big. It may not be possible to rely on the space-time worm alone. Maybe there's a tool like the Star Spirit Realm Battleship. Oh, Jun Changshao responded. How the demonic tribe came to the upper realm had nothing to do with him. What was the point of thinking so much? It was better to go to the forging hall and see how Master Fan's research was going. Forging Peak. Fan Yezi sat in the stone pavilion and was concentrating on the forging books obtained from the demonic territory. His eyes flashed with surprise and surprise. Hall Master Fan. Jun Changshao walked over and sat next to him. How's the research going? Fan Yezi came back to his senses from the sea of knowledge and exclaimed, Patriarch, these books are too professional. Not only do they record the armor forging technique, there are also many other forging techniques. After ascending to the upper realm, Jun Changshao had found many forging books, but compared to the ones from the demonic territory, it was a world of difference. Jun Changshao asked with interest, compared to the fighter jets? They're only stronger, Fan Yezi said. The unmanned fighter jets were driven by a mysterious formation, but their bodies were forged by various ores, so he had gone to the formation hall to study them carefully. As a matter of fact, there were many scattered wing remains in the hall. The old man from Taishan was in charge of researching the formation, and Fan Yezi was in charge of studying the structure of the fighter jets. If both of them could make substantial progress, it should not be a problem to perfectly replicate a drone. Then do more research. Jun Changshao said, the disciples of Sect are still waiting for new equipment. The 4-piece set of Bahuang Tianyin had not been popularized yet because the ores were relatively rare. The armor worn by the demonic tribe soldiers, especially the second-generation version, was of good quality. The ores required were not high, and there were many casting molds. If they were to be mass-produced, it would not be difficult to have a few sets. Patriarch, Fan Yezi said, I'm the only one in the forging hall. Can you send some disciples over? They don't know how to forge. That's not a problem. They can just help. Okay. Jun Changshao said, I'll find some time and send some disciples over. Find some time? Fan Yezi rolled his eyes. He had complained about the lack of manpower in the forging hall many times. But every time there was no one. He did not know if he would be able to wait until then. Formation hall. Jun Changshao walked in from outside. The old man from Taixien and his research team were still conducting comprehensive research on the unmanned fighter jets. Patriarch, Shengguan Xinyao walked over and said, after the drawer of the cockpit was opened, I found this strange thing inside. Oh. Jun Changshao took out the mechanical device that looked like glasses and said in surprise, Is this a device to test combat power? Then he put it on. Pa. When the button was activated, dense numbers suddenly appeared on the lens. Then it locked onto Shengguan Xinyao, and a series of strange words appeared. That's right. The system said, the host guessed correctly. This is the measuring device. Your disciple's combat power is 36. Jun Changshao was speechless. However, the system said, her defense is 24, agility is 21, and mental strength is 169. Jun Changshao suddenly realized that these values must correspond to the physique, movement, and soul of the martial arts world. It was just a change of name. What about my master? Combat power, 267. What about me? This thing can't detect me. How am I supposed to know? Jun Changshao took off the measuring device and threw it into the space ring. Although this thing could directly analyze one's strength with numbers, the martial arts world still relied on one's realm and understanding of the nature of heaven and earth, so it didn't have much reference value. Ha ha ha! At this moment, the old man from Taixien walked out of the mech and laughed. I understand! I understand! Understand what? Jun Changshao asked. The old man from Taixien walked to the table covered with drawings and took out the internal formation diagram he drew, saying, According to my research during this period, I have roughly confirmed that the driving principle of these formations is soul control. Soul control, Jun Changshao said in surprise. Is it the same principle as the soul control of the mech I mentioned? No, the old man from Taixien said seriously, more professional than you. What do you mean? According to my preliminary judgment, the core formation of the mech can accept the soul of a martial artist and control all the driving devices. Is there a difference between this and the idea I proposed? The mech comes from the distant astral world. Do you think the martial artist and the soul can maintain contact? No. Even if the martial artist could control the mech by separating the soul, there would be a distance limit. If the distance was too far, the connection would be broken. The astral world and the upper realm are separated by several galaxies. There is only one possibility that the mech can still be controlled. The soul integrated into the core formation is actually equivalent to a new consciousness. The old man from Taixien said. I'll go. Jun Changshao said in surprise, Is it that magical? Come. The old man from Taixien walked to the front of the mech and opened a shell, saying, I have cracked the core formation. You can try to integrate a strand of your soul into it. Jun Changshao walked over and found that the internal structure was not only complicated, but also dense formation patterns. Because it was different from the formation system he came into contact with, he was a little dazzled. Integrated there, the groove in the central area. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and separated a strand of his soul until it filled the groove in the center of the formation. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a pilot sitting in the cockpit. Magical. Go Sheng put his hand on the starting lever with a look of surprise. Who? Suddenly, the tail of the mech shot out an energy light. The intact mech instantly broke through a wall of the formation hall and flew out. Li Qingyang, who was planning in front of the ruins of the main hall, raised his head. His spiritual sense caught a big hole in the wall of the formation hall. He immediately clutched his chest, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky above the eternal immortal mountain, the unmanned mech flew at an extremely fast speed. Sometimes it flew sideways, sometimes it flew backwards, as if it was performing aerial acrobatics. Interesting, interesting. A smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face as he stood in the formation hall. At this moment, he was more like an innocent child playing with the remote control plane his parents bought for him. The old man from Taishuan's analysis was right. This kind of unmanned mech from the astral world could be controlled as long as the soul was injected into the formation. Moreover, what surprised Jun Changshao the most was that the mech flew out of the eternal immortal mountain and flew far enough away. Although it was disconnected from him, it was still flying, as if someone was still controlling it. Whoosh! After a while, the mech flew back to the eternal immortal mountain. The soul was connected to the main body, and Gosheng regained control. This is too magical, Jun Changshao exclaimed. After disconnecting from the mech, the flight path was exactly the same as what he had expected. This meant that the soul that had fused with it had its own consciousness at that stage, and even completely inherited its thoughts. Master, withdrawing a wisp of his soul, Jun Changshao said, "Can this kind of special formation be used on the mech?" He was not interested in the unmanned mech, but he was interested in the internal structure of the formation. If it was used on the Diablo, not only would the disciples be able to control it remotely, they would also be able to control it in the true sense of the word. Follow me. The old man from Taishian brought Jun Changshao to the back of the mountain. There was a mech placed there with dazzling patterns on it. Could it be, just as Jun Changshao opened his mouth, the old man from Taishian proudly said, "That's right, this kind of extremely special soul formation has already been used." PS3200 Plus, it was only 6,000 words away from 200,000. Come on, Ollie. Chapter 1554. Boom. Boom. Heavy footsteps came from the gloomy forest. A mecha that was dozens of feet tall pushed open the tree and walked over. Its eyes were shining. Together with the dark color, it looked like a ghost from hell. Whoosh! A human figure flew over from afar and landed on a big tree. Then it issued some kind of order to the big guy. It quickly rushed into the depths of the forest, then raised its palm and shot out a beam of energy, killing the leopard-type demon beast that was moving at high speed on the spot. Not bad. Zhong Yi nodded with satisfaction. Using Diablo to kill a void realm beast? Did it have nothing better to do? No. This time he came to the forest thousands of miles away from the Sect to test whether the mecha would listen to his orders when it was operated by soul and disconnected from the user. He was very satisfied with the result. Zhong Yi transmitted his voice to the members of the drizzle hall nearby, reporting to the patriarch, "Everything is normal." Roger that. Under the continuous transmission of the intelligence network, the news was quickly sent to the Sect of all times. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "When fighting in the future, you just need to let them merge with the soul." The old man from Taishian said, "Although it's convenient, if the mecha is seriously damaged, the soul will also be damaged. I'm afraid it will bring irreparable damage to the disciple." "It's okay," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "As long as the soul refining sacred celestial art is cultivated to the out-of-body level, the separated soul will not affect the main body even if it is erased." This was the reason why Gosheng had been working on unmanned mecha. Unfortunately, the mental cultivation method was too profound. Even he himself had not comprehended the out-of-body level yet. Of course, with the doppelganger formed by the major Thousand Shadows art, even if he had been worrying about the sect and neglected cultivation, he would comprehend it sooner or later. Master, Jun Changshao said, the previous 1,000 mechas and the subsequent ones have to be added with this soul array. Elder Zhen and the others have already started to act, the old man from Taishan said. That's good. Jun Changshao reminded them again and then returned to his residence. He was free now. The medical hall, poison refining hall, smithing hall, and array formation hall started to get busy. After all, they had to refine elixirs, research armor, and set up array formations. This was the sect of all times. Some of the halls might be very idle or even have no sense of existence. However, when they were put to use, they would definitely be busy to the point of exhaustion. Compared to the Spirit Beast Hall, they were still considered fortunate. Due to Hall Master Z's actions of testing the pill, Elder Nyo and the others were now holding brooms and cleaning the various mountain peaks for a month. These chores were originally done by Dukong, but since it was replaced by the Spirit Beast Hall, he could only focus on cultivating Dharma. The sect of all times was operating as usual. Jun Changshao also had a rare opportunity to cultivate and comprehend martial arts techniques. Outside, the 10 great immortal sects began a large-scale search of the buried moon pavilion. The entire world was filled with a murderous aura. Although Jun Changshao did not go out, the Drizzle Hall had always been collecting information, so he knew the current situation of the world like the back of his hand. Patriarch. One day, Liluacho walked into the study and reported, I just received news that the Realm Hall's men found the buried Moon Pavilion branch in Sea King City last night. Both sides had a fierce battle outside the city, and both sides suffered casualties. Jun Changshao said, to be able to find the branch, the Realm Hall is not useless after all. Li Luacho smiled and said, the investigation of the buried Moon Pavilion this time was initiated by the 10 great celestial sects. They definitely won't dare to slack off, so it's normal for them to find the branch based on the information provided by the Patriarch. Go ahead. Jun Changshao put his legs on the table and smiled. I'm looking forward to picking up the scraps. The 10 great celestial sects would definitely not allow the demon ancestor to exist. Both sides would eventually have a winner. What he needed to do was to watch the fire burn across the river and reap the benefits when the time was right. Ling Yao Wonderland. Master, the hunchbacked elder frowned and said, the 10 great celestial sects are serious this time. The buried moon pavilion might be destroyed. Empress Ling Yao, who was sitting on the throne, said faintly, the demon ancestor is someone they have to get rid of. Now that he has been identified as a spy, the situation is not optimistic. This Jun Changshao is not simple, the hunchbacked elder said. With just a few words in the Holy Cities meeting, he labeled the fiend ancestor as a spy. Empress Ling Yao said, the demonic tribe does not belong to the upper realm, and now there are foreign warships invading. Perhaps he has guessed correctly. Whether or not the demon ancestor was a spy, she was skeptical, and so were the 10 great celestial sects. But at this moment they could only believe it. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Actually, Empress Ling Yao said, I am very curious now. What method did Jun Changshao use to blow up the 9 warships that were preparing to escape? Out of the 10 warships that invaded, the upper realm joined forces with various experts to barely destroy one of them. Gu Xiaoxi flew out from the sect of all times and sacrificed himself to blow it up. This was too exaggerated. Moreover, the Starry Sky Fortress was also blown up. Combining the two, did Jun Changshao already possess some kind of terrifying power that could destroy everything? The 10 great celestial sects had also mentioned this in their discussions, but they did not go to the sect of all times to ask for clarification. Firstly, the two sides were not on good terms because of the demonic body. Secondly, if they provoked the other side and blew up their own home, it would be troublesome. What was this? That's right, nuclear deterrence. If Go Shing took out a soul bomb and placed it in the sky, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Who dares to fight me?" the final result would be the celestial sects all clasping their fists and saying they did not dare. It should be some kind of special trump card, the hunchbacked old man said. Empress Lin Yao said, regardless of whether it is a trump card or not, the invasion of the foreign warships has undoubtedly helped Jun Changshao. The Jia Hall will definitely not dare to offend him again. Then Master's plan, it doesn't matter. Empress Lin Yao said, with Jun Changshao's personality, he will definitely remember the 10 great celestial sects besieging the sect of all times. Sooner or later, there will be a day when they will fall out. As a subordinate, the Jia Hall will naturally be affected. In the dark and gloomy palace, the demon ancestor sat cross-legged in the blood pool. Crimson lines covered his entire body, as if he was being nourished by some kind of power. Phew! After a while, he opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. My ancestor, the black-robed old man said respectfully, the investigation has been completed. The 10 great celestial sects suddenly attacked the buried moon pavilion because they think that the demon clan is the accomplice of the invaders. The demon ancestors' eyes gradually turned cold. 100,000 years ago, these sanctimonious forces thought that the demon clan wanted to dominate the upper world, so they joined forces with the other major clans to destroy us. Now that I am resurrected, they have found a new reason? Humph. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The black-robed old man wanted to say something, but stopped. What are you trying to say? My ancestor, the 10 great celestial sects, think that the demon clan is a spy from the outside world. It is all because the patriarch of the sect of all times fanned the flames during the meeting in the holy city. Uft! The demon ancestor could not hold back the blood in his body and spat it out. The disciples of the sect of all times had stolen the connate saint demonic body. He had not succeeded in getting someone else to do the dirty work. Instead, he had let the sect become the hero. Now that he had been tricked by that guy, it was hard for him not to be angry. Despicable guy. The demon ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, when I recover, I will destroy the sect of all times with my own hands. Let's go. Inform all members of the buried moon pavilion that we will depart for the hidden spirit island in the West Ocean in 3 days. They were afraid that the 10 great celestial sects would find them. My ancestor, the black-robed old man said, there is an ancient array on the hidden spirit island. If we get close, that was set up by me in the past. The demon ancestor sneered and said, I'm afraid the 10 great immortal sects would never have thought that I still have a way to enter the demonic region. As long as we can successfully enter and control the demonic army, the entire upper world will be doomed. He. Chapter 1555. Without the connate saint demon body, why was the demon ancestor so confident that he could control the demon army? Because he was the ancestor of the demon clan, the leader of the clan. Even without the demon body, he could still command his subordinates. However, the reality was a little cruel. The demon army in the demon territory had been moved away by Jun Changshao. Even the royal city's treasury and all kinds of forging facilities were gone. Even if they went in, they would only listen to the snowflakes and the north wind. The demon ancestor did not know about this. He gave up the palace where he was in seclusion and took the elite troops of the buried moon pavilion to the West Sea. The 10 immortal sects were closing in, and there was no way to escape. However, it did not mean that he admitted defeat. As long as his injuries recovered and he regained his strength, he would definitely rise again and cause chaos in the upper realm. No matter what caused the demon ancestor's personality to be distorted in the past, he was now a complete villain. Sigh. 2 villains in one world. How could he live well in the future? Some people would ask, who was the other villain? Hurry and see a doctor. I'll pay for it myself. You don't have to pay me back. The West Sea. After traveling for half a month, the demon ancestor arrived at the hidden Spirit Island, which was described as the most mysterious place. Why was it mysterious? Because the island was located in the West Sea. It disappeared and disappeared from time to time. Sometimes it was in the east, sometimes it was in the west. It was like a wandering ghost. Even if a lucky boat or martial artist came here, they would definitely be lost in the forbidden array and turn into a skeleton. Buzz! On the beach, the demon ancestor waved his hand and the invisible array was immediately removed. Roar! Roar! At the same time, a deafening roar came from the island. Immediately, a group of huge birds and beasts rushed out and then prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping. As expected, the demon ancestor said with relief, "You have all grown up." The 4 black-robed elders and the members of the buried moon pavilion standing behind changed their expressions. They had only seen these strange demonic beasts in ancient books because they had long been extinct and no longer existed. The 10 major celestial sects thought that by sealing off the demonic territory, they would be able to get rid of all future troubles. Little did they know that I had a trick up my sleeve. I had placed the baby demonic beasts of my clan on the hidden Spirit Island in advance. The demon ancestor said proudly, leaving behind a few resurrection plans and leaving powerful demonic beasts on the island. He might as well call this master Devil Hands. Don't say it. After 100,000 years of natural development, the demonic beasts on hidden Spirit Island had grown to a very large scale. For example, there were several hundred demonic beasts similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and their strength was comparable to at least 8 or 9 transformations. There were also over 1,000 flying demonic beasts similar to the ostrich, and their strength was at least 5 or 6 transformations. This was still a large number of beasts. Some of the beasts were fewer in number, but their strength was getting stronger. Some of them were even comparable to the truth-seeking realm. With such a lineup and no concealment array at the start, ordinary cultivators would definitely die if they entered. Let's go. Mo led his subordinates through the dense forest and stopped at an area with higher terrain. Then he waved his hand lightly. When the formation in front of them was removed, a small city instantly appeared in their field of vision. Above the city gate were the words, "Spirit Vanishing City. From today onwards, this is where you will live." Yes. Thousands of buried moon pavilion members walked into the spotless city. Looking at the various defensive measures set up on the city walls, they were all amazed by the foresight of their ancestor 100,000 years ago to raise demonic beasts on the island and build a city in advance. Sect of all times, Jun Changshao sat in the study, one hand holding the left side of his face. His eyes glanced at the map on the table, and he muttered to himself, "Where will the demon ancestor hide?" Although he wanted to be a spectator, if the 10 major immortal sects could not find that guy and let him recover his cultivation in a short time, he and his sect would definitely be in trouble. Without a doubt, the system said, "After all, your disciple stole his demonic body." So, Jun Changshao stood up, rubbed his temples, and said, "I can't just rely on the immortal sect to deal with the devil ancestor. I have to personally go and find him. I have to take advantage of the fact that my cultivation hasn't recovered to prevent future troubles. The 10 major immortal sects have better intelligence than the Drizzle Hall. If they can't find him, how will the host find him?" The system began to pour cold water on him. Jun Changshao scanned the map back and forth and said, since the demon ancestor left so many demonic troops in the demonic region, he will definitely find a way to enter. And then, the sealed entrance to the demonic region is in the West Sea. Perhaps he is hiding in some corner. The West Sea of the Upper Realm is vast and boundless. A few falling star continents can't compare to it. The host has no clue to find his hiding place. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, the system said. Originally, Jun Changshao had only made a casual guess and had no intention of going to the West Sea to look for it. However, when he heard its firm tone, he immediately made a decision and said, "Since you're going, I have no reason not to go." Whoosh! That day, Go Sheng boarded the ancient warship and left the Sect of all times, embarking on the journey to the West Sea. It could be said that he left as soon as he said he would, rushing through the 9 states. This time, he didn't have much hope in going to the West Sea. His real goal was to cultivate to the peak of the revolving core realm. There was no point in cultivating, so he planned to go out and try his luck. Perhaps he might accidentally find dozens of super-large immortal stone veins. Haha, the system laughed. In other aspects, it might suspect that he was a jinx. Finding dozens of super-large immortal stone veins? Absolutely impossible. If he really found one, he would do a handstand. Come on, mercilessly slap his face. Hidden Spirit Island. Several subordinates of the demon ancestor appeared from the formation boundary, and then flew toward the continent on a flying treasure. The headquarters of the buried moon pavilion would be placed here in the future. Many members would arrive later, so they had to prepare a large amount of supplies and daily necessities. There was an ancient formation on the island, and it didn't change its position. Therefore, it would be difficult for the 10 major immortal sects to find it in the sea. Wait, wasn't this similar to the Demon Emperor's Gate? It hid in a forbidden area and relied on a special formation to move around crazily. In the end, it was still found by Jun Changshao, who was good at fighting. Jun Changshao had taken advantage of it several times. It was similar, but in terms of strength, the demon ancestor was much stronger than the Demon Emperor's Gate sect master. Moreover, he had so many tricks up his sleeve 100,000 years ago. How could he be found so easily? Huff! The demon ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged in the main hall, opened his eyes and said helplessly, "Although my body is becoming more and more compatible with it, my soul has suffered a setback. I'm stuck at the peak of the revolving core realm, and it's difficult for me to enter the truth-seeking realm." Forget it. It's not something urgent. He got up and walked out of the main hall. He walked along the tree-lined path to the back of the mountain. Then he activated a mechanism, and an entrance slowly opened in the stone wall. There was a small palace inside. After the demon ancestor entered, the torches in all directions suddenly lit up. Under the illumination of the light, he could clearly see the outline of a huge pattern on the stone slab in the center. With my current cultivation, I should be able to activate the array to enter the demonic region. This array pattern was set up by him 100,000 years ago. Its purpose was to teleport to the demonic region. Whether it could break the seal set up by the 10 immortal sects was still uncertain. Swish! The demon ancestor walked into the center of the array and sat down cross-legged. Buzz! Buzz! Demonic chi spread out, and the ancient patterns that had existed for a long time were suddenly activated. They flashed with red light and gradually formed layers of light screens. It can connect to the demonic region. Swish! Swish! The demon ancestor quickly formed a hand seal and chanted a strange incantation. He placed 2 fingers in front of his temple and shouted, "I am the only one in the world. Turn the starry sky." Swish! A stream of light flashed, and his figure gradually blurred. It worked. This ancient array that was set up 100,000 years ago was not suppressed by the seal. It could be teleported to the demonic region. Kakik! My soldiers, have you heard the call of this ancestor? The voice became weaker and weaker as the demon ancestor was teleported away. The West Sea was a very general name. The coastal continents were included in it, not just the boundless ocean. Jun Changshao rushed over on the ancient warship. The first stop was Sea King City, because a very important branch of the buried moon pavilion was here. They had just fought with the Jia hull not long ago. Look, it's the ancient warship. The patriarch of the sect of all times. Go Sheng flew openly in midair on the official road of Sea King City and immediately alerted the passers-by on the road. How could they have heard of him in such a remote place? Jun Changshao was a little smug. He did not go into the city. Instead, he rushed to the open space where the buried Moon Pavilion and the Jia Hall fought. There were huge pits nearby, and the rocks and trees had collapsed. He could infer that the battle must have been very fierce. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's spiritual thoughts captured an acquaintance in the battle area. He was surprised. Why is he here? Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan, who was carrying the sarcophagus, looked up and smiled. We meet again. Brother Liu, why have you come to Sea King City? Jun Changxiao asked. Sigh. Ryu Sinan shook his head. I was going to your sect, but I got lost and ended up in the West Sea. Jun Changxiao almost fell off the ship. Brother, the sect of all times is in the southeast region, and the West Sea is in the west. You got lost too much. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, You're here to investigate the buried Moon Pavilion? That's right. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the warship and put away his space ring. He then said with a solemn expression, The Zanyue Pavilion is related to the demon ancestor, so I came here to investigate it. I hope I can do something for the upper world. Although this demon exterminator was a member of the Jia Hall, he felt that he was a good person after meeting him in Mayuan City. It would be best if they could build a friendship. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan cupped his fists and said, Righteous. Jun Changxiao said, The upper realm is so big. It's fate that we met here. Why don't we go to a restaurant in Sea King City and have a drink or two? That would be great. Ryu Sinan did not decline. After all, he was exhausted after coming to the West Sea. A drink or two would relieve his tiredness. Please. Just as the two of them entered Sea King City, the demon lord, who entered Moang territory with the help of a formation, entered Moang City. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very excited. 100,000 years ago, he scattered the million-strong demon army in various cities and sealed them. There were as many as 300,000 soldiers in the main city, including the 8 most capable generals. Gather the army. What is there to be afraid of? Along the way, the demon lord's eyes shone with excitement. Soon he arrived at the military camp that he had built himself. He looked at the drill ground and the stage with a smile, only to see an empty space. Where are my soldiers? Where are my 8 generals? The demon lord stood there in a daze, the smile on his face completely frozen. The camera panned to the sky and gave him a close-up shot of nothing around him. Sad music started to play, snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind blew. The world was vast. A plum blossom stood proudly in the snow, only for the fragrance of his lover. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered out like fireworks in full bloom. 4th update, 3,200 plus words. I can't take it anymore. My brain is in a daze. If I force myself to write, I might not even know what I'm writing. The total word count for this month is fixed at 199,459. Damn it, more than 500 words. It's stopping me from reaching 200,000. Chapter 1556. In the largest restaurant in Sea King City, Jun Changxiao sat in a high-class room and started chatting with Ryu Sinan. Those who did not know would think that they were old friends. Not long after, plates of delicacies were served. Since it was a coastal city, the cuisine was mainly seafood. Ryu Sinan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He praised, I've heard that the seafood feast in Sea King City is the best in the upper realm. Just the smell of the aroma is enough to prove it. Brother Liu, are you a gourmet? Jun Changxiao asked. I wouldn't dare to call myself a gourmet, Ryu Sinan said humbly. It's just that I'm usually very gluttonous and like to taste the world's delicacies. Masters would not starve to death even if they did not eat. But who would not want to eat delicious food? Please. Please." The two of them exchanged pleasantries and began to taste the seafood feast. I won't describe the process of eating. I'm afraid that the instant noodles in your bowl will suddenly not taste good. Not bad. Not bad. Ryu Sinan praised as he ate. Sigh. Jun Changshao put down his chopsticks and picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. Disappointment appeared on his face. It's coming, the system said. The drama queen is about to perform. Ryu Sinan was puzzled. Jun Patriarch, why aren't you eating? Don't you like seafood? Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed first, then stood up and pointed at the table full of seafood. He said indignantly, Such good food, but it's so disgusting. It's such a waste. Ryu Sinan was dumbfounded. The seafood feast here was very good. How could it be disgusting? Even if it was not to his taste, there was no need to get angry. Had this guy's pickiness about food reached a terrifying level? Brother Liu. Jun Changshao said, You may think that I'm picky, but in fact the chef in this restaurant doesn't know how to cook at all. The food he makes is disgusting and soulless. Ryu Sinan's mouth twitched slightly. He only knew whether food was delicious or not, but he had never heard of soulful food. I'm not eating anymore. Jun Changshao flung his chopsticks and sat down angrily. Ryu Sinan lowered his voice and said, Jun Patriarch, a seafood feast costs at least 10,000 profound stones. It would be a waste not to eat it. Brother Liu, please rest assured. Jun Changshao said, This meal is on me. If it's wasted, then so be it. Hearing the word treat, Ryu Sinan felt relieved. He picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, Then I'll eat. Pa. Jun Changshao took out a bowl of fried rice from his interspatial ring and said, Brother Liu, eat the seafood. I'll eat the food I prepared. This is... Ryu Sinan was surprised. Jun Changshao said, Fried rice made by the Sect chef. Ryu Sinan felt a little dizzy. Instead of eating the expensive seafood feast, he chose to eat fried rice that was similar to dry food. Was this guy sick? Brother Liu. Jun Changshao asked, Do you want one? No. Ryu Sinan hurriedly said seriously, I think I should eat the seafood feast first. It would be a waste if I can't finish it. On one side was lobster, king crab, and other precious delicacies, and on the other was cold fried rice. As long as one's brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, anyone would know what to eat. All right then. Jun Changshao picked up his chopsticks and ate the fried rice, smacking his lips. Ryu Sinan completely let go of his appetite and ate the food on the table in big mouthfuls. But when he glanced over and saw the other eating more happily than him, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Can this thing compare to the seafood feast? After a while, Jun Changshao leaned against the back of the chair, scooped off the rice and stuffed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully, saying, This is a real delicacy. It has absolute soul. The corner of Ryu Sinan's mouth twitched. A guy who had eaten fried rice for God knows how many nights could eat it to the level of soul? There must be something wrong with his brain. Brother Liu, come, drink a mouthful. Come. After drinking a cup of wine, Jun Changshao continued to eat. His mouth made a lot of noise, and he looked very relaxed. Ryu Sinan was immediately affected. He felt that the seafood on the table was no longer delicious. Brother Liu, why aren't you eating? Ryu Sinan couldn't take it anymore and asked weakly, Jun Patriarch, is this fried rice really that good? Of course. Jun Changshao said, No beautiful words can describe it. Seeing how exaggerated he was, Ryu Sinan was even more curious. He smiled and said, Can you give me a bowl? Sigh. The system said helplessly. I still fell for it. All right. Jun Changshao took out a bowl of fried rice from his space ring and pushed it over. Ryu Sinan lowered his head and carefully examined the fried rice. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because just from the color, it was obvious that it had been cooked for a long time. What was the standard of a delicacy? It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Although the fried rice was still golden in color because it had been cooked overnight, it was obviously much dimmer. As for the taste, Ryu Sinan leaned over and sniffed. He couldn't smell anything at all. He immediately concluded that this bowl of fried noodles was at most used to fill the stomach. It wasn't a delicacy at all. Why was June Patriarch eating so happily? If he guessed correctly, this person was seriously lacking in taste. Brother Lu, Jun Changshao said, eat it while it's hot. This fried rice was obviously cold. Eat it while it's hot, my ass. After all, Ryu Sinan was a cultured person. Although he was a little regretful, he still picked up the spoon. That's right. When eating fried rice, the spoon had more soul than chopsticks. From this small detail, it could be seen that Ryu Sinan was indeed a gourmet. Thinking about how Jun Changshao picked up the bowl and used the chopsticks to shove the fried rice into his mouth, no wonder he ate it with relish. It made people envious. A small spoonful put it in his mouth. Even if he had already determined that the fried rice was only used to fill the stomach, Ryu Sinan still tasted it carefully like a gentleman, because he understood the principle that every grain on the plate was hard work. Chewing. He chewed the bridge of his grandmother, chewed the bridge of his youth in a simple courtyard. A young girl wearing an apron stood at the kitchen door and shouted, "Brother Nan, the food is ready." Wait a minute. Humph, you only know how to cultivate. After a while, the girl shouted again, "Brother Nan, the food is cold." Wait a minute. Only after being urged several times did the young man come out. He picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls, regardless of whether the food was cold or hot, and continued to cultivate. This kind of life lasted for a long time, until one rainy night when the cooking girl was lying in his arms, she still didn't forget to smile and say, After I leave, remember to eat on time. Swish! Ryu Sinan suddenly came back from the past. He looked down at the bowl of cold fried rice. Manly tears flowed down his cheeks because the cold fried rice reminded him of his true love, and he remembered that he didn't cherish her. The thing that made him regret the most in his life was that he was too addicted to martial arts and neglected the woman who cared for him. It wasn't until she left that he suddenly realized that it was impossible to eat the food she cooked. Back to the topic. How did the fried rice taste? It was no longer important because whether it was delicious or not, it reminded Ryu Sinan of the past. It reminded him of the taste when he was busy with cultivation and hurried to eat. This man, looking at the stone coffin next to him, Jun Changshao secretly said, "There must be a sad story." Nonsense. The system ridiculed. If there is no story, how can I give you a chance to poach him? P.S. Please guarantee a monthly ticket. Chapter 1557. Ryu Sinan finished the fried rice. What he ate was not the taste, but the memories. Brother Lu. Jun Changshao said, "Can you tell me your story?" Since the food was to his liking, he should take advantage of the situation and find a flaw to attack. "I don't have a story." Lu Wanshi put down the spoon gently and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your hospitality." Swoosh! He carried the sarcophagus and left. No way. He left just like that. Jun Changshao shook his head and went downstairs to pay the bill. When he walked out of the restaurant, Ryu Sinan had already walked to the end of the street. His back was gradually drowned in the crowd. Ha! The system rejoiced in his misfortune and said, "What a waste of time!" Jun Changshao said, "This is a very gentlemanly man. I believe he will remember this meal." TSK, the system snorted. Jun Changshao left Sea King City. Next, he would wander around the West Sea aimlessly to see if he could find any clues. On the reef by the sea, Ryu Sinan sat on the ground. He placed the sarcophagus in front of him and looked at the endless sea. He was still thinking about the feelings and worries brought to him by the fried rice. Moang region. The song of a cut plum was still lingering on the demon ancestor's head. At this moment, he was standing in the empty equipment workshop. He covered his chest with one hand and leaned against the wall with the other. Drops of blood splattered down and gathered into a lake. Why is this? This demon ancestor was very strong, but he was overly cautious. He left behind a lot of backup plans before he died so that he could make a comeback in the future. But the reality was cruel. The soldiers and generals in the Moang region, and even all the equipment were gone. Not even a strand of hair was left. A blow. A heavy blow. Fortunately, the reconstructed body was very strong. If it was an ordinary person, they would have vomited blood and died. Who is it? The demon ancestor clenched his fists. His face was ferocious. His veins were bulging as he roared. Who is it? If anger could be measured by a number, it would be off the charts now. An hour later, he had visited all the other cities and made sure that the devil army was nowhere to be found. Only then did he return to the main city with all his heart set on it. Although his heart was in pain, life had to go on. How could the lord of the Moang clan be defeated by a setback? Although the demon ancestor's current strength was lacking, he still had the heart of a top elite. Not only could he withstand the storm, but he could also withstand the storm. No Moang army? It doesn't matter. No equipment? It doesn't matter. As long as he recovered his cultivation, he could make a comeback. The 10 Celestials, all the major clans, and the sect of all times that stole my Moang's body. The demon ancestor stepped into the array pattern that led back to the hidden spirit island. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, "Sooner or later, you will understand what a real hell is. I am the only one in the world, and I shall turn the stars." Swish! The light flashed, and Demon Alpha was still standing where she was. She had not been teleported away. In the end, she lost control of her emotions and screamed, "What the F***CK is going on?" A series of mental attacks were simply too fatal. West Ocean. A few members of the buried Moon Pavilion who were in charge of purchasing landed on the beach of Hidden Spirit Island under the guidance of a special device. Then they vigilantly released their spiritual senses to observe the surroundings. After making sure that no one was following them, they entered the invisible array. About 15 minutes later, the space above the ocean was slightly distorted, and the ancient warship slowly appeared. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the bow, crossed his legs and said, "These people are sneaking around. It's a little suspicious." Damn, he actually followed them. Without any foreshadowing, he directly found the demon ancestor's hiding place. What a coincidence! Jun Changshao was wandering aimlessly in the ocean. He saw a few martial artists flying at high speed on the ocean, so he followed them on a whim. At this time, he did not know that the people he was following were members of the buried Moon Pavilion. He also did not know that the demon ancestor was hiding on the island ahead. Swoosh! He kept the ancient warship and flew over alone. However, what shocked Jun Changshao was that when he was about to reach the beach, he saw the ocean in front of him. The entire island disappeared. Is it a mirage? Impossible. Those martial artists clearly went in just now. It can't be fake. Go Shang hovered in midair, holding his chin as he began to think. Could it be that there's an array that's automatically shielding the island? The system guessed. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "There was indeed the aura of an array just now, but it's gone now. The entire island seems to have evaporated." He waited for a while. After making sure that it no longer existed, he summoned the ancient warship and searched the nearby waters. An island had suddenly disappeared. This aroused Jun Changshao's interest. After searching for about 2 days, Goshing finally found the island in another part of the ocean. From its original position, it was at least a few thousand miles away. If not for the fact that it was very close and could not be seen with the naked eye, spiritual senses would not have been able to detect it. Very strange. Jun Changshao thought to himself, there might be treasures inside. Swoosh! When he got close again, the entire island had mysteriously disappeared again. "I don't believe that I won't be able to find you." Jun Changxiao's temper flared. He piloted the ancient warship and continued searching in the West Sea. In the end, he found it 8 times in half a month. Every time he was about to reach the shore, it would disappear. It was as if it did not want strangers to approach it. Gosheng was not angry. He took out the map of the West Sea and marked his current position. As for the other locations he had discovered before, he also marked them. As expected, it's another 2,000 miles away. In this half a month, Jun Changxiao found that the island would always disappear and reappear at a fixed distance. Moreover, from the map, it appeared to be a circle. It seemed to contain the law of strategists. The first time was here. The second time was here. Clock. Turn clockwise. In order to verify his guess, Jun Changxiao piloted the ancient warship and traveled 2,000 miles from the last location. The location was exactly at 11 o'clock on the map. Just as expected, after 1 day and 1 night, the space in the sea below was distorted. It was as if the island was shrouded in some kind of energy. Jun Changxiao did not rush over immediately. Instead, he went to the first location marked on the map. 2 days later, the island appeared again. Only then did he confirm. It's indeed at a fixed location. It's moving clockwise. So what if you found the pattern? The system said, as long as the host gets close, the island will disappear. This must be related to the array inside. I can set up another array to intercept it, Jun Changxiao said. Xiao! Jun Changxiao flew to the 1 o'clock position and began to set up the array. Although he was not as skilled as the Taishan elder, he could at least show off his skills. Moreover, the main point this time was not to destroy the island, but to intercept it. Even a second was enough. Huff, huff. A few days later, the island automatically rotated to a fixed location. Because of the array on the surface of the sea, there was a violent collision. Then, with a xiao sound, it disappeared for exactly 1 second. Although the hidden spirit island was out of danger, the 1 second delay gave Jun Changxiao an opportunity to land on the beach. He's here. Gosheng is here. Demonic region. The demon ancestor sat cross-legged outside the array and breathed. Previously, the teleportation failed because he vomited too much blood. His body was a little weak, so he needed to recuperate before returning to the hidden spirit island. Chapter 1558. The hidden spirit island was still changing rhythmically, but no matter if it turned clockwise or counterclockwise, it couldn't shake off Jun Changxiao. This guy had already entered and was standing on the beach, thinking about how to break the array in front of him. The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion had special tokens that allowed them to enter and exit at will. If he wanted to enter, he would have to break it with violence or wisdom. Let's use wisdom. Jun Changxiao was worried that if he made too much noise outside, it would alarm the martial artists who had entered before him. Whoosh! His soul scattered and merged into the array. Damn! Seeing the dense structure of lines inside, Jun Changxiao collapsed on the spot. This is too advanced and complicated. Regret. He didn't bring the Taishan elder. It was obviously unrealistic to return to the sect to pick him up at this time, so he could only sit down and analyze step by step. Jun Changxiao was mainly a little lazy and adhered to the sect's principle of not keeping idle people. So, as long as it was related to arrays, he would leave it to the array hall. In fact, his understanding of arrays was very good. Of course, it was also because he often used cheats that covered up his own advantages. There was no absolutely perfect array in this world. As long as one observed carefully, they would always find loopholes and flaws. Even if it was just a little bit, it would cause a fatal chain reaction. Jun Changxiao was like a meditating monk sitting on the beach under the scorching sun, quietly analyzing and figuring out. Even if sand fell on his hair, his shoulders would not move. A serious woman was the most beautiful. Gosheng was the most handsome when he was serious. 5 days later, a cool breeze blew, blowing away his black hair. When Jun Changxiao started to study arrays to the extreme, It triggered the root of his illness, baldness. Whoosh! After a while he stood up. The sand on his head and shoulders fell down. The sun shone on his shadow, making him look so majestic. Enough, enough, enough! Suddenly, Jun Changshao waved his hand, twisted his waist, and sang, "Ah, ah, ah!" Whoosh! The invisible defensive barrier suddenly dissipated. It was undeniable that Go Sheng's singing was amazing. However, the array stopped operating not because of the disturbance of the out-of-tune music, but because it was completely controlled. Treasure! Jun Changzhao's lips curled into a smile. "I am coming." A small island that was covered with complicated formations and constantly changed its position was enough to show that there was something good hidden there that it didn't want others to know about. Perhaps there were a few dozen immortal stone veins waiting for him to excavate. Roar! While he was thinking, an extremely loud roar echoed in his ears. Jun Changxiao's head was shaken, and the sand behind him was crazily swept away. A gigantic creature that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex was standing in front of him at some point in time. Its stinky mouth was only half a zhang away from him. There were many demonic beasts on the hidden spirit island. When the array stopped, they would appear immediately. Roar, so noisy! Boom! The gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex flew into the air and crashed into the forest in the distance, like a small mountain. Its mouth and eyes were slanted, and white foam was spewing out of its mouth as it fainted. Aya! Jun Changshao rubbed his shiny and smooth head with dead fish eyes and said in a daze, "I was a little heavy-handed." The system roared. Why did the style suddenly change to a punch? Roar! Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from the forest in front. Boom! 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 One by one, the Tyrannosaurus Rex raised their gigantic bodies and walked out with trembling steps. They were at least 200 to 300 zhang tall, and there were 7 to 8 of them. Soon they were like mountains in front of the beach, looking down at Jun Changshao. "Kid, how dare you hurt my kind?" Jun Changshao looked up at these big guys. His eyes shone, and a U-shaped smile gradually appeared on his face. These demonic beasts that looked very similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex were very strong. They should not be weaker than a human transformation stage, 7 or 8. The crystal cores in their bodies must be very valuable. The system said, "There is no such demonic beast in the illustrated handbook of demonic beasts in the upper realm. They should be a rare species that is extinct." Rare species. Jun Changxiao's eyes were burning. The crystal cores must be even more valuable. The system was speechless. This guy only saw the value of the crystal cores. Did he not see the value of the rare quality? Or was it because of their ugly appearance that he had no intention of subduing them? Yes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was too ugly. Trespassing on Hidden Spirit Island will only result in death. Hoo-hoo! The 8 Tyrannosaurus Rex angrily raised their feet and mercilessly trampled on Jun Changshao. As expected of a rare species from 100,000 years ago, the seemingly ordinary attack actually contained an extremely strong true spirit force. Demonic beasts did not cultivate martial arts, but when they reached a certain level, they could also control the attributes of heaven and earth. So in terms of body and strength, they were even stronger than human martial artists of the same level. Not to mention, to be able to be sent to the island by the demon ancestor in advance, they were definitely not ordinary. "You want me to die?" Jun Changxiao's dead fish eyes were suddenly replaced by a serious expression. His style was eyes bright like stars, nose like hanging gallbladder, face like jade. "Xiu! Xiu!" Before the 8 feet could press down, the cold blade light resisted the true spirit force and tore it from below. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the heads of the Tyrannosaurus Rex flew out and scattered on the ground. Its huge body slowly fell down like a collapsed mountain. Swoosh! Jun Changshao held the green dragon crescent blade in front of him and said calmly, "You're not qualified." His expression was cold and domineering. "Roar! Roar!" At this moment, angry roars came from the forest. More Tyrannosaurus rex rushed over with earth-shattering footsteps. Their eyes were burning with rage. As a rare species under special protection in the upper realm, how could they tolerate someone killing their own kind so wantonly? Pucci! Pucci! In the distant mountains, flying demonic beasts that looked like ostriches also rushed out. Jun Changshao spread his spiritual thoughts and said in surprise, "Why are there so many strange demonic beasts on this island?" "They're more than strange," the system said seriously. "They're all extremely rare species." "Understood." Jun Changshao raised the green dragon crescent blade and said with a smile, "The biggest treasure on this island should be them." "Xiu! Xiu!" Just as they were about to start killing to obtain the crystal cores, black-robed and masked martial artists flew out from the city at the end of the forest. They did not know that there were people outside the formation because the formation system was controlled by the demon ancestor. However, when the formation was broken and the Tyrannosaurus rex roared, they naturally realized that something was wrong. This is seeing the crescent moon pattern on their chests. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Buried moon pavilion?" However, his smile froze in the next second. This was because there were not just a few dozen black-robed and masked men flying over. There were thousands of them. In addition, rare demonic beasts from all around the forest were rushing over. He was in a very bad situation. "Pavilion Master!" A member of the Buried Moon Pavilion saw the person standing on the beach and said in shock, "It's the patriarch of the Sect of all times." The black-robed elder who rushed over frowned and said, "How did he find this place?" This person colluded with the 10 major celestial sects and even framed the demonic tribe as a spy. "Since he dares to come to Hidden Spirit Island, don't let him leave alive." Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, nearly 3,000 members of the Buried Moon Pavilion sped up. Demonic chi erupted from their bodies, and their eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Roar! Roar! At the same time, dozens of rare demonic beasts comparable to the truth-seeking realm also rushed out. Just their roars alone seemed to have the possibility of shaking the space. "What are you waiting for? Run!" The system roared. If there were only 1 or 2 truth-seeking realm cultivators, it believed that the host could barely deal with them with his peak revolving core realm strength. However, there were so many of them. If he was surrounded, he would definitely be beaten to death. "Run!" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "That's the behavior of a coward." Swoosh! He put the green dragon crescent blade into his spatial ring and held the pocket-sized blade between 2 fingers. He shouted, "A man should fight fair and square." Chapter 1559. There were so many members of the Buried Moon Pavilion and so many rare beasts. Jun Changshao didn't escape because it was too late. If he explained to them that he was just passing by, they would definitely not believe him, so he could only fight. Some people might say, "If this guy didn't run, there must be a mission." Sorry, there is no mission. The reason why he chose to fight head-on was because he didn't have the ability to fight against the 10 immortal sects when they came to make trouble. He was very depressed. In short, I can't beat them, but I can't beat you? Come on. Whoever is afraid is a coward. In that moment, facing thousands of martial artists and thousands of monster beasts, Jun Changshao stood tall and straight, looking like a true man who could support the heavens. Humph! The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion who rushed over sneered when they saw that guy take out a knife. Who was he trying to scare with a toy knife? Jun Changshao. The leading black-robed old man shouted, "There is a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no way you can leave this place alive today." Hell? Jun Changshao bent down, put on the posture of drawing the knife, and said coldly, "As you wish." There were so many members of the buried Moon Pavilion on the island. It must be the headquarters. Since he had found it by accident, he had to settle the matter of using special means to control Yao Menjing today. Whoosh! His aura erupted, and killing intent filled the air. Jun Changshao hadn't used the hard blade since it was upgraded to the 4th generation. He didn't mind using thousands of members of the buried Moon Pavilion. What's more, these people didn't look good. Killing them shouldn't be called cruel. Swish! Swish! In an instant, several powerhouses of the truth-seeking realm took the lead to attack. Although the aura they emitted was not at the peak level, it still had a huge oppressive force. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The space began to tremble under the disturbance of the power. Jun Changshao was a little panicked. If the reader was right, the 4th generation of the hard blade couldn't compete with the truth-seeking realm. He was afraid that he would be fine. He still had the escape talisman given by the big gift pack. If the situation went wrong, he could escape immediately. He had thought of a way out before the fight even started. Demonic finger. Spiritual light flash. Great demonic formless technique. Whoosh! Hoo-hoo! Several buried Moon Pavilion experts hadn't even arrived yet, but all kinds of long-range demonic martial arts techniques were already being used. For a moment, the screen was filled with special effects, tearing apart space and distorting it. Roar! Roar! All kinds of powerful demonic beasts that were extinct in the upper realm also came over. Jun Changshao was completely sealed off by the 3 forces of the sea, land, and air. If he could not pull out his saber, he would be surrounded and beaten to death. Where there's life, there's hope. The system stopped him. Let's run. Thank you for your kind words. Jun Changshao took a step forward, and at the moment when all kinds of gorgeous martial arts were about to press down on him, he relied on the special ability of roaring and shouted, "Bankai!" Clang! Under the background music and the sound of knives being unsheathed, the beach suddenly erupted with powerful energy. Billowing dust was stirred up, forming a tornado that soared into the sky. The truth-seeking experts all stopped, their eyes filled with disbelief. From their perspective, the powerful energies formed by the martial arts techniques were all stagnant at the edge of the sandstorm, as if they were grabbed by an invisible hand and could not move at all. What was going on? The members of the buried Moon Pavilion, who came later, were all dumbfounded. So much powerful energy was suddenly frozen in midair. It was simply too inconceivable. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts and birds that rushed out from the sky and the forest let out low growls, their eyes gradually filled with fear. In terms of danger perception, beasts were stronger than humans. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a heavy landing came from inside the rotating tornado. The billowing dust suddenly dispersed, and a huge scythe appeared in sight first. The head of the scythe was very long, and the blade shone with a sharp luster. Due to its shape, it looked like a crescent moon. At the top of the slender handle, 2 blood-red ribbons danced in the wind. Gulp! The members of the buried Moon Pavilion gulped, but they could not stop the chill from rising. The shape of the scythe was not scary. What was scary was that the entire blade exuded an extremely strong aura of death. Smack! Jun Changshao grabbed the handle of his scythe with one hand and gently raised his head. It was unknown when he had put on a black robe, but a grave and stern face gradually appeared. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, forming an evil and charming smile. Wearing a black robe and holding a scythe, he looked like the god of death from hell. Who? Jun Changshao put the scythe on his shoulder and covered his face with his left hand, laughing creepily. Ha ha ha! Are you ready to go to hell? Bam! 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 Unstoppable saber, 4th form, the 2 lines of bold and powerful words instantly occupied the entire screen and were accompanied by a vibration effect. The few experts of the truth-seeking stage retreated in shock. When the scythe on Jun Changshao's back seemed to have turned into the god of death. They finally felt the crisis of death. All kinds of special demonic beasts were the first to have a premonition. At this moment, they all turned around and ran back, the fear in their eyes growing more and more intense. This was not a human being. This was a monster. This was a devil. Shua! Jun Chang Xiao waved his hand, and the huge scythe cut through the void. The extremely cold saber aura flew into the depths of the forest and swept from one side. The space on the path was ruthlessly cut apart, showing a deep and long crack. Thump! 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 The demonic beasts fleeing in this direction all stopped and looked at the space crack in front of them that blocked their passage. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Shua! Shua! Jun Changshao swung his scythe and slashed at the void 3 more times. Streams of light instantly split the space in 3 directions, joining together with the previous spatial cracks to form a quadrangular area, trapping the members of the buried moon pavilion and the demonic beasts inside. Profound meaning. Space cage! Ryu Sinan, who was sitting on the shore and reminiscing about a bowl of fried rice for more than half a month, raised his head and looked at the boundless ocean. He said in surprise, "The energy fluctuation just now seems to be the power of space." He was very far away from Jun Changshao, but he could feel the space vibration because of the space spirit in him. Let's go take a look. Ryu Sinan carried the sarcophagus on his back and flew toward the deep sea. The space energy fluctuation was always there, guiding him accurately. He should not get lost. Hidden Spirit Island. Looking down from a high altitude, one could clearly see the square space crack. The scene was very shocking. The cage was indeed comparable to hell because the aura of death was too strong. All kinds of demonic beasts that stopped at the edge of the space crack in the forest trembled violently. Even the birds were so scared that they fell to the ground. The members of the buried moon pavilion were so scared that their faces turned green. With a wave of his hand, the space was cut. Was the scythe in that guy's hand a divine artifact? Ta! Jun Changshao walked over and stopped in front of the nearest truth-seeking realm expert. He said in a cold voice, "Where is the demonic ancestor?" The closer the giant scythe was, the stronger the aura of death that seemed to come from hell became. The pressure made his hands and legs tremble, and his scalp feel like it was about to explode. No comment. Although this truth-seeking realm expert was suppressed, his mind was still firm. He would not betray his faith because of fear. Then you can die now. Jun Changshao raised the scythe, and the blade in the shape of a crescent moon was pressed against his neck. He announced the death sentence in a cold voice. Poochie! The head flew out and blood splattered. When the body fell, Jun Changshao came in front of another buried moon pavilion expert and said the same thing. Where is the demonic ancestor? There was no emotion in his eyes and words, as if he was the god of death from hell. Chapter 1560. Swoosh! Over the West Sea, Lu Sinan flew over at a high speed. The closer he got to the spatial vibrations, the more obvious they became. An expert. Ryu Sinan thought to himself, definitely an expert. As the spirit of the space, it was his first time encountering someone of the same element who could reach such a level. Just the aftershock alone could reach the coast thousands of miles away. Too powerful. He had to see for himself what kind of expert this was. For this reason, Ryu Sinan increased his speed. The urge to worship the expert grew stronger. After flying for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. As the spatial vibrations became more obvious, a special aura started to appear. What is this? Ryu Sinan could not tell, so he could only continue on his way. After flying for another 50 miles, the special aura became even more intense. It was only when it entered his body that he realized the aura of death. This is definitely not an orthodox, martial cultivator. After thinking for a while, Ryu Sinan thought to himself, could it be a demonic cultivator? Just the aura alone was enough to make one fearful. The person who released it was definitely not an ordinary demonic cultivator. It could very well be the demonic ancestor. Ryu Sinan's expression became even more serious. If it were anyone else, they would have turned back immediately if they guessed that it might be the demonic ancestor. After all, such an expert was not to be trifled with. Ryu Sinan did not back down. Instead, he continued to fly at an extremely fast speed. He told Junchang Shao that he had gotten lost and came to the West Sea. However, the real reason was to investigate the Zongyue Pavilion and the demonic ancestor. Now that he had found a clue, he would definitely pursue it to the end. This was the duty of a demon exterminator. Swoosh! He continued to move forward courageously. The spatial vibrations increased in frequency, and the aura of death became even more intense. Gradually, another aura drifted over. Ryu Sinan frowned and said, "The smell of blood!" He could not be sure if the person who shook the spatial vibrations was the demonic ancestor. However, from the strong smell of blood, he could tell that the other party was definitely not a kind person. They were probably carrying out a massacre at this moment. He had to stop them. Anyone who committed crimes and committed heinous crimes could be classified as a demon. Hence, as a demon exterminator, Ryu Sinan's duty was to exterminate demons and uphold justice. However, when he finally arrived at the area where the spatial vibrations were the most frequent, he saw that the hidden spirit island had stopped because the array formation had been controlled. When he saw the space that had been split into 4 corners, his expression gradually stiffened. Corpses were strewn across the beach, and heads were scattered all over the ground. Blood seeped into the sand and dyed it bright red. Ryu Sinan frowned. As a demon exterminator who had battled evil demon cultivators for many years, there was nothing he had not seen before. But now he was deeply shaken by the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse. Just the corpses alone numbered 2,000 to 3,000. The most shocking thing was that the beach didn't look too messy, and there were no obvious signs of fighting. Could it be that the victim didn't resist at all during the process of being killed? Or was his corpse dumped here? Swish! Ryu Sinan flew along the edge of the spatial rift and landed on a corpse. After confirming that it was still warm, he judged in his heart, this should be the scene of the crime. He stood up and scanned the corpses around him. He immediately discovered the problem. The victims were all dressed in black, and there was a strange crescent moon pattern printed on their chests. Buried Moon Pavilion. Could it be that this island is their headquarters? Roar! Roar! At this moment, the tragic roar of a demon beast came from the forest in the distance. There was some kind of power in the spatial cage. Ryu Sinan could not use his spiritual senses to detect it. He could only quickly walk toward the source of the sound. On the way, he saw many demon beast corpses in the forest. In the end, all of them had their chests pierced and their crystal cores taken away. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Iron-scaled bird. Ryu Sinan confirmed the species of the demon beast corpses. The shock in his heart grew stronger. These were species that had been extinct in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years. How could they exist on a small island? Boom! There was a sound in the distance, as if a huge rock had fallen to the ground. Ryu Sinan immediately walked over. When he was 100 feet away, he saw a big guy that looked like a collection of ores lying on the ground. Blood was spurting wildly from its broken chest. The golden spirit, stone golem. Although the demon beasts he had encountered before were extinct, according to Ryu Sinan's understanding, they were only at the core transformation realm at their peak. The demon beast in front of him, which looked like a collection of ores, was comparable to the truth-seeking realm at its peak. Suddenly a surprised voice sounded. Ryu Sinan hurriedly looked up and saw Jun Changshao in a black robe standing on the corpse of the golden spirit stone golem. Ryu Sinan was stunned. Could it be that he was the murderer who killed the members of Buried Moon Pavilion and the demon beasts? Jun Changshao threw the crystal core he had just taken into his spatial ring and said, "Brother Lu, we meet again." Ryu Sinan's stunned expression was replaced by solemnity because he saw the huge scythe lying on the corpse. The aura of death was released from it without restraint. There was no mistake. This guy was the murderer. Swoosh! Jun Changshao jumped down from the demon beast corpse and said, "Brother Lu, you're a step too late. I've taken care of all the members of Buried Moon Pavilion here." Ryu Sinan subconsciously stepped back to keep a sufficient distance from him. Although Gosheng was no longer as cold-blooded and ruthless as when he was slaughtering, because of hard-to-retract blade, there was still a terrifying aura around him that seemed to come from hell. Normal people would definitely not dare to get too close. "Jun Patriarch," Ryu Sinan said in a deep voice, "you killed all these people and demon beasts." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Ryu Sinan said, "That's a bit cruel." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Is that cruel?" Go Sheng firmly believed that if he did not use hard to retract blade and did not have the ability to escape, he would have been surrounded and beaten to death by Buried Moon Pavilion. Moreover, since Yao Menjing was controlled and used as a tool to open the entrance to the demonic domain, Jun Changshao had already classified Buried Moon Pavilion as an enemy. If he encountered them, it would be either you die or I die. Sigh. Ryu Sinan sighed. Do not misunderstand. He did not have the heart of a saint and would not feel sad for the members of Buried Moon Pavilion who were killed. Jun Patriarch, Ryu Sinan said with a serious look, "Your murderous aura is too strong. If you don't control it in time, it will inevitably disturb your mind and you will walk the path of no return." This was why he said it was cruel. To be exact, Jun Changshao looked very clear-headed at the moment, but he was still shrouded in the aura of death. He was afraid that in time he would fall into the demonic path and become a great demon who only knew how to kill. Fall into the demonic path? Jun Changshao said with a disdainful smile, "If I become a demon, what can Buddha do to me?" Ryu Sinan's frown deepened. This was no longer the Sect Master Jun who was chatting and laughing with him in the restaurant, drinking to his heart's content. "Oh, I forgot. You're a demon exterminator." Jun Changshao rested his scythe on his shoulder and said calmly, "Are you worried that I will become an unpardonable demon in the future and want to represent justice and destroy me?" Boom! Ryu Sinan put down the stone coffin and shook his arm. Streaks of spatial attributes circled around his fingers and said, "From the fluctuations just now, Jun Patriarch seems to have mastered spatial powers. I would like to experience it today." It was here. Jun Qidi, Go Fei versus the demon-killing general of Jiatang.